of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at Kart.
And with that, it is now time to go racing here for your pre-final events of today. The Bambinos are now out on the track. Here is your starting lineup. On the pole position, here is Maverick Reddick in that number 75 CRG machine. Alongside him will be Thiago Veloaz, who is in second, followed by Leonel Tominski in third. Colt Shelton and Knox Shelton will be your front runners in the T4 Bambinos, followed by Luco Kalingo and Ealing Gomez, and then Adam Martin rounding out your top 8. Dowenhauer, O'Connell, Miller, and Skripowski have not set times in qualifying as we get set to go racing here. They'll come down into the start zone. We're going to get one more attempt to see if we can get everyone lined up and ready to go racing for this 7 minutes plus 2 laps in this pre-final.
Yes, indeed, and a lot of talent here. Losa going to be setting things up at the front alongside Reddick. We talked about Maverick Reddick in terms of his talent level when it comes to running in Texas, of course. Has been very quick everywhere, but Losa in particular, one of the drivers really gaining some experience in the karting side as well in terms of trying to develop there and be able to learn. Because that's the big thing when it comes to Bambinos and when it comes to kid kart in general. It's about building experience and building up the repertoire to know as you move the ranks how well you go. A multi-driver team, they'll set things up on the outside alongside Reddick here.
And as they'll give the arm signal up, Reddick trying to get everyone slowed down as we're still waiting on the T4s to catch up. Along with a couple of others, we get a total of 8 karts out on the track for the pre-final event. Let's see if we get a clean start here. They're pretty much up to speed already. As we wait and see, do we get the start? Can't really tell. It didn't catch the green flag here. It looks like we're going to try and get things underway as officials. I'm wondering if they're going to stop them because no one was lined up whatsoever.
Yeah, there was a 7-second gap between second and third when it came to the kid karts last time through. They are going to slow them down. Some officials are on the track here. And this will see us regroup. Yes, the clock is rolling up on the top side here, but I think things have to be sorted. I think they are just really, really eager to go race.
I mean, it's the first race of the season for them. They're looking to try to get themselves in the history book as the first ever winners of the Florida Karting Championship. And I gotta say, they're gonna work their way through as now we'll see if anyone gets themselves organized. Or will race officials try and get themselves in front of them and stopping the field? As you see them, red flag is out for the drivers as officials are trying to get these Bambinos under control here.
Immediately gas back up, and now once again trying to get them to slow more down here so they can regroup. Some of the outdoor Bambinos are catching up, and it looks like they are going to bring them to a stop. Now, talking about winners to bring to that topic point here today, they do have the opportunity with just today here, Taylor, to get O-plates to show that they won in the inaugural round. That's going to be for the finals later today. That is one thing the series wants to make sure to mention with how much the excitement's going to pop up there with the chance to get an O-plate and be able to prove you are one of its first ever winners.
Absolutely, and it's a great opportunity, that O-plate, if you get that way to be that first ever winner. And it's only today. Tomorrow there is nothing special award given out because it's the second race of the championship. So it's a matter of who wins today getting that coveted O-plate. As now we are going to refire a couple of karts out on the track. Hopefully we can get a good start here and determine how everything will go as we're trying to make sure, hey, let's get back in line. We got still some things to organize and get set. Hopefully we can get underway for our first race of the day.
And right now it looks like at the very least the kid karts may try and line up 3 wide here, it looks like, with how things are sorted. Here we go, green, 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 we're underway.
Here they come as they work their way down into turn number 1. It's going to be side-by-side action here as they head down into the first corner. A little bit of contact as Maverick Reddick will lead us the charge here. Then right behind is the 12 machine of Tominski right there in the hunt. Of course, these drivers here are trying to be battling it out amongst themselves in the Iame Bambino division.
Yes, and we know how much they put together the haymakers when it comes to that action. Reddick pulling off and away, working his way towards the start of Sector 3. They work their way now up through 8, now off to 9. This one of your longer straightaway sections with a little bit of a more winding turn 9 before they go through the heartbreaking S's, so to speak. Regroup back up to 11 and 12 for today. Reddick showing why he was one of the favorites coming into today and why he's won so much when we've seen him.
Absolutely, and as he comes out of the final corner onto the front straightaway to start his first lap here with 8 minutes to go, he currently has a 2-second lead over Tominski and Veloza, who are now your only kit cards in the Bambino T4 category. It's Knox Shelton who has about a 2-second margin over Colangelo, who is in second place. Colt Shelton right there in third.
Yeah, right now just trying to continue the work right now. Tominski, you mentioned in terms of the charge, one of the drivers based out of Orlando, who is one of those who will see a fair bit, I think, with this championship here, with him running with LFB Racing Team, trying to be amongst those, build a following, build as well the talent pool, runs a fair bit on the social media side. The organization with as well has a fair bit of kart or representation noticed on the grid. A good 10-plus karts noticed underneath the LFB Racing tent that's set up just a lawn nearby where our press setup is here for today. And right now, Tominski doing a pretty solid job holding off the one machine by a good half a second or so, and that battle going on for second in the kit car. As a bit of a bad line there through 2.
A little bit of a trouble right there for Tominski as he has to now recover and try and hold position right now. And that will bring in some of the T4 drivers as well. Knox Shelton closing in on this overall battle for the podium positions here as the one-up machine of Veloza tries to look around for an opening as Knox Shelton continues to set the pace as your leader in the T4 category as they head down towards the back half of the course to the final corners they go. And Veloza really slinging it in there to try to get around Tominski.
Trying to really dig to gain, and remember, you're talking about a lot of on-throttle time when it comes to a kid kart or a Bambino in theory, where you're basically capped out on how fast you can go. Look at the run for Veloza, though. Front straightaway. Got a good run initially out of 13. Takes the pass by turn 1. And the 1 retakes P2.
Great run there. Now he's got 8 seconds to try and make up. It's going to take a lot to really help close that gap up as we watch these two battle it out for position here. And keep an eye on Knox Shelton. Could come into the play and try to see if it be the spoiler amongst those front runners.
I mean, in terms of a separation in the kid karts, it definitely is going to be a bit of a factor if that comes into play. But both the Sheltons, family members, by the way, doing a really solid job keeping 1 and 2 when it comes to the T4 side of things so far in this one. Remember, young drivers here when it comes to this. You're talking around 6, 7, maybe 8 years old, give or take. Very young competitors here that are just getting into karting and getting used to what these karts are going to be doing and knowing what they have. And you see those little bits of differences between the engine packages here where it comes down with the torque levels that comes into play with the T4 motors. Was talking with family members on the mini side who mentioned some of the updates to those Dillison machines. Do see a little bit more of a roll through for the corners, but you see the difference down the straightaways between the two classes.
Yeah, those kit karts, right, we see there, the Iame kit karts per se, are a lot more, have that straight line capacity compared to the T4s, but the T4s make up significantly in the corners, as you see with Knox Shelton trying to make up the time right there on Tominski.
Yep, just trying to sort themselves out right now at the moment. But the separation stays only about 2 or 3 kart lengths between them. Still 4 minutes plus a couple laps up on the board for these competitors here to be able to really see where things solidify. Reddick, of course, with the separation. But for now, we'll say Colangelo is now out of the race, so one of the T4s is off the racetrack. That leaves 3 of those Bambinos left on circuit, with Gomez being the last of those karts on the track.
Yeah, this is the best battle we have on track right now between the two of them, of Veloza, Tominski, and then Knox Shelton, just right there in the mix, trying to see if he can pick up an overall positioning amongst them on the podium. But so far, leading a strong margin over Colt Shelton. As we see a little bit of a mistake right there by Tyminski, that's going to cost him a little bit more time on Velosa.
Yeah, just right now, the major thing that seems to be popping up here is the cornering coming out through, and right now, Velosa's been able to get a better approach to these corners. We've seen Tyminski keep it a little bit more shallower, trying to stick towards the curb. In a couple of these cases, has lost momentum to set up for the longer straightaways here as a result. That sees Velosa really pull away this past time by 7/10 quicker than the 12. That's really down to just how well the ones attacking the corners here. And remember, for some of the drivers here, this might be their first time here, Taylor, in some of their circumstances. Heard from a lot of competitors that is the case, and it's a bit of a learning curve when you don't know how to track a track.
I mean, that's going to be a critical thing for these young drivers here, is learning the flow of you got someone like Reddick, who is just continually putting on stellar run after stellar run, continuing to pull away over 17 seconds right now. But then you have these drivers here who are just learning, finding what they need to try and set pace. Just keep it on the pavement, not make too many mistakes, and just take from that information and apply it when they come back out for the feature, or apply it for tomorrow's action.
Exactly here, and right, mind you, as we have 2 minutes left on the boards here, for the most part, things have been the difference on the mistakes. Once again, Tyminski got a little bit loose coming out of 1, for example. Coming out of 3, not as great a run for Velosa. These little mistakes, again, are what's keeping these two together. They do have traffic coming up the road, by the way. That is Adam Martins. They'll look to try and figure out a way to let them go without being an impediment here. As here they come with the traffic. Martins chooses middle. Now how quickly does Velosa go? Not able to make the send, and Tyminski gained a lot of ground side by side with the traffic for a moment.
That's lap traffic causing issues here, and we'll see if Velosa goes to the inside, but Martins is going to shut the door on him right there a little bit. So now we have to see what Velosa decides to do. Take his time, trying to find the run. He gets the run down the front straightaway along with Tyminski. And then Knox Shelton also tries to see what he can accomplish to get around as quickly as possible. So stay right there as Tyminski looks to the inside.
Took an hour peak, took an hour chance. Less than a minute on the clocks here. As now, you also have Knox Shelton looking to see would there be a chance to play spoiler, break things up here in the course of this. But once again, Tyminski doesn't have a good sector 2. Those little differences in that middle sector have been all the makings of this gap here. And Tyminski, again, losing all the momentum, going to take a little bit of time to regather it back up.
Yeah, a little bit of time to see what they can accomplish here, as they have only a few short minutes. As trouble, one driver out of the kart as well. We'll have to see what happens as trouble for several more drivers as they try to slow the field. But that was the 12 of Tyminski, and Velosa will continue on his way. As we keep an eye on the action, hopefully we'll get an update with Tyminski, and we keep up with the next driver. That is Knox Shelton coming across the line. 2 laps to go for your leaders.
So Shelton at this point on their own, Reddick on their own. 34 seconds now the margin here, as Maverick Reddick has outright dominated this effort so far. Looks like Tyminski is at the side of the road as Reddick powers his way around, already starting some celebrations with a white flag.
White flag, 1 more lap to go for Maverick Reddick, looking to try and take home the victory here in the pre-final for your Kid Kart division. Knox Shelton moves up to 2nd overall with a comfortable lead in your T4 Bambino division, but 34 seconds, that's how much of a gap Reddick has been able to set.
Yeah, Maverick Reddick continuously putting up fast lap after fast lap, and that's not just saying that for one reason or another. It's just been Reddick has showcased a lot of preciseness when it comes to driving this class of kart in multiple different series. And for Maverick Reddick, that brings a lot of potential expectations for the future, to say the very least. We'll have to see how things fare out the rest of the weekend.
Out of the final corner, he will go. Maverick Reddick will take home the Kit Kart Pre-Final win here today. Knox Shelton, still we got to wait a little bit, about 40 seconds or so before we see him in that T4 Bambino to take the checkered flag in his division right here. Here comes Knox across the line, and he will win the pre-final event in the T4 Bambinos.
Yes, indeed. It was a dominant effort for the 90 machine, able to build up the buffer in the end by 13 seconds over Colt. Losa looking like still going to be able to come away with a decent effort amongst the podium spots here. Those are the only karts on the lead lap. Just 4 maintain the lead lap with some of the attrition late.
Absolutely, and Colt Shelton will be that last one. Gomez and Martins will move up into 5th and 6th overall. Tyminski drops back to 7th. Did not finish, unfortunately, and then, of course, for Luca out as well early on. Well, with that, we're going to take a quick step aside. We'll be back with the Micro Swift pre-final next on Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Run this track for about 15, 18 years. Yeah.
It's time for your Micro Swift Pre-Final presented by Parolin as we get set to go. It's going to be Emmett Dalton on the front row with Romeo Ferrante in second. Lucas Calvejo is going to be third with Caden DeHarmy in fourth. Grayson Wyatt and Nicolo Lopez will be in row 3, followed by Alexander Young and Alec Thomas in row 4. Max Stone and Landon Silvers round out your top 10 as trouble for Max Stone as he has some issues out on the track for the warm-up lap.
Now we'll see them have to regather up. Remember the 77. Kozokar had stopped on the side of the racetrack during the qualifying in 11th. Osevic in 12th position. Ariel Denehauer, one of the locals to this region, originally from Jacksonville, in 13th. Gavin Leo in 14th. Ethan Martins and Chase Zolman are in the top 16. Dale Gazowski and Bernardo Nasacramento will round out your 19-kart grid as most of the field is ready for the tramline.
The problem is, do we get a green flag? Because we still got a couple of karts that are lagging behind here as they come into the tram line. We got the yellow. I don't know why it's firing off right away.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know how that would have been ruled as well if it did go green, because 3 wide before even the start and finish line, 99% chance that's a tram line violation.
Of Ethan Martins there on the formation.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big for Stone at the least, to be able to get back up to the rest of the field after that spin on the warm-up lap there. A chance to be able to get somewhat back to where they're starting here. I don't know if Stone regrouped in the same spot. I think Stone is 2-3 rows back from his original grid slot there, Taylor. But it's at least a chance to be able to be with your competitors to gain those spots back here.
I mean, that's going to be a big help for sure, indeed. But the question is going to be, like, how much time is he going to be able to work his way through the running order in time to get back to where at least he was supposed to start, as officials tell everyone, hey, slow it down. Let's get in formation, easy on the bumping. We still have quite a bit of racing left to go. As they come out of the final corner into the tram line, they will go. We give a green flag start. We're about to find out as they come down into the start zone, across the line. One driver goes off the track. And do we get the green flag? Yes, indeed. We are underway, and already one driver shot out of a cannon. Romeo Ferrante and company. Landon Silvers will lead us to the green flag here. Where did he come from?
Yeah, that's a lot of spots gained already. Initially was supposed to start around the 9th spot or so. Already able to get a huge launch as everyone else shuffles. You have Dalton moving around, though, to get to the race lead. Working their way up to the start of Sector 3. Dalton putting on the afterburners we've seen qualifying.
Absolutely. Emmett Dalton will lead us here as they come around the circuit once again. The driver who had the spin on the start, that was Ethan Martins, who had trouble, so a tough break for him as he tries to recover, working their way through out of turn, the final couple of corners here as Dalton stretches those legs out as he comes across the start-finish line. Here comes, of course, the drivers of Ferrante, Silvers, and DeHarmy as they come down into the corner, and already it is a 1.2-second lead between Dalton and Ferrante.
Yeah, now it's the question, what do you do to try and chip away? Remember, with this type of racing, chance for a lot of back and forth affairs usually at the drafting tracks, but this is a different fare than what we normally would see for a lot of the season here. A lot more separation built up in the early going, and for many of these drivers here, it's more so about the rhythm and the technique on how you attack these corners and get the line down right. You see that for Ferrante, trying to get the angles right to power off these corners. The thing is, Dalton's just got the boost down the straightaways that's really helping him separate this lead out.
He certainly does as they come across the line. Dalton will lead as we watch battling for position. Yellow flags are out as they come down into the first corner as one driver loops it around. Dalton, as we watch the 24 of Caden Darhami and Nikolai Lopez leading the charge in the top 5. Lopez was able to get around. Now has to deal with pressure right now from Darhami as they work their way through the couple of corners here. That 24 machine and that CRG has got himself tuned up and ready to try to take another spot.
Really trying to find a way to keep the charge going. Some of these drivers here already, as mentioned, Silver's up 6. You also have drivers like Lopez that look pretty solid, but Darhami try to stop the bleeding here as quick as possible here in the 24 machine. We're following along with trying to reset, try and get back into the spot where they can go back on the attack here. Darhami, mind you, one of the CD24 entries that we've seen a fair bit in different races over the course of the past couple of years. Just trying to find that momentum back here, stay in the snip of the draft, and hope to get a chance on Silvers to get back for 4th here.
He's going to try everything he can as they work their way through the 4th position right now, and we keep an eye on that. We go a little further back to the battle for 6 between Clavejo and Thomas. Grayson Wyatt also in the mix as well. So this is pretty much from 6th to 9th as they work their way around the circuit. Lucas trying everything he can to just prevent this swarm of drivers to close in on him. But here comes Alex Thomas and Grayson Wyatt trying to push their way through to close the gap.
We see a fair bit of Wyatt. He's in right now the Paralympic machine, and we know how the Paralympics at the national level are in terms of their performance. Of course, some of those drivers getting the chance to run today under their team alignment here in Florida. Wyatt, good corner exit coming out of 3, overlap, gets nearly to the inside of Lopez, has to reset, now tries to get the angle over the diamond, work to the middle sector. No place to send it though, it's a tough spot to pass in the middle sector, and right now Wyatt is showing how much you can get the runs, but it's about how much you have to try and send for the overlap once you're off that front straightaway.
Yeah, and Lopez is perfectly pointing that kart in the right spot to prevent the driver of Grayson Wyatt to get around as they work their way through. Beautiful run here. Let's see what Wyatt can do down the front straightaway as they come down into the first corner side by side, battling for that position, and Grayson Wyatt will take the 6th spot away.
Nicely done on the work there, able to get themselves back to nearly where they started. And now the tough part for Grayson is going to be trying to get up to the next pack, because that pack is at least 7-8 tenths of a second up to get to the next position up on the board. It will take a little bit of work, but I wouldn't be surprised for a driver we've seen come away with top 10s in Daytona, has done well in 206s, has done well, of course, here on Micro Swift in his racing career. As we see how some of the air battles, Farrell, this is still heating up for what is now your podium position for Silvers to hold on right now.
Landon Silvers trying everything he can to hold off Caden Darhamani as they work their way across the front straightaway here. Nose to tail, Darhamani looking to try to find that run, crosses him up, but a beautiful block right there by Silvers to place the kart in that right spot. Defensive driving at its finest here in the Micro Swift category.
Keep in mind, Landon Silvers, once those that trains over at Orlando Kart Center. A lot of competitors compete over from Orlando that have made the trip here to the Tampa Bay region for a reason here. Couple-hour drive, and many of these drivers looking to try and adapt their skill sets to the circuit. Silvers has done a phenomenal job to defend right now. Darhami still building up some of these runs, though, as the big thing for the 24 I've noticed here, with 3.5 minutes to go, the 24 is better in some of the technical areas to be able to charge up. But Silvers is good on corner exits so far. See Silvers taking a bit more flatter in some of these corners, and that's causing the 24 to really dig, for example, in turn 2.
Yeah, we've seen right there in turn 2, Darhamani is just able to get that power down, roll through the corner a lot better than Silvers. And here comes a big run from Darhamani as he looks around trying to find an opening. Tries to build some outside momentum around here as he tries to set himself up to move into 3rd.
Still no chances set up quite yet. Might be trying to set something up for the draft. Of note, Wyatt has also closed up to Cajalvo for the 5th position. So 2 different battles taking place on the track. Darhamani still too far back to be able to lunge to the inside for turn 1. if anything, it's breaking even with the way it's set up with this setup here between these competitors with how much the close-up's faring out.
It certainly is. A couple other notables to keep an eye on. Calavejo and Wyatt still battling for the 5th position. Kozakar is also, Adam Kozakar and Nikolai Lopez also fighting for position as well, as we still keep an eye on this battle between Silvers and Darhamani as they try to negotiate some of that turn here. And it looks like Silver right here is having that best run, as we saw Wyatt find his way to get to the inside of Calavejo.
See that in the background right now. They've also had the 77. Kozakar has been also able to close up, and then are grouping for those. Keep an eye on that on your pylon. Under 2 minutes to go. Things continue to heat up in the heart of the top 10, to say the very least. Wyatt still not able to get the scoring loops ahead of the 21. All while Silvers looking pretty steady on the charge. The 5-year-old continuing to build up the buffer now. Coming up to the final couple laps in a couple moments' time. About 4-ish laps left to go, give or take.
Yeah, Silvers was able to find that good run and able to break away from the draft from Darhamani. Now it's going to be a matter of how well Darhamani can get that rhythm back and drag him back into the chance to go for 3rd once again. Lucas, Grayson Wyatt, and Adam are really having a good fight still for that 5th spot. We'll keep an eye on that here with a minute to go as they snake their way through into turn number 1. There we picked up the 10 machine of Peter Guzowski, who sits 14th right now. Currently just learning a little bit. Already one of the first drivers 1 lap down at the moment, trying to catch up to Max Stone for position as we go back to Silvers and Darhamani.
Yeah, different dynamics are really going to come into play over the course this weekend, you have to think, because remember, you have the races today, then you do it all again on Sunday, where the temperatures expected to pick up a little bit compared to before. So for a lot of the drivers here, it's going to be getting the data on the board, trying to get themselves a situation where they're able to capitalize, get good points scored up. Here's the look for 6th and 7th, though. The 577 still packed up. Now, Havo's still trying to hold on by about a couple tenths.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can, but he's got some pressure right there from Grayson Wyatt and Adam Kozakar as we watch them work their way through. Big time run, and look at this big time contact. One driver goes up. That was Calavejo, who then lands back on his wheels, thank goodness, but now loses both positions to Wyatt and Adam.
That was lap traffic spinning out of the worst possible time. What's the saying of traffic giveth, traffic taketh away? Traffic really coming out in terms of attrition at the worst possible timing there. That has broken up this pack with a couple laps to work with. That a couple different battles have heated up again. 3rd is now bumper to bumper. Now they're bumping each other.
Who's going to utilize the chrome horn here today at the T4 KartPlex, as we see Landon Silvers just trying to place the kart exactly where he needs to be to keep Darhamani behind him at all costs as they work their way through. They will see the white flag next time by. Same thing for Emmett Dalton, who's already on the other side of the racetrack getting ready to take the white flag as we speak.
Very dominant run, to say the least, for the 11 machine, but look at the sends, near contact there, all while Dalton takes the white flag. The Velocity Sodi kart has been very quick, to say the least.
He certainly has. He has been setting fast lap after fast lap. He finally set a lap that was not the fastest out of the top 5 competitors. That was going to Romeo Ferrante, who set a good lap right there. But Emmett Dalton in that Sodi kart for Velocity Racing really setting the pace in an incredible drive here as he tries to showcase the speed that he has here at T4.
Coming through the final corners, Emmett Dalton started off qualifying up by almost a full second. Some side-by-side as things heat up. The 24 is falling into the clutches of the 5 of White. All while Dalton comes down the front straightaway, takes the checker flag, and gets himself the win of the pair when Michael Swifts gets it done by 5.5 seconds over Ferrante. All while the battle for the other spots heat on up. Right now, Silvers, Darhamani, Wyatt were how things crossed before. It'll be Silvers behind Wyatt for the top 4.
Yeah, Caden Darhamani got that pass by Wyatt there in those final couple of corners as we pick up Adam Kozarko and then Lucas Cavejo, Lopez, Thomas, and Area Denenhauer round out your top 10.
That was a pretty wild end to the race, I think, to say the very least, with the battle really coming together with some of the lap traffic helping, some spins there. But for Dalton, it was a pace setter, to say the very least, for him this Saturday.
I mean, he was out for a Saturday afternoon drive pretty much for the most part. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as we now get ready for our next category, the Mini Swifts, with their pre-final. After this cleanup, we'll have a word from our partners.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new Iame platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
And we are back here for your U-Race Mini Swift category, who's getting ready to go out for their pre-final event. We'll give you your starting lineup here momentarily as we get set to go out onto the circuit here today. And the Mini Swift drivers, it was a dominant effort by Jack Katowski, who we've seen already putting a stellar run this year on the national tour.
Yes, indeed, making the appearance here today. 46.840 was the pull time for Katowski over Alicio Tosi. Tosi in second spot was 2 1,000ths quicker, though, to Enzo Ramos. Pretty close for second and third. Max Santana was also within another near 10th and a half for the fourth spot. Nico Salazar in the fifth spot. Bo Wyatt, then in Shoecrap, along with Tavares, Mod, and Montalvo are amongst your top 10. Keep in mind that separation about half a second for your top 10.
over 25 karts took place in qualifying. About 4 others did not take part in qualifying earlier today. So we could have a total of 29 drivers getting set to do battle in this pre-final event here today, and it's going to be a good one as drivers will negotiate around the circuit to get themselves warmed up and have ourselves a clean start here to get set for our 3rd pre-final event of the afternoon.
Now remember, when it comes to today, how these competitors fared early on, it's going to be critical to set things up obviously for later on today, also to score some points, get something on the board here. Keep in mind when it comes to, in particular, Jack, he's already got the momentum coming in as it is over the course of the winter series. From the SKUSA side, able to pick up himself some phenomenal runs over the course of the winter, looking to carry it as we start spring.
Picked up a pole position during that event, picked up multiple wins during that, as well as also your 2026 SKUSA Winter Tour champion as well. So he's already on a hot note this season and looking to continue that here today at the Florida Karting Championship as he leads us down into turn number 1, 2x2. Already a big shot, and he gets punted out of the way, drops multiple positions. 2 karts go into the barriers.
Well, all that started off with a deep send from the second row on back. A couple different karts going well deeper into the lift and braking zone into 1. And now, as a result, some of your contenders losing tons of ground from absolute calamity at the start. Now at this point, the top 4 trying to break away.
And that will give the race lead to the 128 of Nico Salazar in that Orsolin Racing machine. Right behind is the 129 machine of Cohen Shoecraft. And right behind him, trying to get the number off that 3rd place driver. It is going to be a good fight here as they head down the front straightaway. We'll wait for timing and scoring to update. But it's Salazar, Shoecraft. How about Kimo Ahmad going up into 3rd in that Kart Republic? Bo Wyatt, Thomas Pearl, and Ryan Strapowski rounding out your top 6. Hank Lyle. And then, of course, where is Jack Katowski? All the way back to 16th.
Big issue from that start as a result, absolutely. And that's going to be a tough thing for Katowski to recover from over the course of this Saturday to start off this championship. Hornet's Nest already 2x2, working the way through 7 up to turn 9, for example. We take a look at the heart of the field. That's where Matchin is. Katowski setting up the inside up through 10, 11, and 12 to try and already get the elbows out and pick up those spots. You have to be aggressive now over the course of the next few minutes because your entire race Saturday depends on this charge.
It's time to start digging for him. Jack Katowski comes across the line. He picked up only 1 spot that last time by, so that's not a good start for him. He's got time, but what can he do to try to accomplish? He'll look to the inside of the driver there, Batista Bese, who is now trying to work his way through, and that's going to be a tough one right there as he tries to negotiate more traffic, more contact up ahead of him as drivers negotiate for position.
And some of the drivers push themselves away. You see some of the Sodi karts getting moved up and out of the groove. In fact, shows how aggressive some of these drivers get. This is the raciest we've been so far here in the pre-finals, to say the very least. Now it's the matter of, can you get the passes done quickly so you don't lose too much time and lose your draft to the leaders?
Yeah, that's going to be the catch here as Kimo Ahmad has moved up to 2nd place. They're side by side for positioning as they move further back down to the inside. Beautiful pass right there by the 120 of Colton Bruck to break into the top 5, getting around Ryan for position as more drivers go side by side, as we have not seen that happen quite a lot in the other categories, but they are really shoving it in there into these corners. More contact as one driver gets sent off. That looks like to be the 127 machine of Leonardo Tavares getting punted off the track briefly.
And Tavares getting swarmed right now by drivers like Lion Company that are also trying to figure out the way through all of this, side by side, working their way up through 12 this time through. Absolute trouble spots if you're side by side in some of these sections here that they're willing to be brave about today. And it kind of showcases some of the drivers don't want to maintain patience. A blocking up to turn 1. And the heart of the Hornet's Nest also still popping up a play with the 177, 155.
Well, Jack Katowski has broken into the top 10 finally after negotiating some of the chaos that's around him as we watch this group of drivers. The 146 machine of Franco Scavallo is now leading that group, and now going up to the 117 of Thomas Montalvo, who is trying to hold off another Hornet's Nest in front of him.
Yeah, this heart of the Hornets' nest, we've been following along with drivers matching like Saltis, who are amongst those trying to push forward. Matching up +4, for example. A lot of these drivers, you have to remember, going to be some of your homegrown drivers that are going to be trying to get this development, try and get some experience to run here against some of the best in your state rather than just in the club scene. It's a big opportunity for some of these competitors here to get a feel on where their carts shake up over each other in the state and how well they can battle against some of the best competitors from state border to state border.
Speaking of the U-Race machine, we're watching the U-Race driver Hank Lai there on screen as he tries to negotiate some of the drivers as he has to do battle with for position. Now going up to the Bennett machine, I believe that looks like to be Dutch Westbrook, who's trying to keep pace here with the 164 right in front of him as they work their way around the circuit. That is actually Max Santana in the 119 Bennett kart.
Yeah, all of this as well, by the way. Katelski up to 7th off screen as well on the charge. The lead stayed at 1.4 seconds. Look at the sends that some of these drivers are able to send like they're sticking up the inside. Now, I will say when we look at the track guide or track walk, that's a near 90-degree corner tailer that they're going into turn 1 in the first place, for those who have not been to this facility. Your only indication of where you need to lift or brake is a little scribbles on the side, the right side of the racetrack. They have 75, 50, 25, and then 0, which is basically right at the 0. Those are your main indicators of where your lift points are. You better have gotten yourself the track time to learn where the lift points are here.
Absolutely, because we've already saw if you missed your lift point, you're going right into the barriers pretty much. As we watch on here, Dutch Westbrook setting fastest lap of the race so far. He's in 9th right behind Thomas Perrault as we pick up Cohen Shoecraft, Kimo Ahmad and company trying to hunt down your race leader as Nico Salazar continues to extend his race lead.
Yeah, and it's been impressive what we've seen from Salazar, but some of these are battles. I've seen some impressive drives here. You've seen, for example, 133 up 8 spots. Verbikowski, yeah, Montevo, who's gone up 4 spots as well. The recovery of Katelski has got to be one of those drives showcasing just how well of a driver he is racecraft-wise. It's been impressive how he's been able to cut his way to the field. But some of these are battles up the road here. 2nd and 3rd changing. Shoecraft, who's running a couple different classes here this weekend, up to 2nd again.
That AKT machine has really got up the pace here, but Kimo Ahmad is going to put the pressure on in the Kart Republic as they head down the short chute into the next shark fin here. And Ahmad really had that beautiful start with all the chaos to find his opening to get into the top 3, and he is going to showcase why he's one of the top drivers in Mini Swift as he works his way through, pushing the driver of Shoecraft to try and close the gap to themselves and Nico Salazar.
Yeah, remember, for drivers like Shoecraft, busy bit when it comes to the start of racing over in Orlando. Now immediately having to make the way up to the Tampa region here for this weekend. Also amongst those featured in the news with abilities to race and have opportunities in Spain and some of the T4 racing. Shoecraft, in our words, what I'm saying is one of those drivers that has a fair bit of national, international experience. It's not going to be easy to get the pass back on here no matter the class.
No, he certainly is not. And he's putting that kart in the right positions to get that positioning and maintain it as best that he can. We'll watch on and keep an eye. Ryan Skrapowski, Thomas Montalvo, and Jack Katowski also trying to work together. That's from 5th on back as we still keep an eye on the battle for 2nd. Kimo Ahmad looking, thinks about trying to see if he can push him down the straightaway. Let's see how much of a gap they've been able to draw closer to your race leader as they cross the line, losing another 2/10 as Colton Brook is starting to make headway.
Yeah, right now Brook trying to trim this gap, and the more they fight here, the more that's going to open up an opportunity potentially in terms of the podium positions to join into this argument, to say the least. Look at this, though. Already starting to reach the 135 to check them up a little bit side by side, trying to get around traffic. 3-1 with it.
Oh, that's going to cause some hiccups right there, and Kimo Ahmad will take that 2nd spot away, but here comes Shoecraft with a head of steam trying to get his run that he needs to get back into 2nd, but Ahmad gets a little bit of breathing room now as he comes out of the final corner.
Yeah, all trying to square things up as quick as possible amongst this fight for one of the Texas-based drivers in this scrap. Coming up what's going to be 3 laps to go, mind you. Coming up to 2 to go, likely this time through. Shoecraft getting good corner exits, but needs to set something up to be able to find a way to get a wheel alongside. Pressurize a mistake late.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because Kimo Ahmad is putting that kart right there in the same exact spot that we saw Shoecraft do in order to keep Ahmad behind. Hopefully they don't come up onto more lap traffic. That could cost that opportunity as we watch these two do battling for position. Look at Shoecraft just trying to slide that kart in the right positioning to get to the inside, but cannot find that opening he needs. Here comes a big run out of the final corner. Does he take the spot? Does he set it up side by side as they get 2 laps to go and then drops back in line?
Just thought about the move. Also thought there wasn't time. Here's turn 2. Contact up the inside. Ahmad able to shuffle it off the side pod. Shoecraft seen a chance. It's one of the areas that's a little bit slower rolling all throughout the weekend. Shoecraft tried to take advantage and now has to try it all over again.
This time, though, he's got some trouble, though, as one driver's starting to close in. Is that Colton Bruck, who has finally closed the gap amongst these two battling? Yes, it is. It's now a 3-horse race. Shoecraft finds the opening. Ahmad tries to follow through, crosses him over. How about Colton Bruck? Picks up the 2-for-1 special and gets that spot away for second.
Took it away with the crossover, took the inside groove up through 11, taking it away with the white flag, but it's not done yet. Ahmad goes up the inside, has to back out of it, resets as a send back for Shoecraft, again tries the curb, again it doesn't work.
How about these young superstars showcasing some amazing driving amongst themselves as they come around for the white flag last time around for them, working their way through. Bruck holds on the position and stretched out that race or that positioning for a little bit of a margin and breathing room. Meanwhile, Nico Salazar comes through the final couple of corners. He's looking to take home the pre-final win as they come out of the final corner. There you see Salazar. Katowski trying to close the gap. He's in 5th spot out of the final corner. Nico Salazar will win the pre-final in your mini Swift category presented by U-Race. Then Bruck, Ahmad, Shoecraft, Jack Katowski, your top 5.
Impressive driving, to say the least, for Bruck to be able to close the gap. He was a couple seconds back. It also shows how hard Ahmad and Shoecraft were willing to fight to get a chance to start in row 1. Instead, they'll start row 2 for the pre-final.
Absolutely great run indeed. And now the question is going to be, what will Jack Katowski do now being in that second or third row? So it's going to be a fun one to watch him as he gets ready for the finals later on today. Next on the docket, it's time for the KA Juniors here. We're going to wait a few moments, wait for cleanup, but we'll be here to give you the sights and sounds at T4 KartPlex. Carts are fired here as we get set for our next category, the KA Juniors, who are now heading out onto the circuit. And it's going to be an exciting one for sure as they work their way through. Here is your starting lineup for your KA100 Jr category.
Indeed, Maxwell Mancha coming away with that pole position in the qualifying section. 5/1000s over Santiago Orioli. And this Mountwood alongside Kai Park in the top 4. Nico Katowski starts off at the top 5 with Urko in the 6th position. Then Ronnie, your top 8 starting position is Bungoli going to start alongside Maddox Ruiz. Then it's Flamini and Samuel Martinez, who had clutch issues in practice yesterday, who starts 10th.
Yep, Baxter Buchanan, Nolan Carney, Dominic Molesensko, Jaden Lewis, Eric, as well as Erlen Wire, Alexander Savage, Jackson Elefante, Ava Malakavo, Marcus Burge, Flynn Fallon, and more, rounding out a 24 karts who have qualified, 26 possible scheduled to start as they come into the tram line to see if we get a clean and green start. So far, yes, we do. Heading down into turn number 1, side by side. Who will survive the chaos? Everyone makes it through as far as your front runners. Drivers negotiating as Maxwell Macha leads the charge out of 2 and 3.
Decent start for the field as they work 2 by 2 in the heart of the pack. All of them trying to rumble their way on through to the middle sector. But it's going to be intriguing in particular how things go with Mancha trying to hold off this crowd. Some drivers like Orioli trying to get back on the right foot here as we are again with these races for Junior, Senior, and Master going to have an extra 2 minutes for the pre-final.
It's an extra 2 minutes indeed, and that's going to make things a little bit interesting of how far you want to stretch it out, those 2 minutes. So as drivers work their way through, Maxwell Macha and Isaac Malkett will lead the way through, as then you have Nico Katowski and Santiago Orioli rounding out the top 4 as they work together. Some of your heavy hitters that we see on the national tour showcasing how it's done here at T4.
Yes, indeed, and so far looking to steady things out when it comes to the pace. Right now, Katowski trying to follow the path of his brother and try and carry speed forward. Orioli, though, trying to make up for what's been a bit of a rough start when it comes to him, because he had to fight his way up into this 4th spot in the first place after the initial start. Now has to be able to reset, because we know Orioli, when he was in the younger classes in particular, has speed. He's been able to compete at Supernats after all. It's been a 2nd place runner there. Also competed in Rock Vegas, the 2nd place runner 2 times running in that event. Orioli's got pace. The problem is going to be trying to get it right back up to a chance for the leaders with them already up by near 9/10.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of work here in your Inter-MS KA100 Jr category as we watch on here. How about Samuel Martinez picking up a couple of spots along with Kai Park and Dominic Moskalenko, who rounds out your top 9 drivers. They're putting on a good little run through as they try and hunt down the drivers of Maddox Ruiz, who we talked to yesterday. He was someone who thinks he has what it takes to try and go out there and win every event with that Ryan Norberg Academy GFC kart. And he's going to have the pace to try to showcase as he has some work to do. Kai Park moving up to P7 as several drivers work their way through. And keep an eye on this battle for 3rd position as Santiago Orioli in that Sodi Velocity Racing machine tries to put the pressure on Katowski in that Burrell art.
Yeah, right now the problem is going to be, again, like we've seen in a couple of these races, this is the type of track that you end up, in most cases, ebb and flowing and just try to follow along and have the draft pull you. It seems like that sort of a case here today when it comes to the juniors right now. Of note, Vocali is trying to figure out a way to close up to this pack as 1.2 seconds back last scoring loop. Just fell to 1.5. That could be one of the drivers looking to try and find a drafting partner, because it is pretty significant that speed. You don't have a partner. Park, by the way, really trying to park the bus here.
Yeah, Dominic Moskalenko is really trying to find his opening around Kai Park, who is being aggressive with shedding that kart in the spot to prevent him from making the pass. As we watch these two do battle, really good fight amongst them. As we see here, what will Moskalenka do? He looks to the inside, takes the spot away, move him up a spot into 7th around Kai Park.
And remember, Kai Park, one of the youngest drivers when it comes to F4 competition, has also had some experience in Lucas Oil Formula Ford competition as of late. He's one of the drivers that's looking to move up the ranks. The problem is now, he's already been passed on by here in this battle for 7th position. Now have to try and reset because it looks like Moskalenko has a little bit more pace, a little bit more difference on the gearing that's allowing him to boost away here and separate out in that pack.
Yeah, he's really having to struggle with that here and has to find a little bit better off-corner exit, really, to try as we watch up the road a little bit. Some other drivers battling it out for position, trying to get the numbers off of these ones. But these look like to be the drivers of Sirio Flamini and Samuel Martinez, who we touched on as having a good run here as he tries to break a little bit further up in the run. There's that inner MS machine, and here comes Martinez with a big head of steam.
Martinez able to get the pole, sends it up the inside, runs on the rumble strip, makes the move, clear, and now looks to run away by the exit of turn 3. One of the things of note, by the way, Taylor, one of the things compensated earlier today when he was talking with one of our crew members, Jordan, was, I'm going to make sure I get all my passes done in turn 1, turn 2, just for you.
Oh, well, we appreciate that, and he put on a show for us here today as they work their way through the little kink out right there as they head through the S's. He's got quite a bit of work, though, to do to catch up to Kai Park, as currently right now it's about 2.5 seconds separating them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gap and a deficit here, but for the course of a race like this, it's going to be, for the long run, what do you need to do to adjust? What do you need to do to adapt once we get to the 14-minute portions, where you add an extra 3 minutes for the final to have to battle on this, so give or take an extra 3, 4, 5 laps that you're having to manage these tires. Tire management is going to be pretty critical over the course of these races, too, you have to think, Taylor, because if you cook them in this pre-final, how is that going to fare out for the final in terms of your tire pressures, and more importantly, how much life will you have to make charges later on?
Well, I can say this. You might be fine on that opening couple of minutes of the race, but after that, it's going to be dropping like a rock here and not going to work out well for you as we keep an eye on this battle here between the 874 machine of Maxwell Macha and Isaac Malkwit. And here comes Katowski. He has closed the gap, and he is hungry, ready to get back up towards the front of the field.
Looking to try and dig right here, Mancha. Amongst those who have been trying to fight it out in amongst these battles here, but the pressure from Malkwit and company has been pretty high all throughout this run, where any small mistake will open up the chance for one of the drivers doing double duty here today. All while with less than 5 minutes to go, Mancha is proving why that name has been difficult to beat all through the younger ranks. Mancha continues to plant the lines. Malkwit continues to dig, though, in through the center of the corners.
He's got that good run off to corner exit from center off, and he has got that pace. But the thing is, can he find the opening to get around Maxwell Macha? He already set the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's looking for more as he pulls away from Nico Katowski. Santiago Orioli has fallen a significant margin right now from your top 3. It is now a 3-horse race for that top step here in the pre-final as they come out of the final corner. Malkwit gets a good run. He's going to get that toe of the draft. Can he set something up maybe in turn number 2 into the braking zone? You see that cart pick up a little bit of there on the back end. Gathers it back up. He's got to run. He'll try to get to the inside. Not going to work, though.
Our cut last time by was a few 1,000s quicker, yes, but a few 1,000s is a little bit hard to separate upon once you get to a close battle like this. It's the tenths, it's the couple tenths that really set things up on the tempo. Malkwit losing a little bit of gap this time up to start sector 3 as they work their way up through 10, up through 11. Trying to reset. Kotowski not able to really chip away that 0.6 of a gap either with how the separations piled up here. And normally we've seen once you get within that range, you pick up 1/10 and 3/10. And when it comes to KA, hold on a second. Malcutt took a brave move through turn 2, and Macha let him have it.
He just sent it in there and prayed that Macha gave him the room, and he did. Great heads-up driving by both of them. But now Nico Katowski closes in onto the back bumper of Maxwell Macha. He wants a shot to go up to second and challenge Malcutt for the lead.
Trying to find some more opportunities, more sends. How about near contact? Macha trying to squeeze him out. Up through 11. Still side by side off to 12. Still wheel to wheel, and Macha drops the wheels.
Macha drops the wheel. He will drop out of contention for the pre-final win as they come across the line. This will bring Santiago Orioli into the hunt for third as they now go back up to your race lead. Nico Katowski, could he try a send here in turn number 2? He's looking for the opening as Isaac Malcutt tries to hold on.
This is exactly the opportunity the 892 is waiting for. Waiting for the chance for a close-up and them to hold each other back for him to be able to put on the afterburners. He's still got a couple minutes to plot and plan this out, but Nico Katowski is in a very prime opportunity after the 4/10 picked up last time by.
He's trying everything here. He'll kick in the afterburners. Remember, we saw a previous race where 1-2 drivers started battling really hard, and that allowed the third-place driver to sneak away. Down the front straightaway they'll go. A minute and a half, looking at right around 4, maybe 5 laps to go for your leaders as they try to negotiate through the first couple of corners. Katowski really tries to send it in a little bit deeper, but Malcutt sets the pace here once again.
Now becomes the question here, Taylor, in the midst of all of this, where do you set it up? Do you try turn 1? Do you try following the same pace, the 870 into turn 2? Better yet, do you try and force it up for 10, 11, 12 for the side-by-side yet again? Where do you think's the best opportunity based on what you've seen Katowski's kart do?
Katowski's kart's been really strong right there through the S's, as we just saw, as well as these final couple of corners. But Malcutt also has had the space. It's kind of a little bit of a balanced plate between both of these drivers as far as who's strong where. No one really has that extra edge like we saw with Malcutt as well as Macha a few moments ago. So it's going to be a matter of who makes the first mistake amongst these two to determine your race winner.
Yes, and right now the race winners indeed looking to deal with lap traffic here too. And we've seen how big lap traffic's been today, Taylor. With lap traffic in 2 of the classes so far, it's sparked bigger battles. Malcutt looking to try and pull this gap away before they reach the back end of the choo-choo train of karts here. Remember, 26 started, still 25 on the lead lap. That would be Ari Mox that they're catching up to.
Yeah, Ari Mox is going to be that first one. They're going to put a lap down as they come across the line, and they were so close to get the 2-to-go signal. It's now going to be 3 laps to go for Isaac Malcutt as they now come up onto the back bumper of the lap traffic, and they see great heads up by the lap traffic, giving way to the leaders and getting out of the way safely without causing any incident.
Best traffic management of the day so far for the leaders. All wow. Malcutt still continues to hold on to the buffer. Right now, Katowski just is not able to dig here enough to close this up, to be able to make this a true fight as we come around to a couple to go.
2 laps to go for your leader. Isaac Malcutt has stretched out that race lead to about half a second here as they come across the line, and he is really trying to extend that gap significantly in order to prevent Katowski from closing up.
All of them trying to fight it on out. Macha, by the way, has recovered to the 3rd spot off screen. He's been able to get back 6/10 away from Orioli after an initial off track that's seen him pummel down the order. So a few of the drivers able to bounce back here. Some of the drivers as well. Buchanan's held on to 11th after the wild start to the weekend. I want some of the talking points here as we come up to 1 to go. Leaders still separated, 3/10.
Maddox Ruiz also has broken into the top 5 after getting around Leighton Vogeley as well as they come here onto the front straightaway. White flag in the air for the Lando Norris kart of Isaac Malcutt as they head into turn number 1. Perfectly just needs to set a final lap with no mistakes.
Has to be able to keep it precise, has to be able to keep it without any off tracks. That's the understatement of the day here right now. But just continuing to hold firm up in front. No pressure, no mistakes. Gap is still 3 kart lengths.
No lap traffic either in front of them. That's going to help them just be smooth and consistent, as there's a yellow flag over in the final couple of corners as one driver does go off but out of harm's way. Isaac Mapquit will lead us here to the final time here in the checkered flag in the air for a driver who has won in multiple different levels, wins here in your FLKC pre-final.
A dominant effort from the 870 after he got the race lead, was able to hold on. Whole way, a couple good battles popping up across the track here. We see late how some of the elbows bear out. In particular, the 808 trying to make a charge. This is month's 14th. One off trying to hold on. Burko trying to find a way to get at least one spot back. Side by side, a drag race up to the front straightaway. It will end up going the way of the 867 by just a few 1,000ths.
Great racing action all across the field here in your Inter-MS KA100 Jr Pre-Final event. We're now just one more few moments away from your KA Senior and Master Pre-Final event next year on Kart Chaser.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Bambino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Engines have fired. It's time to release your KA100 Seniors and KA100 Masters for their pre-final event. On the front row, it is Stephen Miller and Chase Gassiet-Lee who will lead us to the green flag. Then you have Beckham Jasir and multi-time SCUSA Pro Tour champion Ryan Norberg right there in fourth position. Enzo Montien and Victor de Alencar will round out in row 3 with Mick Gabriel and Carlo Rochetti in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Santiago Fernandez, and also it's going to be Satvik Sarthi who will round out in 10th position.
Wyatt Downing starts off in 11th position today with Dominic Karai in 12th. Then it's Sir Torres Jr. alongside Evan Hager. Starts in the 14th spot. John Fieldley will start alongside Sado Rosso. Then Staub and Lewis, along with Catch and Angeli, are a part of your top 20. We have a big field of 38, by the way.
38 drivers here for your Norberg Academy KA100 Seniors and Masters division, about to do battle here for the next 12 or 11 minutes, I should say, around this circuit, plus an additional 2 laps. Everyone seems to be lined up. Who will survive the run to turn 1? We're about to find out. Into the tram lines they will go. Looking over the shoulder, engines wind up. Green flag is out. We're racing in pre-final action as already, get the yellow flag. Someone was not lined up, and looks like we're going to have to reform it up and try again.
I like how that looked to start off. It looks like as there's your reason. We still have 3 carts in the very, very back, still yet to even catch up to the pack here. So have to reset and regroup, immediately get themselves back doubled up. But it should be interesting how hard this charge is in the opening corner, knowing we have so much talent here today that competes at the national level. Of course, we talked a lot about Norberg with his experience, to say the least. You have Jasir that has F4 experience making his return. You have Gassiet-Lee, who's already created a full-time run with Bennick since he is local to the area and has partnerships and friendships with those on the ownership side. There's a lot of talent here in this field at the front end alone, and this is going to be a hornet's nest to see who breaks out and away as we pace ourselves here.
Absolutely, we're going to find out as we re-rack them and re-stack them up here as they finally make their way back into the tram line. Can we get a green flag start here for your KA Seniors as they head into the tram line once again? Everything looks good for now. Engines wind up. We get the green flag as they head into turn number 1. Who will survive it? Everyone makes it through. 3 wide for the race lead as now here to the inside, the driver of Stephen Miller and Chase Gassiet-Lee jockeying as contact for multiple drivers. 2 of them end up into the tire barrier as we go back up to the front of the field. Chase Gassiet-Lee leads the charge as Stephen Miller and Beckham Jasir try to work their way through.
Looking to try and figure out a way to sort things out quickly as they line up single file. Jasir stays in the popcorn seat for the leaders. Oh, wow. Gassiet-Lee, the Bennett colors that he unveiled during the Winter Series this year, tries to keep himself up at the point. Looks like drivers are willing to push him here instead of getting a hornet's nest. There's the signal, work with me. Immediately says, okay, let's go for the race lead. Miller does.
Yes, indeed, and how about that for the driver of Chase Gassiet-Lee from 1st to 4th as he continues to drop here. Actually drops to 3rd now as Stephen Miller, along with Beckham Jasir, will take over the top spot. Ryan Norberg sits in 4th with Enzo Montien and Victor de Alencar right there in hot pursuit. As to the inside, Norberg takes the 3rd spot away.
Just at the same time as Jasir battles out for the race lead. A little bit of contact. Gassiet-Lee, one of the top young drivers last year, getting some elbows out. Looking to try and fend things off, able to reset things as a result of that contact. But look at this up front. You still have a back and forth affair. Jasir and Miller yet to settle it out. Again, Jasir up the inside, sends it again, and sets up Norberg in the battle too.
Here comes Norberg. He'll send it in deep, pushes Stephen Miller up the racetrack to take over the 2nd spot away. He is out to play here and put on a show for us as he tries to hunt down Beckham Jasir in that Inter-MS machine. Stephen Miller now, as here comes Chase Gassiet-Lee to return the favor, gets around Stephen Miller along with Enzo Montien. De Alencar will try to go around the outside and takes the spot away.
Oh, a little bit more contact nearly there once again in the heart of the pack with the overlap in 10 and 11. And one of the major things we've seen, especially by turn 12, you have to be on the inside. That's caused a lot of spots to be bled there in the heart of that hornet's nest. Jasir Norberg, Gassi leading the order. Miller fell all the way down to 7th with that situation.
Yeah, it does not work out for him here as we see Mick Gabriel in the 934 starting to see if he can find his way through around the driver of Enzo Vidmontien. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Ryan Norberg looks to try and get back up to the front. He'll send it in as Jasir gives way, letting Norberg take the spot. Now it's time for the Pied Piper to follow and take charge here at T4.
Going to try and hold on and plant his flag up at the point. We know Norberg hard to pass once he gets up to the race lead. A look at the gap, already pulled away. 3-4 car lengths in one sector. Right now, Jasir digging hard, trying to stay aerodynamic to find a way to keep the close up close. With 8 minutes to go, though, Norberg making it very difficult to keep up with that pace now that he's set free.
Of course, we've known for many years Ryan Norberg, competing under the RPG, has decided to go his own way, build his own team with a partnership with Gary Carlton and the GFC organization on the East Coast side as well, and has great group of drivers that will run both here in the FLKC as well as on some of the national touring divisions later on when we get started with the SCUSA Pro Tour in a few weeks' time. But meanwhile, as we go back to second place, we'll watch Beckham Jasir, Chase Gassi-Lee, and Enzo Vidmontien, who's always a stalwart driver to showcase some high K speeds here as he looks to try to get into the top 3. Looks to the inside, sends it in onto the inside of Gassi-Lee to take the spot away.
Vidmontien once again able to dig and get to the inside. That's one of the major things with Vidmontien, is every time we see him, he seems to be a threat. He's been a driver that's been able to get wins at Supernats, for example, in his racing career. Has picked up Brazilian championships, multiple other championships. In our words, what I'm saying is Vidmontien is a very tough competitor to battle against. And we're seeing that charge once again here in the 995, here in the heart of this field, as they still see Norberg's lead stay within about half a second.
Yeah, it's kind of tapered off, plateaued a little bit right now for the time being. Meanwhile, right behind him, he's got Mick Gabriel, who I have to say is one of the most aggressive drivers out there, who knows how to fight his way through, find his opening, and looks to take the spot if you make a mistake. As we watch on the battle for second between Jasir, as here comes Chase Gassi-Lee with Mick Gabriel in tow.
Yeah, right now, all of them staying hooked up. A little bit of a checkup from Jasir in that circumstance this time. No one able to really make the moves quite yet, but we know the major thing here, Taylor, is it's about picking the right spots. I know it's been emphasized all weekend long, but yet again, for these drivers, it's where do you try and force the issue? And right now, Sector 1 is that best opportunity for most of this field here today. 6 minutes to go, and it looks like Gassi-Lee and Gabriel need to find a way to gain, and Gabriel's saying, I'm not waiting, I've got to go.
Mick Gabriel takes over the spot away from Chase Gassi-Lee for 4. Has trouble up at the front of the field, one of the Norberg karts. That's the 932 machine and the 408. That's one of your Masters drivers of Elefante. That would have been a big issue, but everyone makes it through unscathed as Norberg trying to find him on the track. There he is, by the looks of it, up ahead in the second spot. So Jasir was able to find a way, possibly. Nope, Jasir has dropped back to P3 as Vidmontien has taken over the second spot with all that chaos.
Yeah, if anything, I think that second group got checked up because of that, because they weren't sure what was going to happen there. Zero didn't have the best of exits out of 13 with the tire drop, but Yo flags as a result are still out in that sector as they try and get those carts sorted, and a couple of them have moved off to the side. By the way, your big movers, +3, Norberg, Vidmontien, -5 for Miller still. Look at some of the drivers like Duran. 14th is 17 spots gained in the 961. My goodness.
Yeah, he has definitely been a man on a mission here today. Meanwhile, in your KA Masters division, we'll briefly touch on them, is currently held by the 406 machine of Jesus La Rosa, who sits 31st overall but has a comfortable lead over Jorge Carpitas, who sits in 32nd, second in class. As we go back up to the front of the field right now, and already elbows are getting out. Mick Gabriel ready to take the fight. Chase Gassi-Lee from the back end right there, takes it round the inside and takes third spot away.
Able to get the send and try to reset once again to pass by that yellow helmet of Jasir. Keep in mind when it comes to Gassi-Lee, asked him a little bit about this opportunity with Bennett. where he joined him in December to help out coaching drivers. He's coached with other teams, mind you, wherever he's gone, but he loves to do that. The 909 machine has pulled off from the barrier, though. That is smoking, in fact, from the contact. A little bit of trouble popping up once again for Julian Vincent.
Tough break for Julian Vincent. Another driver DNF'd here as we go back up to the front of the field. Yellow flag still out in this section. Trouble trying to see how this will all play out. Mick Gabriel looking to try to get back around Chase Gassie at Lee. With Jasir just trying to be the lead driver, working with him, see if they can hunt down Vid Montien, who has picked up a little bit. 2/10 last time by to close the gap to him and Norberg.
And if they can keep up with the draft and Montien specifically, there is a strong chance that he can catch up to Norberg. There's enough time to do it. Jasir again has Gassie at Lee throw a haymaker. Yet again, elbows fly out, pass flies around, or swamp. Gassie at Lee just continuing to spark things up here. After all, for him, it's been about trying to find a way to break away from the stickiness, it seems. And he's been not afraid to be brave on some of these sets to break the trend.
He certainly has, and he has showcased the talent of being able to do so, as Gassie Lee now has to kick in the afterburners a little bit. Another 10th picked up by Enzo Benmontien to close the gap between himself and Ryan Norberg. Right now, it's a matter of time of seeing what Vid Montien can do in these closing stages, as Ryan Norberg is just trying to set the pace here, keep it a little bit manageable to where he can hold on for these next 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, right now, Norberg's still in a prime opportunity, but the gap is closing even more, now down to 5/10. I think Vid Montien's got the pull. Gassie Lee and company, they right now need a big scrap between the 940 and 995 to really get back within drafting distance to have a chance to get higher than third here. And I think a lot of these drivers have to at least try and stick together here, see what they can do with working together rather than have a wrestling match and cost all the time.
Yeah, certainly is the case here. But as we watch Mick Gabriel looking to see if he can find an opening around Beckham Jasir for the 4th position. Can't quite find the opening he needs, but he is really agitated trying to get that opening he needs and find his way around. Look at the bumper, though. It seems to be a little bit of damage to the nose of that. Has to make sure there's no pushback bumper right there at the time as we go back up to the driver of Chase Gassie at Lee, as we see Vid Montien picking up another 0.5 He's now down to 0.4 of a second behind race leader Norberg.
And the pushback's actually a very interesting point, because remember, that's a talking point with the SCUSA side, with some series removing the pushback penalties for 2026, but specifically the part for the pushback in the first place for the bumper system. That, of course, is a very controversial system that makes it very difficult, where if you make contact, you risk that pushback. You have to be very careful with the bumpers. But Vid Montien will look to try and see if he can get a send. He's got less than 3 laps, maybe 4, to set something up on Norberg.
He just broke into the 43-second bracket right now. Another 0.2 picked up from Enzo Vid Montien in that 995 machine. Ryan Norberg just trying to maintain, set the kart up for his GFC to hold on here for these next couple of laps as they come out of the final couple of corners here. It's a matter of time to see who has what it takes to win the pre-final.
And will Vid Montien be able to find the way around in this circumstance? They do have traffic ahead yet again. Norberg has been able to withstand a lot of the pressure, but look at the clock right now. 6, 5, 4, flag stand 3 to go. 3 laps to work with for Ryan Norberg. So for the 948, it's now, can he get to the traffic without getting held up? Because that traffic could actually benefit him and take away chances for Vid Montien to actually make a pass with so many cars up the front.
Yeah, lap traffic hindered one driver in one of our earlier pre-finals. It is now going to hinder Vid Montien. That definitely cost him a couple of tenths here as they work their way through. Now there's one kart separating himself from Ryan Norberg. Vid Montien, though, is able to get around one kart stuck in the grass as they work their way through. And now, from 0.2 of a second to now almost a second difference between Ryan Norberg and Enzo Vid Montien. Norberg definitely had a helping hand from the lap traffic.
That's the understatement right there with that traffic. Some of those drivers included your Masters leaders, in fact, since, remember, they're battling for position. You can't just yield position there in that circumstance, Taylor. it's not so easy for the Masters drivers. Look at some of these drivers as they line up here, still in the battle for third. Now this group is going to have to deal with them. Here comes the bullet move, Jasir.
Yeah, Jasir finally finds his way, and that almost allows Mick Gabriel to find his opening to get that 4th spot away, but it's not going to work out for him. Chase Gasly lead, plenty of breathing room for him as they come through the final couple of corners to take the white flag. One more time around for Ryan Norberg, the Florida native, the multi-time SCUSA Pro Tour champion, looking to try to make a claim here in this brand new karting championship here in the state of Florida as we watch the battle for the 4th position between Jasir and Mick Gabriel.
Now at this point, Jasir looking to park the bus. Gabriel getting a good run, setting things up for the middle sector. Will he go for the move? Going up through 6? No. 7's his next chance. Gabriel tries to close up on exit, takes a little bit of a sharper line. They work their way up to turn 9 as they look to battle it out one final time while Norberg gets ready to take a checker flag.
Drivers work their way through the final couple of corners here. I think it's safe to say Jasir might be able to. Here comes Ryan Norberg in the Norberg Academy GFC to win the pre-final event. Let's see what happens between Jasir and Gabriel. Beckham Jasir holds on for 4.
Jasir nicely done in terms of the fight. Gets it done by less than 1,000 on the transponder. Miller Jr., though, you have to think that is a big one. Only was able to hold on to 7. Wasn't able to get himself back up those spots after getting kicked out of line after the early starting position.
So Stephen Miller's going to have a lot of work to do in the finals later on this afternoon. But with that, the KA seniors are done. It's time to get set for shifter racing here today. Quick little update on your KA Masters drivers. It was the driver of Jesus La Rosa who was still able to hold on. Actually, no, that changed over. It's actually going to go to Jorge Carpadius, who was able to get that spot away from La Rosa, as that will shake it up in the Masters division. But now, it's time for shifter racing. Senior shifters and senior shifter masters next on Kart Chaser.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
It's time to go through the gearbox here as we go into Shifter Senior and Shifter Master as they work their way out onto the circuit. Here's your starting lineup here momentarily for your Shifter driver. It's going to be Scott Presti who will lead us to the green flag, followed by James Andres, and then Zoli Sule and Christopher Giram in row 2. Vincent Stoltz and Rob Gore will be in row number 3, with Gore being your shifter master pole sitter. Morn Van Tok and Court Matthews in row 4, with Nicholas Cascone and Ryan Coberly in 10th position.
Corey Everhart starts off at 11th with Guillermo Silva, 12th spot. Then it's Rashad Bakery in 13th. Herb, Caruso, Kaiser are the rest of the drivers up note. The 27:38 Caruso and Kaiser respectively did not set times in the qualifying session for the Masters. As these drivers get ready for the tram lines, get ready to get a good launch here in their shifters.
It'll take you a few seconds here while they set themselves up. How about hearing those engines come to life here as we crank it up as they get set to go racing. Drivers are excited about this action here, and we're going to see them get the start, making sure everyone's lined up. A couple of karts stalling towards the back half of the field, as they have it separated between the shifter seniors and the shifter masters. That way everyone doesn't really step on any toes. That's the 492 of Vincent Stoltz, who finally looks like he's able to get it into gear as they try to cover here and work their way through.
And I think they're going to take him off the track. There they go.
There they go. Green flag is out, and away they go. We're not going to go green, thank goodness, because I was getting ready to say there's a stalled kart and an official right there on the front straightaway. They were able to reset and let them go around the circuit to get themselves reorganized.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least, but obviously with the issues trying to get the kart fired up there, trying to move the kart to the side, and it looks like they're going to reset them again to be able to get them squared away and in a good position, get a proper launch.
Re-rack them and restack them one more time here as they come around to try again. And I got to say, let's see if we can get a good start as Presti and Andres will lead us once again to the green flag. Sule will now have to set himself up for a good run as well. One of our weekend warriors here this weekend, looking to put on a good show for us as well.
It looks like this time things are steadied out here. Come up to the tram lines. Have they cleared off the kart? Yes, they have. It looks like they are now steady things out. So it may have gotten around actually after a little bit of fire off. We'll see what happens with the 492 on scoring.
As they come around here, it looks like we are set. Everyone's trying to make sure they're not stalled. We got a couple of karts waving their hands, trying to make sure they don't stall. And we're going to go around again.
Yeah, that a few karts were still moving before they would have even gotten a launch period there. No, the clock's moving, but as you can tell, field will try this again. Make sure they get this right, because you have to get this right when it comes to shifter starts here, because of how much calamity can happen if you get it wrong.
Absolutely. So we'll see here. Hopefully we can get a good start. Everyone can keep those kart RPMs up, not stall it out or have the kart shut off. Quickly get back in order.
Yep, so we'll find out how this go fares out for the drivers here this time. Third time's the charm. Remember, 11 minutes plus 2 laps going to be your distance. We do get going here for these classes. Majority of the field is your Masters competitors. As we try this again with Presti leading the seniors and Gore leading the Masters. Looks like this time, everyone getting directed to their proper spots. See, the top 4 will stay lined up here. Stoltz was about to did get going. It looks like one driver just had to wedge their way into a spot. Doesn't look like a full spot. Looks like we'll try and go.
And we get a green flag here, and Scott Presti shot out of a cannon Andrus tries to stay tucked up behind him as he looks to try and take the race lead away on the opening couple of corners. Drivers negotiating through, and it's a hornet's nest from third on back as drivers come through the first couple of corners. Scott Presti takes on to the race lead.
Presti looking to set the tone here. Croc Promotions, we know that machine always quick when we've seen at the national level. Already boosting up by a couple car lengths up through 9, work the way up to turn 10, 11, 12 to set up that complex. Gurham already back by about a second as the top two run away, and what a charge by Presti going to the straightaway.
Scott Presti takes over the race lead here, and they will do so as they work their way through. And so far, it's going to be a tough one as they come across the line. The gap now is going to be close as we see Andrus now fall into the clutches of Morten Van Tock.
Van Tock, one of the drivers has built up a lot of respect in regards amongst the garage area from drivers. Neil Stoltz, for example, one of the drivers running with them, looks like they aren't indeed rolling here. But he was called by that said driver the South African Jesus because of his ability to teach competitors how the temperatures work, how the track works, anything along those lines. Van Tock, a really good teacher and well-respected in shifters here in Florida.
Absolutely a well-respected driver, knows how to get around the circuit as well as we watch Morten Van Tock trying to close in on the 426 of Christopher Grime, who now holds that position right there. Rob Gore working his way through as well.
Now, everyone's staying pretty close in the heart of this field right now with the top two also compressed by less than 0.2 of a second. Oh, wow. They rumble the way through. The RS machines trying to set something up for some passes here. Gurham wants those grouped together, but Gore in this grouping here too. It's going to be someone to keep an eye on in your Masters class here today amongst those names here. We'll have to keep an eye on how that fares out for the 34th coming up as this time through, you see the separations starting to really pile up in some of these cases here.
As we watch their way through, keeping an eye on the battle for the race lead. Scott Presti and James Andrus putting on a great show amongst them as Morten Van Tock pulling away in the Shifter Masters division. As we watch on your top two, Scott Presti in that Croc Promotion really trying to send it in around the circuit, but Andrus putting more pressure on.
So what do you do if you're Andrus is the huge question. We know Presti is able to get a really good hot lap time, but the thing is, you know, hot lap times can be one thing here, Taylor, but it's about how well you're able to manage the tires long-term for a fight like this, especially in a shifter car.
Absolutely, and I got to say, looking at this battle here, if you were Andrus, if you see an opening, you might as well go ahead and pull the trigger and take that spot away from Scott Presti, because once this race progresses and those tires start getting going, I got to say, Presti will start pulling away further and further.
Yes, and right now, those two set the tone when it comes to their ability to drive around here is the understatement. We know with Presti, for example, we've seen Presti perform on track. It's difficult to be able to find a way around. We mentioned the European Championship experience, for example. He's got Andrus, though, setting up the inside, having to park it for turn 2, able to cross him up and park it for turn 3 and hold off the spot.
Now the question is, how much of keep away can Andrus do to stay ahead of Scott Presti, and what will Presti do in response if he can find the opening as they work their way through the back half of the course here, working on out of the second spin. And so far, Presti tries to kick in the afterburners with a big run, looking for an opening and can't find it because Andrus is just parking that kart right where he needs to be.
Now, the interesting thing when it comes to James, this is a track he's appeared at in recent times. After all, he is a one-time Sunshine State Karting Challenge champion. A couple weeks ago, T4 KartPlex ended up having a challenge on which car would be faster in a drag race, a Ferrari or James Andrus in a kart. In the end, they were about dead even, to say the very least, Taylor. So a little bit of excitement brought about by the two of them before previously, and Andrus showing the ability of speed here in this battle up of the race lead with Presti.
He's showcasing he's got that speed ready to go on and try and win this event here in the pre-finals as he stretches out that race lead, setting fastest lap here last time by as he comes across the line. Does he improve upon it once again? The answer is going to be so far so good for him as he continues to pull away.
Yeah, it's still managing the gap is what you can really say in this circumstance for the two of them here. But now, for Andrus, can he be able to try and start things off with the bang, start off well with the points gather up, especially knowing how much points could matter over the course of the championship. We know, for example, how in many different series, when you have its format of a pre-final final, it provides a lot of pressure to be able to try and start things off right. Now, with this series here with the pre-finals, at the very least, get yourself sorted out to set yourself for great points for the final later on today, and try and be able to get the big-time points before we head into Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to try to get every position for every possible point in this championship. This is a long championship. 12 races in total over a total of 6 weekends starting this month. We won't wrap up the championship till December of this year. So a lot of different opportunities, a lot of chances for drivers to try and find their way to the top step of the podium.
And it's going to be, for some of the drivers, a test on abilities to drive at a lot of different tracks they may not now have experience with over the course of this title fight. In particular, we're talking with some of the circuits. Really, when it comes to some of the tracks, it'll be a test on the chassis in particular with the bumps. We've seen, I don't think as much of a factor personally for the bumps compared to some of the other circuits, but we've seen here today why drivers feel that could be the case with the bit of the abrasiveness of the pavement. All this as well, this is still seeing some good battles when amongst your masters here. This still seeing second spot. Matthews and Sule keeping close.
Matthew and Sule having a good little fight here for position. That 457 machine for Sule in the shifter senior division is trying to find a way around a masters driver of Corey Matthews, who currently sits, looks like to be in the 3rd position in class, trying to hunt down Rob Gore in the 34 machine.
Second in class, to correct you there with the mount. Oh, yes, you're right. Morten Van Tok is also pulled away. Pardon me on that one of the 68. Almost lost track of the 68, but that's how good of a starting spot Van Tok had.
Yeah, Morten Van Tok definitely has just showcased the field in shifter masters as he is continuing to do what he needs to do around this circuit. Great drive for him as he leads the charge once again.
All this as well, too. You mentioned Matthews, one of the drivers that's appeared in the Sunshine State Karting Challenge, for example, has been a solid competitor in terms of point standings there, has had experience when it comes to, in the past, TB Kart, when it comes to some of the races a few years ago. You're talking about a fair amount of experience, and Corey Matthews is one of the drivers that was shouted out upon by Van Tok. You actually see from the previous days with his team alliance that Matthews still has the TB Kart driving suit on from the previous team he was with.
Yep, it's a little bit funny to see that with the TB Kart suit running an RS machinery here as he tries to hold off Sule there. Even though it's different classes, he still has a little bit of that cushion from Ryan Koberly, who's right there as Sule looks to the inside, takes the spot away, and Koberly will follow as well to take that spot away from Corey Matthews.
Nicely done on the move as they continue to scrap it on out. About halfway nearly through this race, by the way. Those keeping track here as we steady on in. 6 minutes, 40 seconds left to roll. The gap continues to build up now for the 457. Sule just taking a little bit of extra speed into some of these corners, but it's working to be able to manage this gap.
I mean, it certainly is. I mean, just absolute great drive right there by your senior driver, Sule, as he works his way around the circuit here and having a good showing amongst some of the master drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, I would say. You know, one of those drivers that has had experience racing in Sunshine State Karting Challenge races, has also appeared as far as California in his racing career, actually, when you think about it, in some of the SCUSA events also. So Sule, at the very least, looking to get a good position to keep up with Van Tok and with Gore, with the separations they've built here as yellow flags pop up in Sector 1.
Let's see if there's anything happening over in this first couple of corners here. I don't see any drivers off track. So it's a little bit of a calm. There's one driver right there who's stuck. That looks like to be Stoltz, who is out of the competition. Vincent Stoltz, unfortunately.
I believe that was off the initial start originally for him. But all that being with there's a look at some of the air battles here. McGurry, give a shout out to him so far, trying to hold on. And oh boy, trying to let by traffic. Scott Presti nearly runs to the back end of him.
That's not good, as Scott Presti is trying to get his way back around, and he will try and do so with only a few seconds left to go. Probably 3 laps here for your leaders as they try to quickly negotiate through that lap traffic.
Yeah, that was a big-time loss for Presti at the worst possible time to reach that traffic. And that is why at this track, it's almost like a single groove layout for much of the circuit. If you do not find your way alongside the traffic and be able to make the pass before you lose the ground, puts you in an absolutely terrible position. In this case for Presti, now it's going to be a lot of work to be able to regather and regain the time.
Keeping an eye here on these closing minutes. It's now 4.5 minutes. Apparently we had an issue with timing and scoring, but we are good to go here. But of course for Scott Presti, one of the top drivers for Croc Promotion. Of course we see that Croc Promotion machinery running a lot in the National Touring Series as well, with Vincenzo Saraceno on multiple occasions, as well as also racing himself in those levels. Mostly we'll see him maybe run the Master Shifters, but also will come out in the shifter category as well to go with toe-to-toe with some of the biggest names in shifter karting action.
Yes, we do, and I know Presti has his own Presti Racing operation too in terms of that conversation point. I think where he helps out some drivers over the years, has appeared in Stars, for example, various different levels of the National C you're referring to. So try to make sure you develop that next level for a driver that's been racing since he was young, about age 5.
Absolutely, and that's one of the great things is we see those different age groups here running today that we will progressively hopefully get to see work their way through into the junior, into the senior, and into those pro level categories here as we watch on as Andrus and Presti continue to log laps around the circuit, comfortable ahead of Morn Van Tak, who sits in 3rd position all by his lonesome.
Keep in mind, with all this being said here, we've talked a lot about the leaders. We've talked a lot about second. 3rd in this class, by the way, Giram has a comfortable position, at least when it comes to your seniors at the moment. He's one of the drivers that also runs the Spec Miatas in SCCA Super Tour coming up. Just came away with some racing there. Of course, has Road Atlanta coming up in about a week or 2 time. So you're talking about it's not just as simple as those who have stayed in karting over the years, but you're also talking about some of the drivers who run in the sports cars or some of the bigger series. They're just looking to try and battle out in this type of a class and be able to have the challenge of working not just the track, but through the gears.
And if you think about it, when it comes to Spec Miatas in SCCA competition, you're not talking about 20, 25 cars. You're talking 40, 50 cars around a track sometimes, and that is absolute chaos and traffic jam compared to what we see this spaced out racing in the shifter kart. So he's definitely putting that to use here today as he bangs through the gears, trying to work his way through some more lap traffic. Has trouble for one driver, the 426 of Christopher Giram. Unfortunately, Justin, you just gave us the first commentator's curse of the weekend.
Well then, I guess that's a way to immediately bring him up. That was the worst possible timing in the world for him. But at the very least, he'll have a chance to be able to fix the kart and have the challenge of going from the back to the front later on today. But you see some of the other karts as they zip through. Van Tak doing a good job holding back here in this group. Meanwhile, we talked about his advantage over the course's run, but guess who's closed up here? It is Gore. And he's one of the drivers that's also been a Florida stalwart since the 1990s. Him and his father raced shifters even to the national level. He used to run as far back as when it was called Super Pro in 2002.
And there's a checker flag.
Yes, indeed.
Checker flag for Scott Presti to take home the win in shifter senior, and Morn Van Tak will take home the shifter masters winner. So apparently our timing was a little bit off. We still had another 4 laps at minimum for our drivers. So great to see that getting fixed up. And we will continue on with our T4 Minis and 206 Cadets, who are soon to be next out on the track.
Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new Iame platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
We're now getting set to go racing once again. Race number 7 of the day for our pre-final events. It's time for the T4 Minis and the 206 Cadets, as one driver has a little bit of issues right there, the 756 machine. As we gave you your starting lineup for the T4 Minis, it goes as this. Cooper Maccabee will lead us to the green flag with Brody Picos in second. Grayson Kurtz will be in row 3rd position with Cohen Shoecraft. Parker Kurtz, followed by Mila Wellborn and Ryan Skropowski in 7th place, with Lucas Calvillo in 8th, rounding out your T4 Mini drivers. And Justin, let's give us a quick rundown of the 206 Cadets.
Well, Calvillo is a part of the 206s, but down was next to them, Adams and Aker, along with Lopez, were the drivers who set qualifying times. Hank Lai was a part of that entry list, along with Carter Pergato and Gavin Leo, who were not drivers who set times. As we get set to go, but each of the packs grouped together.
Here we go. Race number 7. We're almost done with our pre-final events. Here comes the sea of blue and white T4 Tilletons giving us the green flag, and away we go down into turn number 1. And already drivers jockeying for position as they'll go 2 by 2 out of turn number 1, and already contact. One driver over the other as he tries to gather it back up as drivers work their way through. So far, Cooper Maccabee leads us here down into turn 1 and 2.
Maccabee trying to set the pace as they continue to steady out. Remember, when it comes to the Tillotons, it's quite simple when it comes to how this is. It's about the driver, not about the kart. They have spec gearing. They're intended to usually be the exact same types of karts here that they're battling with. So it's all about how well you can drive as a competitor to be able to set the tone and be able to break away yourself. Especially keep in mind with the karts, with the way they power, as talked about earlier, they have a fair amount with the torque to be able to roll in the corners. It's the straightaways where it's going to be a bit more difficult to carry momentum.
With that update here to timing and scoring, Cohen Shoecraft will lead us here around the circuit. Cooper Maccabee dropping back to second place with Brody Picos in third. Then in your cadets, it's Joaquin Dow, followed by Nikolai Lopez and Hank Lyle. Your top three in that category as drivers now negotiate through the shark fins as they work their way towards the second half of the course, working on through. And so far, it's just a matter of just who can take care of their equipment and who can set the pace in this early moment.
Talked about Shoecraft's experience, double duty when it comes to here today. Good experience when it comes to this type of karting, as well with the T4s. So far, the pace in the 49.3s, but the past slap going to Maccabee, who's on the close, and you see differences again on how they approach the lines, heading to the rhino liner sections. A little bit more of a cutting approach for Maccabee in through 2, helped set him up something pretty solid. For 3, a little bit more curb also being taken by Maccabee.
Yeah, Maccabee is really trying to use every inch of the circuit here to close the gap, and he has kicked in the afterburners, looking to try to make sure he finds his way back up towards the front of the field here as they snake their way through these S's before entering the final couple of corners here, and we'll see what the gap will be, but he looks like to pick up a little bit, not a whole lot, but just enough to maybe get a little bit more of the toe of the draft here as they come across the line, across the start-finish line. And the gap between them is 0.3 of a second. He picked up 0.2 last time by.
Got a bit of a close-up yet again. Be able to chip away. Oh, wow. Picos tries to stay at least relatively close. Is on an island at this point. And it's this fight as Maccabee continues to try and plot and plan. And the thing is with Maccabee, we started things off with him on the pole. Obviously, when it comes to this race here today, Maccabee is an interesting character when it comes to the abilities we've seen from them, has had experience comes to Orlando Kart Center that's popped up there for that family. So again, one of the drivers able to come over from the heart of the state of Florida and making the way over here to the Bay, Tampa.
Absolutely. Just a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump here as he works his way over towards this side of the state. And as we watch Sean, how about Charlie Skrapowski as well, also in the 4th spot, trying to see if he can pick up a couple of positions here as we watch the battle for the race lead, as we watch on Maccabee almost try to send it in, could not make it work. And now he will try to drop back into position as Skrapowski moves to 4th, now sets his sights on Brody Picos. Oh, trouble from Picos, goes a little too wide off the circuit and will loop it around, give the position to Charlie.
So Charlie able to zip on through and get on by. Nicely done with the pass, but all it takes is one mistake. End up flying into the trees, to say the very least. Skrapowski trying to now make sure to hold on over one of the Kurds. And right now, Grayson, she's trying to find a way to dig. We talked about the experience here. Made it clear she was happy to prove that she can compete against the best in her state, not just at the local level.
And that's a great thing for her to do as she works her way to learn more about important parts of this type of racing, especially with some of the other drivers in and around the state of Florida as well, to measure up against some of those drivers and see how well she can work her way through, make adjustments to her driving style, and try to have a chance to go to the top step of the podium.
And keep in mind, from distances like this far back, she's been able to, she mentioned last year, for example, had issues in one race in a pre-final, was able to bounce back and go from last all the way to be the only girl on the podium in a race here at T4 KartPlex. So there is a lot of reputation at stake when it comes to being able to perform at this track, looking to still battle it out for the podium positions here, less than 5 minutes to go.
Keeping an eye also on our 206 cadets, I have to say, Hank Lyle, he's looking to try to find his way to the top step here in the pre-final as he is hunting down Joaquin Dow in that spot, currently about half a second behind and closing as they work their way through. Watching on here as your front runners in T4 have caught the tail end of lap traffic.
Should correct there, the 719 of Dow just fell down the pylon, in fact. Obviously, things boiling up a little bit in the 206 Cadets, and we have more spins. Bit of trouble for the 124 machine going around. That's Wellborn going around.
Tough break for Mila Wellborn, as she will have to now work her way back around and continue on her way with only 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. As Brody Picos trying to see if he can catch back up and at least stop the bleeding and prevent anyone else from passing him. He's got one driver of Parker Currents right behind him that could try and challenge.
And the interesting thing with some of the drivers, like Grayson, like Mila, with a couple other competitors is, when it comes to the opportunities, there is the chance where you can throw yourself into a Bambino or a kid kart. They did say, both the families of Wellborn and Kurtz did say, but they felt like the opportunity was there to challenge and to prove yourself, Taylor, in a higher age bracket, because usually the average is about 8, 10 years old who race in the minis and cadets, mind you. So it's a little bit of a challenge going up an age group, especially when you're younger, but they're right now showing, in some of the cases, challenge is definitely there to be able to prove they have what it takes to race against the older drivers.
Absolutely, and that's what's a great thing about that, where if you get the approval to go up that extra level, you can learn a little bit more to help maybe improve on certain other aspects of it, in case, you know, if you go to another series that doesn't allow you to move up to that next level, to help improve your own driving for the class you're allowed to race in. So great opportunities for these young drivers who are in these categories that can step up, as we watch the 721 of Lucas Calvejo trying to find his way back around. The 756 of Oliver Adams, along with the driver right there in the mix of Nikolai Lopez, by the look of it, right in there, as this battle for second rages on as Hank Lyle tries to pull away.
Lyons really taking advantage of the situation, but down, to say the very least, up 4 seconds to all this. Lopez, Munso's just trying to find a way to build a parking bus, so to speak, block things off. But at this point, might take some bold plays, and amongst these cadets here, we know how much it takes to build up. And remember, they have that slider that restricts how much throttle you can actually put down compared to the biggest karts, where you might get full throttle. It's more like a quarter to near half throttle for these karts. It takes all the momentum to make a pass like this.
Absolutely. Here they go side by side, but unfortunately for Lucas, he could not get fully down to the inside. Has to back it off a little bit, try to settle in and see if he can get a good run off corner exit, which he does. He thought about going there as they come out of turn number 3, but unfortunately for the driver just ahead of him of Nikolai Lopez, just going to go on the defensive to prevent that from happening.
Right now, just trying to find a way, Calvejo, to be able to go here with less than 40 seconds to work with. Right now, a little bit of a different line being taken yet again on the defense by Lopez to try and hold back. Remember, we've seen Lopez in some of the R classes be in a close battle, to say the least, in that 88 machine. But all this as well, by the way, in terms of checking in with some of the others, right now, Shoecraft's been able to put up the dominating effort, but Light putting up a good effort to be able to keep the gap high, but it is closing with Adams.
It really is. Adams doing everything he can to try and find his way up towards your race leader of Hank Lai. As they do so, watching on, here is, of course, Oliver. Yellow flags are in the air, though, as they come through this section of the circuit. Who has an issue out there on the track? It seems to be clear for the moment, but that was some close calls to where that could have changed everything.
Yeah, that could have.
Oh, there's one driver, one of the T4 drivers off the track.
Yeah, that's going to see them plummet, obviously, down the pylon. But we're coming up to a couple laps to go here. These battles getting more and more intriguing in some of these spots there. That is Picos yet again with an issue on the fall. But all this as well, the charge is on, and the battle for the top 5 spots in the 206 Cadets. There goes Calvejo moving up as Aker tries to set things up now as well.
Keeping an eye, and I believe for Shoecraft has taken the white flag one more time around for him possibly, if not 2 to go, as Cooper Maccabee losing touch with your race leader. Charlie Skarpovsky as well, trying to see if he can close the gap. He's right there for a chance to go to second place as he looks to try to find his opening.
Yeah, right now you see the battle of the T4s work itself out a little bit of a different line to the inside for 9. Now shuffle back single file. And all these cards trying to get the advantage to set up well in the heart of this. The Currents amongst those trying to find a way to set up. Grayson
looking to dig as they zip their way through the front straightaway.
Here they come across the front straightaway. Cohen Shoecraft with a 2-second advantage, but here comes Skarpowski along with Kurritz right there in the hunt. It is a 3-horse race, and already Skarpowski drops back a little bit. Maccabee as well. Give the position to Skarpowski for second place as the 133 trying to find a way through.
That's 4 seconds still in contact either way. Contact amongst the drivers battling for position. That ends up seeing the elbows going on a spin. Around goes Pico's lap traffic. Pico's frustrations continue as they'll see them pull off the track while fighting the leaders.
Tough break right there for Picos as he will continue on his way once again. But meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Cohen Shoecraft will take home the win in your T4 minis as they cross the line. Great run for him. And then we will wait. Charlie Skarpowski takes second. Cooper Maccabee third around at your podium in the T4 mini category. Meanwhile, in the 206 Cadets, Hank Lyle and Oliver Adams are going to have a good little fight. Here they come as they work their way halfway around the circuit. Adams is showing ahead. As I'm curious to see who will win that. Adams is looking like he's going to show ahead here as they work their way through towards the start-finish line.
Find out here, it's a big interval compared to the overall winners in this grouping. You see them trying to work their way through traffic.
Coming through the final couple of corners, here they come across the line. Parker Kurritz, 5th position overall. And Hank Lai will be able to hold off Oliver Adams to win your 206 Cadet Pre-Final.
Wild ending to this race, to say the very least. Here's a look at the results tab once again. Shoecraft over Kowski, then you have Maccabee, then the Kurtz of Grayson and Parker. Finished 4th and 5th. Hank Lai unofficially with the edge in the Cadets over Adams, Galevo, Lopez, Aker. Get top 10s. Of note, Wellborn and Dow did tumble down the order. Wellborn behind Picos. Picos still finishes 1 lap down regardless after the things that seem to spiral for the 188.
Well, we're going to step aside here for a few moments as they do a little cleanup. It's time for your T4 Juniors and 206 Juniors next on Kart Chaser. Karts are rolling out onto the track for your T4 juniors and your 206 juniors. Here is your starting lineup. Isaac Malfit is working his way around the circuit as your pole sitter, as well as Camilla Fortune in second place. Followed next up is Roman Pullen and Riley Parks in row 2. Cameron Jones and Nick Farley are in row 3, followed by Tyler Paget and Stephanie Miller in row 4. Max Hudman and Ashton Pearson round out your top 10.
Charlie Marin should say, in 11th spot. Then it's going to be Appel and Hopper, the rest of the order for the T225 juniors. Then you have your 206 juniors. That is Stokel, who will lead things off at the 7:15. Then it's Brendan Klepp alongside Hugh Coker, along with Thaddeus Coker, are in the field. The Cokers local to this region. Alexander Savage did take part in qualifying, but got a disqualification during the qualifying session.
Yeah, not a good thing for him as well. He's got some work to do as he starts to tail in Charlie here today, as he has to work his way through the field in the next few minutes. As they come into the tram lines, it is T4s and 206s junior divisions out on the track. It's going to be an exciting one. We have only a couple of more races left before we get set with our finals events, where we give out the big points and the big trophies for today, as well as the O-plates. As they get the green flag, away we go. And already it is nose to tail chaos as they work their way through 3 and 4 wide. Karts going off into the grass a little bit, but they will gather it back up and continue on their way through the hairpin.
Parks amongst those, the biggest losers, already shuffled to the very back of the field with the carnage up through 2 and 3, but everybody else tries to set on up. A mixture of drivers for the regional side. Some have represented Team USA with the Nations Cup as well. A lot of those drivers having to get the crossover set up in the back.
Drivers now nose to tails, trying to settle in for a rhythm as we have battles for second position on back. Your leader has started to pull away significantly over the rest of the field as they work their way out of the final corners. We'll give you a full field rundown as they come across the line out of the final corner. Here they come. It's Roman Pullian, followed by Camilla Fortune, Cameron Jones, Tyler Paget, Max Hudman into the top 5, picking up 4 spots. And curious to see where our leader is, but how about Dillinger Apple moving up in 6th spot from 12th to 6th?
Great charge, to say the very least, from Dillinger, who was looking pretty solid in the warm-ups earlier today also. Not surprised to see the race pace steady on out, but Pullen looking to try and hold on to the right side of the racetrack, signaling now with Fortune as they make their way up through 9, 10, 11, 12 onward. We have a car in the barrier. It's Hopper.
Tough break there for the 215 machine of Hopper, as he now has to work his way through and unfortunately has a lot of work to do to repair that kart before his finals later on this evening. As they work their way through side by side, the 288 machine will take over the race lead. Camilla Fortune will lead us here around the circuit, as now we see Pullen and Cameron Jones dropping back.
Yeah, right now we see the deficit starting to build up for those drivers, already up by a second. To say the least, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for them to set up on up. We, in this circumstance, keep in mind, didn't see the pole sitter, believe, come out onto the racetrack, at least with the scoring here, Ron Taylor. That's pretty big for your pole sitter now on PLL.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to verify, and it looks like, yeah, timing might be off a little bit, because here's Fortune and Pullen. There's Isaac Malkit. So, yeah, there is an issue with timing and scoring right there, because I was like, I saw him out on the track when he pulled off. So Isaac Malkit is your race leader.
Yes.
Camilla Fortune, then Roman Pullian, then Cameron Jones, Tyler Paget, your top 5. Max Hudman dropped back to P8 after all the situation. So it's starting to readjust a little bit, but still, Malkit is your race leader. So we apologize for that. We'll keep an eye on the battle for P2 between Pullian and Fortune.
Yeah, right now, this is going to be just showcasing just how good Malkit is in terms of the distance, to say the least. But all this as well, the rest of the field rumbles its way around. Good separations, 8 minutes of plotting and planning to go for these juniors.
Drivers now work their way through here as we keep an eye on the battle for P2. Cameron Jones trying to locate his way into a chance to move into the podium's positions. Roman Pullian, though, just holding station here, not trying to be over-aggressive, realizing we still have one more race after this for him.
Exactly. And that's going to be difficult for some of the drivers with a double or triple duty in a couple of cases here. in terms of making sure they don't spread the resources too thin, would you say, Taylor?
Yeah, I would have to say, indeed. And as we keep an eye on this action here a little further back, this is the 272 machine by the looks of it of Riley Parks and Tyler Paget, who are right in the hunt inside the top 5. Paget being the driver in 5th position. Parks trying to break in to the top 5 for a chance to have a better starting position for the feature.
Yep, and right now we know how powerful it seems. If you're able to keep to the inside by turn 2, it really solidifies you to potentially clear on by. If you're side by side for turn 3, well, all bets are off on how you close up and gather up for positions with how tight it is. All those starting spots are going to be very critical in the long run for some of these drivers to think about it. Can they get themselves those positions as the run goes on here to set themselves up for a decent spot?
Quick update for your 206 Junior category goes to Lucas Stockel, who is your current leader in that category, holding off Alexander Savage, who found his way to quickly get through some of the other traffic after starting tail lane Charlie after his disqualification in qualifying. He now is trying to make up 3.5 seconds to your race leader in the 206 Juniors.
Yeah, right now that gap being managed pretty well. Keep in mind, see the couple positions gained right now for Stockel, but right now has been able to farm out the advantage over Savage, who's gone pretty well from the tail end penalty in this circumstance. Some of the RT4s looking to scrap it on out, bumper to bumper. Here comes the 214, looking for charge. That's Appel trying to make the move to the inside, takes it away from Farley. Farley had to lift off the gas. Here comes the move from Hudman as well.
Max Hudman will take over that spot here as he will now work his way through, and he will now try to stretch out that race lead just a little bit more for him in the T4 category as he moves up into that 7th position. Possibly going to go for 6 as we go a little further up the running order. That 237 kicking in the afterburner. He wants some more here as they come out of the final corner.
Talked about his experience in 206 when it comes to the Apex side of things. Here today, really trying to showcase he's really good with this team. Still with a 4-stroke, slightly faster engine than the 206 as we've seen with the margins already here today. He's one of 7 drivers running for Project 53 Driving Lab here for today, based out of Orlando, a part of this championship. And oh, by the way, those flying out to Charlotte next weekend. So the Hudman's very busy with their schedule.
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about some very busy action all across the country here with the CKNA kicking off their Spring Nationals in next week. And then you also have the TSRS event, which will also showcase the T4 package along with the 206 packages as well. And then so much more. I mean, the start of the SCUSA Pro Tour. I mean, it is all things karting over the next couple of months, and you can catch all of it here on Kart Chaser. $9.99 a month. You get the chance to have the opportunity to see all the action from start to finish as we give you the rest of the action here in this pre-final in your T4 and 206 Juniors as they continue on with a heavy fight amongst these drivers between Pullian and company.
Yeah, right now, still holding on as we go with the way that's shaping up for the race. Lead, of course, with Malcutt continuing to take off and away. Everybody else here just thinking about fast-paced chess is the way you can play about it. Try to make sure you make the right moves so you don't get checked or checkmated within the first 5 moves like I usually do.
I mean, well, you know what? I have to teach a couple of things or two here. I've been watching some chess stuff, but I got to say, these drivers here are almost playing 4D chess because they're plotting how to find a way to put that other driver in checkmate as we go through the field, keeping an eye on a couple of other drivers. There's the 214 of Dillinger Apple, who's trying to find his way. He's got quite a bit of work to do to make up time and chase down Ashton Pearson in 6th position.
Yeah, one of the many drivers who have experience with the Orlando Karting Center. We keep referring to that down the road a couple hours away. And to keep in mind, that's going to be one of the tracks to keep an eye on here in the state of Florida as the rotation goes on. That's had some national experience in Orlando over the years also. So, some of these drivers are looking pretty well. Hudman, by the way, on his pace, 12 seconds back of the leaders. Also our closest group behind that is Miller and Marin, who are still close together at the back end of the order for the top 10.
Drivers now work their way through here, nose to tail, as we watch on to see how this will all play out. That's the 797 of Stephanie Miller Behind her is Charlie Marin, who's trying to move up into the top 10 for the first time.
Yep, just was about to say here, Marin is closing on up a little bit on the charge, trying to make sure to keep up the averages over the course of the run. And that's the key thing. If you want to contend for races here, what you say, it's about chipping away. If you rapidly gain so much ground that you cost yourself, it can absolutely put you into a big-time difficult position. To keep in mind, one of the U-Race machines we're talking about, and Marin just trying to find a way to chip away, chip away.
Watching now P3 with Tyler Patrick and Cameron Jones. Jones been able to close that gap a significant margin, learning some really good lap times, and has now finally caught the back end of Tyler Paget, also bringing in drivers such as Ashton Pearson and Riley Parks. So this is about to be a 4-kart race for that third position. Valuable spot, if you think about it, I have to say, for the finals later on this afternoon. You're not having to worry about getting shoved off into the tire barrier first and foremost, like we saw in some of the other races earlier today, but also can maybe set yourself up for a chance to take the race lead on the opening lap.
And we've seen a couple of times already some big shuffles, especially in the team machines, with what's been done there. There's a send up the inside. Jones able to get the pass done for third. Now it's about trying to play defense back, because here comes Paget trying to go over the back bumper. Here comes some traffic too.
That's a 780 machine right there, who's causing a little bit of hiccup, but they are able to negotiate. But Cameron Jones fights on hard, and here comes the 272 of Riley Parks. Picks up a spot around the driver of Ashton Pearson, looking to try to get more.
Pearson, one of the drivers alluded to that has experience with Team USA with the driver's suit here. Of course, takes a lot to be able to get a chance to represent your country. It means a lot when you have an opportunity to fly out to, say, Spain, to be able to compete for a race like this. But we already see the white flag pop up there.
White flag is in the air, so we'll have to see how this all plays out for the driver of Isaac Malkit, and keep an eye on this battle between Riley Parks, Tyler Paget, and more. Cameron Jones dropping back, struggling to try to find his way back up through the field.
Yeah, right now just continuing to see the runaway with what's happened up on the race lead. What else can you say with that but second, third? What's the conversation points? Look at this down the front straightaway. They'll zip on through. Malkovich dominates his effort and takes the win unofficially by at least a quarter of a racetrack. Third still up for grabs. Fifth still up for grabs also.
Here they come out of the final corner, nose to tail. Big push coming from the 242 machine, as Ashton Pearson will be able to take the spot. Paget holding off Riley Parks and company. It's going to be an exciting one here. We go racing for the finals.
Yeah, and keep in mind the 206s. You also had how things went for Circle to be able to pull away by 3 seconds. That margin, you'll see those drivers come across the stripe now with the decent separation. It was a good race for the 715, but as you can see, fortunate in Poland, amongst the top 3 here, Paget, Parks, Pearson, Jones, Appel, Farley, Hudman, amongst your top 10 competitors, Miller, just outside that range.
Alrighty, with that, we're going to take a few moments, let them clean off the track, and get set for our 206 Seniors and Masters next here on Kart Chaser. And with that, it's time for our next category with the 206 Seniors and 206 Masters. And on the front row, it is going to be Leonardo Fernandez Masters drivers that will lead us to the green flag in their division.
And it'll be interesting how the battles play out here. Qualifying was separated by about a 10th and a half or so. Almeida, one of the family members who reached out there looking to see how things play out for them, but they're going to have the outside here, which will make things difficult for this launch for the tram lines.
Here they go into the tram line. It's time to fire off and get ready for your pre-finals. 2 more before we start giving out the big points and the big trophies as they head into the tram line. Leonardo, Dylan leading us down, green flag. We get a clean start, and Dylan Almeida gets the jump heading down into the corner, and already they're starting to beat and bang 3 wide, and already drivers crossing over to take over the top spots.
Able to get a good launch, to say the least. Almeida did there as they zoomed their way on through. Everybody else looks to try and separate out in some of these circumstances, get some stretching legs out. Casas amongst those, trying to set things up pretty well. I know you spoke with that family, looking to set up things pretty solidly off that launch.
Absolutely, and they are definitely showcasing here. They made a little bit of work and had it work out in their favor as they try to snake their way through the S's, through the final couple of corners. Carpedos trying to hold his way through in the Masters division, but for Fernandez, Palante, and Casa, Rochetti also good runs for them as they come on the opening lap across the line and start the first lap of the race.
Now, all of them getting sorted out here. Rochetti able to jump up a lot of spots. Of course, the 420 you see they're top of your boards right now in terms of some of the timing. But all this is with some of the others as they get sorted out here. Can they make some quick moves? You see right now Almeida trying to park in front.
And park in front he does around, but here comes Carlo Rochetti to take over the top spot. Goes a little wide, opens the door for Almeida, side by side for the race lead as they come drag racing before they head the braking zone, but give the spot back to Carlo Rochetti, who will lead us here through the S's and onto the final corners.
Good battling so far, to say the very least, as Almeida looks to try to reset one of the Power 4 racing machines that's taken part in a lot of different karting challenges here in Florida in recent months. Likely to go for the bump draft, and that's about playing the team game, or the smart game, you could say. Try and set something up for later rather than just rush it.
Yeah, his teammate Jaden Cass sitting in the 4th position. I'm pretty sure he would like to have a little bit of help to work with him to try and hunt down Carlo Rochetti. He's got Leonardo Fernandez Palante, though, right behind him as well in the 3rd position. As we watch these drivers battle it out, Leonardo kind of the cork in the bottle because every driver is lined up nose to tail right behind him, as we'll see here as they come into picture. And now you see drivers starting to move around. How about Cass getting the spot for 3rd, and now can go and try to hunt down Dylan Almeida to help out with him and getting around Carlo Rochetti.
Yeah, Cass is amongst those we'll have to keep an eye on here with the experience of 5 years now, give or take. Look who's also jumping ahead. Whitehead continuing to help out. Hunter Falk going to be definitely happy to see that chassis continuing to charge up and away after Summer had previously been on a chassis for a good couple of years before making the swap at the end of this past year into this division.
Running on that Coyote Zenith chassis as well. So, yep, great to see the Coyote chassis coming out here to play in the state of Florida. Normally we see them out over in Texas or running in the CKNA events. So good to see them coming down to the state of Florida for some great racing action as we watch on the competitors here. And so far, Jaden Cass now has to see what he can do. Big push coming from Summer Whitehead as they make the run out of the front straightaway. Whitehead to the inside.
Now she looks to try and make the pass side by side up to turn 1. Goes deeper in. A little bit towards the runoff area. Parks it back for the exit of turn 2. Able to hold things back. Cass's shuffle back outside the podium positions in this pre-final. And all of a sudden, the 277, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, look to regroup. Now, the tough part about this is, for Whitehead in particular, is can she be able to close up a 2-second deficit to the leaders?
That's going to be a little bit of a tough one. She's going to have some help. We know for a fact with these 206s, it's not like we see with the Iame engine package where you could break away and make a run. No, you have to have a little bit of help from the draft, have that momentum, keep the RPMs up to make sure you can make those runs to chase down your competitor. So she's going to have to work with Jaden, but also make sure she doesn't lose ground to where Jaden then starts to get a little bit antsy trying to find a way to get back around her and then make a charge.
Exactly, and now at this point, it's about steadying up for her. Right now it's maintained last time by on the average. They'll be starting to pull away and chip it away for the rest of this pack as we're about halfway through the race.
Halfway through, and as they do so, the gap is 2.5 seconds between your top two and this battle here for third, and we'll see if this is able to improve upon or if it's still kind of just plateaued. No major gains whatsoever as they work their way around onto the front straightaway. Across the line, the gap just about half a tenth they picked up, lost it there. 2.3 seconds separates them, so they're making small gains, but it might not be enough given the time left.
It's going to require a couple more tenths to say the least, but I will say this. As we've looked at these battles here, we'll give a shout out to the Masters. They've stayed relatively close on their interval, by the way. Carpetas and La Rosa have not separated out in this race, Taylor, so those drivers separated by just a tenth on the markers at the moment. They could go a bit back and forth later on.
They certainly can, and put on a great show later on here today, as we'll watch that and keep an eye on that battle as well. La Rosa setting fastest lap amongst the two of them, so trading off position as we go back up to the front of the field. Carlo Rochetti and Dylan Almeida looking to see what they can do, as those two still holding on to the race lead and trying to break away. And so far, it's kind of not happened. I mean, they picked up another tenth or so for Summer Whitehead at the moment, and they're starting to make some ground.
Yeah, really trying to find a way to get closer and closer. We know that march is going down. What are you telling your driver in terms of what they could do to improve if you have the ability to talk to them right now?
Well, I mean, I would be giving some signals of just keeping steady. Don't try and burn up the tires. Keep a consistent pace. You have breathing room. Work with it. Don't try to be over-aggressive. We still have plenty of racing left to go in this race. I'm someone who's more of like, if you have the opportunity to make the pass, make the pass. But if you don't over-push the car.
Now keep in mind, Rochetti, who was following along with Almeida and all of this Tier 2, is providing pressure, nearly overlapped again. And if they start fighting, that is exactly what Whitehead is going to want to see here. While chipping away, she is by a tenth a lap right now. They slow it down to an extra couple tenths of pace a lap. You have a realistic chance here for the 206 machine to charge. There's the fight. There's the send. Almeida to the point.
Now, the thing is, Almeida got around quickly, and also Rochetti didn't just start battling with him once again. So that's going to help keep that gap a little bit steady, not where we could see Summer Whitehead close the gap quickly.
Still, lots of time to plan things out. 3.5 minutes or go, give or take on the clock. Almeida just trying to park the bus here and try and hold steady. No time was really gained after that send, by the way, it seems, on the margin.
It was, actually. It was now down to 1.7 seconds. She picked up 0.6 of a second last time by. And now with them battling once again, Rochetti, here comes Almeida to the inside to cross him over. Side by side once again. You see Almeida pointing at him like, hey, what are we doing? We're going to now bring in other drivers into the mix. Stop it. I'll settle back into line so that way we don't lose more time.
Yeah, reset. Get the draft now for Whitehead to close on up here as time ticks away. Now the push is on for Almeida. Does Almeida try and send it back after the initial slide through? Not this time, and there's the gap. 1.4 seconds between them and the leader, third and the leader. The gap is closing quickly.
It's closing quickly, but the thing is for Whitehead, unless they battle very aggressively here in these closing minutes, she's not going to be able to gain any more time, I'd have to say. She might get a couple of tenths here and there, but not those big ones unless they start battling.
Yeah, it's going to really take an hour haymaker to truly be in the conversation. Here's the thing, though. Whitehead on the times. 49 flats last time through. Turns the average. Looking at the projections right now. That's been about her optimal pace for the day. Staying within the fastest laps, if not near identically to the fastest laps in her sake. She's going to be difficult to hold back here now that she's chipped away in our 10. She continues to log the quickest lap times, nearly set the fastest lap again.
She is setting the pace. She's now under a second behind Dylan Almeida as she is trying to close that gap here with a minute and a half to go. Rochetti, though, starting to pull away a little bit, though, from Dylan Almeida.
Yeah, right now, this is getting a little bit intriguing on what Almeida does here. Just a bigger margin for now to try and chip away. That's going to require using a little bit more tire to close on up here, Taylor. And remember, if Almeida overcooks things, it's going to hurt his chance for the final.
It really is, so he's got to be careful with how much he wants to try and put the pressure on Rochetti. Realizes we still have another race to go, and now heading down into the turn one, Rochetti's starting to go on the defensive, just getting a little bit where Almeida could make a pass if he wanted to, but just still a little bit of like, should I do it, should I not, placing the kart where he wants it to be.
Yeah, the lines are pretty steady from what I'm seeing from Rochetti. Very minimal mistakes throughout this entire run here. He's been able to maximize each of the apexes. Looking like a little bit of small adjustment for Rochetti, going through 9 for a split second. We're running out of time on the clock here. Less than 30 seconds coming up here as they roll their way through the straightaway.
It's going to be 3 laps to go here for your race leaders as they come out of the final corner. Rochetti starting to stretch out that race lead just a little bit more as they come across the line. 0.3 of a second as he sets the fastest lap of the race right there.
And Rochetti, 48.738 on the pace. That actually grows the gap between them and the 377. Whitehead now losing a fair amount of ground as a result of that charge. And that's exactly the opposite of what they need with 2 laps to go. They needed to be right back up nearly to the bumper to have a chance even to move up the second.
Absolutely, and now that's not going to be the case unless these two battle once again before the checkered flag falls. But Rochetti, I think, is going to just settle in. Same thing with Almeida unless Rochetti makes a mistake.
Here they come on through, coming up to 2 laps to go. Rochetti holds on. Still no change, by the way, in the battle yet for the 206 Masters. Carpita still holding on in front of La Rosa by a 10th last time through. They are staying relatively close on the hour battle of the racetrack. All of this is while the leaders look to square away up at the point for the 206 seniors. Only a lap and a half to work with. Rochetti holding on the marker, and they have now seen Whitehead fall off. The tires might have fallen off of the 377.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say those tires have fallen off. She's going to go on to tire conservation here as Dylan Almeida kicks in the afterburners, ready to make one final push here with coming to the white flag. Drivers now trying to get themselves ready for that final run as they come out of the corner. Here comes Almeida with a big head of steam with the draft. Can he set up for turn number 1? Nose to tail, white flag in the air.
Coming up to the final time around, here comes the defensive move. Rochetti goes off to the inside, blocks off on the apex for 2. Now a slide for Almeida, takes a wider arc across the curbs, tucks inside, has to reset, covered off by Rochetti into the second sector.
Here they come through, and so far Almeida can't find his opening yet. Rochetti plants the kart where he wants it, but here comes Almeida trying to over-under, not able to do so. This is bringing Summer Whitehead back into the mix with these two fighting it out.
Whitehead might have an opportunity if they keep on heating this up, but they go through 11 and 12 this time through. Rochetti has Almeida peeking inside, nearly went to the grass for a split second. Reset for 13. Rochetti's got the advantage. Rochetti goes down the straightaway. Almeida and Whitehead cover him off, but it's Rochetti who gets the win.
How about that for Carlo Rochetti to take home the win here as he does so with an amazing opening lap pass and holding off the hard charge of Almeida.
Keep in mind, things could get interesting for 206 Master also at the far end of the racetrack. We'll keep an eye on that before they zip on forward. The separation, some of these karts down to just under 0.2 of a second for the race win in 206 Senior. But here comes some of the last of the battles here. Carpitas and La Rosa. Well, when things close out for them, it's Carpitas who holds on by 0.6.
And with that, we're down to our final pre-final event of the afternoon. It is the T4 Seniors and T4 Masters, and they're next here on Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man. The what?
Cat food marketing.
Casas.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing.
He's good at that
like
sometimes.
2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man. Do you have anything to drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for
Twice.
you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink
Cassis, thank you so much.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs.
As we get set here for our final pre-final event of the day, the T4 Seniors and T4 Masters are all lined up, ready to go. Chase Pascalia along with Evan Hager will lead us to the green flag as here they come. Green flag is out, and we are, not racing, as they are not all lined up accordingly, so that'll give us time to quickly go through the rest of the starting lineup.
Pascalia on the pole, Hager in second spot, then it's Peugeot, then followed by Eduardo Duran. Ishmael Duran, who was a hard charger in one of the races earlier in the afternoon, followed by Stephen Miller and Christian Valdez. Then it's Phoenix Whitney, and rounding out the top 10 is Alexander Delbon Cologne.
Here comes the rest of the field as we watch on here as they get set for that final push. Noraki also in the hunt as well. And Foley, Gardella, Bowlings, Robbins, Pinheiro, Delbon, Martins. I mean, it's a who's who here in the T4 category in senior and masters division. We have 3 masters, the rest of them senior drivers.
And remember, some of the masters outperformed some of the seniors in this group, like Alexander Delbon and Pinheiro. We'll see how things fare out in the race itself as the field comes on through. Did we get the green? Yes, we did.
Green flag is out, and already one driver off into the grass right here as they try to gather it back up and continue on their way. But Chase Buscalia will separate himself from Hager and Tristan Truchot as they try to make it a 3-kart breakaway heading into the first couple of corners. Buscalia stretching out that lead further as they have a battle for 4th.
Buscalia doing a really good job with the separation, but the 4th-place battle still holding back that respective pack here. They make their way up to turn 9 for reference. Some of the drivers like the Durans in that respective pack as they go near side by side for 10, 11, 12. Your contact sees some of the drivers go wheel to wheel, door banging, in fact, for the side pods.
Stephen Miller trying to find his way up into the top 3 as he tries to get around both the Durans as they work their way through. Eduardo is now the next driver for him to go after as they head through the turn number 1. Ismael Duran and Alexander Colon is now right there in the hunt in 6th.
Here they go back around to the middle sector, but all of the SWAT 325 sets things up pretty well. The rest of the groupings here starting to have to play catch up. You're talking about a gap of near a second, and with the way these karts work, it's going to be a little bit more trickier again to get the draft effect, as a lot of these drivers taking the chance off the start to go side by side and get every spot before they separate.
Yeah, that's one of the things we've been seeing here. Unless you're in this gaggle of karts, they're already beating each other up when the side pods putting on a big fight here for position. Trying to get the number of the driver who's working his way through, leading that group as they come down the front straightaway. That being Frederick Manning and company as they cross the line. Jaden Hopper moving up into the top 10.
Hopper up 5, Robbins up 6 amongst some of the hard chargers that are amongst this choo-choo train that's built up around the track as we go. Little poke again to the inside as they rumble their way on through. It's so difficult to set things up when it's so busy like this, because one pass can cost you 2, 3, 4 spots. There's a pass, there's a move.
There is the pass, there is the move. Little hand gesture as well, saying, hey, thank you very much. Now let's work together and chase down our next competitor as they try to make time up on there, as they're almost going to go 3 wide through this section.
Yeah, this entire choo-choo train seeing things fare out, but the race leaders, as they go, Scalia still remains on right now. Hager and Eduardo Duran stayed relatively tight among some of these groups, but you also have this respective pack. Going to have a lot of drivers slowing, getting checked up here. How things go. This is Hager that's leading this checkup effect, to correct myself, in the American flag machine. Really having a hard time coming out of the corners, it seems, and it's bundled up all of these drivers. Miller, who is one of the fastest karts on track, I'm also seeing some of these sends.
Well, Eduardo Duran tried to send it down to the inside of Hager, but unfortunately, Hager crossed it back over to take back the second position for the time being, and now has to reset. Duran gets a good run from the draft. Stephen Miller backs off quite a little bit. Here he goes to the inside, shows the nose. Does he send it? No. Takes back position and now crosses him over, finds the opening to get around Hager for the position, as Stephen Miller gets a little aggressive, trying to move the driver out of the way, as Ismail Duran now also wanting to find his way around Miller.
Now all the bouncing off the side pods at this point. And at this point, is that just tailored aggression? Is that over-aggression? What would you say? But you have to get so physical just to get one spot, it seems.
Well, I mean, the old-fashioned saying goes, rubbing is racing, and these drivers are doing that here as Miller looks to the inside, takes the spot away there from the driver of Evan Hager to take 3rd spot, and now has clear racetrack to chase down Eduardo Duran.
Yeah, Eduardo has done a good job to be able to build this buffer here with everything else, but Miller now has contact with behind scene to pop up. Hager and Ismail Duran having a little bit of a drag out there. Ismail trying to force it up the inside. Costs him a lot of ground here, and look at this. Dalbon Colon is right there too.
Yeah, Dalbon Colon is definitely really trying to work his way around the circuit and get that opening around the driver of Ismail Duran, as he has set some incredible pace right now, but it's starting to taper off just a little bit, as Frederick Manning also trying to close in. He's got some work to do, but with these 3 battling it out, that could bring in Manning into the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely could, I would argue here. Or drivers like Tobias Matheson also, if they fight even harder than that, who's another 2 seconds back in terms of separation. There's so many factors you have to think about when fighting. But in the middle of everything, some of the drivers might be just thinking pass, 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 pass. You know, pass, pass.
Yes.
I know I get over an anxious thing. It's like Pac-Man. You're trying to eat all the pebbles.
Yes, there we go. That's a little more like it as we watch it here. I was getting ready to say, Justin, I think they got the idea as we now go back up through the field as they work their way on. And so far, no changes. Everyone's just trying to settle in for these next 5.5 minutes.
Now, I will say, when it comes to a couple of these drivers here in the midst of that, right now, going to have to steady themselves out right now. 48 ones for a majority of the field. Most of the pack has been able to maintain the same tempo here over the course of this. So it's going to make things a little bit more tricky to actually close up here. Hager is One of the drivers, the first to be in the twos at the moment, though. Ismael Duran seems to be trying to push him forward here, set up an opportunity for later, trying to at least figure out a way to get that pace back up a tenth, so increase the pace of the entire pack.
As we watch on, Evan Hager trying to just hold position for the moment. No pressure. No one's really trying to find their way yet. There's too much gap and separation for everyone. This is the closest battle that we have here on the track amongst those in the top 5. Let's try and see if we can cycle through the field a little bit to see who else we can keep an eye on. I would have to say Tobias Matheson has a heavy driver field of Jack O'Keefe, Andrew Naraki, and more right there battling for him. As we see, here comes Duran to the inside, but could not get around.
Still nothing doing for Duran, who is one of the drivers who's had experience at the Sunshine State Karting Challenge, has also competed in the KartPlex Cup, which is the club circuit when it comes to this facility. So one of the drivers you would have to think is very comfortable here. We're looking back, though, because keep in mind there's more than just the one class. You also have a big choo-choo train. And some of the masters, I think, are mixed amongst this train. Pinheiro is the one who leads for the Masters over Del Bon in the midst of this huge conga line.
Absolutely, he certainly does, and they're trying everything they can to look for an opening around the circuit.
Yep, right now, they try and sort themselves fair out with 3.5 minutes to work with here. All of them trying to figure out just how you jump in the choo-choo train, because when you're in a draft lock train like this, Taylor, we've seen this in many cases, it's so hard to get the moves done unless you build up a lot of momentum, and it's been difficult here today. Well, you can always pile drive into the rear bumper, and there's that.
Yeah, but the problem is when you do that, you cause a little bit of a checkup, which then could have you lose position or the guy behind you lose positions, and no one wins in that situation. So that's now going to cause a little bit of issues, but they gather themselves back together again, keeping the draft strong. And so far as they make that run, Matheson, O'Keefe, Noraki, Hopper, and Gardella all right there trying to close the gap up to your top 5.
Yeah, that was Truchot who's been able to amongst those gain some ground. Keep in mind that 321 started at the front of the field in amongst this pack, but went immediately backwards. Minus 12 in the race so far here today. Whitney getting a push down for Robbins for good measure, as right now Robbins just trying to be able to keep up their progression, up 4 as we've gone to the closing stages.
Yeah, great run by the 333 of Brody Robbins, who's been making some incredible moves as we go back up to the drivers of Eduardo Duran, Stephen Miller, and company, along with the driver of Evan Hagar, Ismael Duran, and Alexander Dalbon Poland, who is right there in that battle for the 4th spot. Miller, I gotta say, as he finds his way around, Evan Hagar getting a little bit impatient, I have to say, because I gotta sit watching on. Duran and Dalbon are now having to find different avenues to make this pass, because Hagar is kind of that cork in the bottle. They have the pace. They're running faster lap times than Hagar, but the thing is they can't get around.
Hagar, I believe you mean, yes, but absolutely. As they left by the traffic, at this point, there's only so much you can really do in this situation with the kart, so I think it's really just, can you pressurize him off the line, but better yet, can you get yourself a good enough lap yourself to push yourself over the pace? Keep in mind with Hager, he's fallen off from the 48.5s. He's got a lot of fall off. There's the side-by-side you look for, but the problem is it's been so difficult today to keep overlap for turn 4.
Yeah, it really has been, and he is just, we see that with Duran where he's struggling with that lap after lap. He gets that great run off turn number 2 and 3, but unfortunately can't seal the deal.
Yeah, and it takes reset after reset to try and do something like that, and if you reach for the wrong spot, it makes it all to where it frustrates you inside. But we're coming up now. What's going to be a few laps to go here? We'll have to see how this compares with 325. Less than a minute to go on the clock.
Possibly looking at 3 laps to go here for our leaders as they work their way around the circuit, as we watch Hagar holding strong, kind of being the gatekeeper before anyone can make a run for the podium.
Yeah, right now, Hagar, it's not been easy to pass, but all this while, 325, Chase has just been running away. Buscaglia has just been near impossible to stop here in this class. We've seen it a bit of qualifying. We're really seeing it here. 3 seconds is a very big accomplishment to get into course for a pre-final in this type of kart.
As he'll come around, 2 laps to go for Chase Buscaglia. He currently has a 3-second advantage, soon to be a little bit more over Eduardo Duran. Then you got to go another 2.7 seconds back to Stephen Miller, who rounds out your podium as yellow flags are out and 1 driver off the track, but not one of our front runners as they continue to log the final 2 laps.
It wasn't Martins in that situation. We have had a change, by the way, for the Masters. Alexander Delbon and Mateus Pinheiro have swapped around positions and are now separated by a senior in their respective pack coming up to the white flag. So right now that separation is starting to grow in the heart of that huge, what is about 10-15 kart conga line.
Yeah, that's where we're going to see a lot of the chaos kick off when we get the white flag, because there's drivers who are just going to be like, you know what, we're not closing up on anyone else in front of them. It's now time to fight, get every point I can, and settle in for that final race later on this afternoon as we watch these drivers do battle here, working their way through, and Hagar just being amazing, placing the kart where he needs to prevent Duran from getting around.
Yeah, we are on that final lap too, so this has got to find a way to get it to work. Duran has to find a way to quickly get this done. Ishmael not been able to get alongside at the right times, though. All on Buscaglia, like we're coming to the final corners right now already. Ishmael, I think, knows it's too late.
Yeah, Ishmael is now just trying to figure out what he can do to just at least gain a couple of spots. But for Chase Buscaglia, checkered flag for him to take the pre-final win in your T4 seniors.
Dominant effort near 4 seconds at the end over Eduardo Duran. Stephen Miller, again, charged up, gained a few spots, but in this case, equaled out once again at that later portion of the run as Hager and Duran top 5, Delbon Cologne in 6th spot. Then it's Manning Matheson for the NASCAR Youth Series, followed by Naraki. Truchot got himself back to 10th in the end as Alexander Delbon, in the end for the Masters, did hold on for the edge after they passed by fully Pinheiro, second in Master.
And with that, that will conclude our pre-final events for the day. It's now time to give out the big points and the big trophies. Feature races are net. With that, we're going to say for everyone here in the pit and paddock, we would ask you to please rise and remove your hats as we get set for our national anthem. And with that, it is now time to get ready for racing action. Justin Prince, it is time to give out the O-plate to see who will be the first ever class winners of the Florida Karting Championship here today at the T4 KartPlex. And we're already running out our T4 Bambinos and our kid kart drivers out onto the track, and they're ready to go. We're going to give them a few moments here before we release them out onto the circuit for warm-up and a standing start.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this
And with that, we're green flag already for the T4 Bambinos, and it's going to be the driver of none other than Reddick leading us here once again. Thiago Velosa will be in second position. Then you have Knox and Colt Shelton, Ian Gomez, Adam Martins, Tyminski, and Colanello, who is right there in the hunt as well as they work their way through the circuit. But for Tyler Reddick, or not Tyler Reddick, for Maverick Reddick, lurking his way through, seeing if he can do what he did earlier today in the pre-final and take home the first O-plate of the day with winning in your Bambino category.
Yeah, and we know this is going to be a difficult task with some of the others here just because Reddick had such a good launch off from the starting blocks here at the Kid Kart. So at this point, for everyone else, it's about seeing what you can do here as Reddick trying to set down the first tempo of the season. 9 laps plus 2 laps is the expected distance for Kid Kart.
Here we go, 9 minutes across the line. Maverick Reddick leads us down here with a significant margin here, as Thiago Velosa will lead us in second place in the Kid Kart division. Tyminski will be third. Then you have Knox and Colt Shelton leading in the T4 Bambinos, with Elin Gomez in third in rounding out the podium there in that category.
Yep, all of them looking pretty steady here. Some decent separations here, but remember, this is for the parents here. It's an opportunity to see your first opportunities to see your child racing here. And that's why so many of the parents you watch along at the fence line along the front straightaway are all gathered to see what can they do as they try and learn this track and learn the craft.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's all about the sacrifice, too. I mean, yes, let's give a shout-out to all the kids, parents who are out here in the elements as well, making sure they get their kid here early in the morning, get them set up, and they put on a show for us here today and pull for their drivers and make sure they come home with either a chance of finishing the race, a podium, or even coming home with a class win. That's where it all matters for them. Thiago Velosa right there in second place. 8.3 seconds behind, has a little bit of work to do, but it's all about learning. As Knox Shelton starting to close in the T4 Bambino, looking to try to take second overall.
Yeah, trying to find a way to dig here on the racetrack. The Sheltons have done well to keep close. Remember, it was a decent separation, about 13 seconds in the last race for those two. In fact, Velosa nearly got passed by the 90. The difference again, the Kid Kart straight line speed to separate them out in this matter. By the way, your weather conditions, you mentioned the elements. The rain might have been a factor in this morning. Now, your biggest element is trying to find a little bit of shade in the sunshine. Mostly sunny skies with temperatures near 80 degrees Fahrenheit today.
Yep, it's definitely a lot warmer than what it was when we came here yesterday with how the conditions were rainy and a little bit more humid, but the temperature will continue to rise, 77 degrees as they work their way through. By the time we wrap up racing action today, we'll be around the low 70s still, so still quite a bit of racing action left to go.
72 specifically. It has been a little bit higher. Temperature ranges have been going up and down from the mid to low 70s up to the high 70s for the weekend as the expectations have gone. But again, you gotta love this racetrack as well to give a shout out to the facility here. No, it's my first personal time. There we have a spinner around on the wrong side. Trouble involving Velosa.
And with that, is he going to try to get it back on the track? Yes, he will. He'll loop it around, climb up over the curbing a little bit, and now settles down to try to just stay positioned. He's got second place in the Kid Kart division pretty much wrapped up. It's just a matter of staying ahead of Tyminski, who sits third.
Yeah, that interval now going to be an interesting one to watch for as we go. That interval, 5 seconds. So, in fact, Velosa actually went behind Tyminski for Tyminski to get the advantage there. That's how big that spin was. You just went from a swing of 20 seconds to cost yourself a spot. Now it's the question, can Velosa close back up for a podium, for another step on the podium?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask here as they work their way through. Tyminski now in second place, has a little bit of work to try and close the gap between himself as well as the two Sheltons that are up ahead.
Yeah, that's, of course, going to be something to watch for as the Sheltons, again, the family members working together here and trying to see which one is better. And I'm a only child. I forget if you have siblings, Taylor, or correct me if I'm wrong here. What would you say about a sibling rivalry on a racetrack in the same class?
Well, I will say I do have a younger brother on the east coast of the state here, and I got to say it would be the same. When we were racing a little bit together, whether it be the local kart track, it was very aggressive towards each other, and we're still in different age groups, so it was even more funny and aggressive between the two of us.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic to say the very least. Okay, as we go, though, as we try and sort things out, though, you can see them just keeping calm. We'll say again with the track, this facility has been around since the early 2000s, remember here, Taylor. Used to be called Anderson Race Park until the partnership and sponsorship with T4 Series. To, of course, Dan Anderson, you have to give him credit when he started this with this facility, what he's been trying to do. One of the founders of Road to Indy, which is a big pathway on the open wheel side.
Yeah, part of the Anderson Promotion Group, which is one of the main organizations that help promote the Road to Indy with the USF program. As trouble for the 16 of Ilan Gomez, who loops it around right there over towards the midsection of the circuit. And as they do so, there goes Maverick Reddick.
Here as well, the leader did go around in Reddick also. So a couple drivers are having some difficulties as the sun shines down with grip levels. The margin is still pretty large, but Reddick, he can end up doing a backflip and still potentially holding on to the lead by 5 seconds.
Well, hopefully that backflip he lands on all four tires, not the other way around. So please,
yes.
let's not do that. Let's not scare the parents out there.
Yes, good point. I meant the safe one.
He could do a pirouette, which he already did, through a 360 and keep going and be perfectly fine still.
Yes.
So that's the good news. Knox Shelton still holds on to second place. He's still holding on with Colt right there behind, which those two, I have to say, when we get closer to the end, that's going to be a fun little battle to watch for the T4 Bambinos as they work their way across the line there. You see them both nose to tail. About 3 to 4 kart lengths separate them here as they head their way through.
Yeah, and right now the 90 looking pretty solid to be able to get themselves that prize here today to start off the season with the O-plate. Closing up a little bit more, though, as Colt got a decent run up through 4, 5, and 6 here. Now has to be able to maintain it with less than 90 seconds to go.
90 seconds here, plus the additional 2 laps, and the two Sheltons are just trying to work their way through and just have a little bit, learn a little bit more, what they can try and change with certain driving lines. Learn from what, for Colt, what Knox is doing that he can improve upon, as there one driver stuck out there on the grass. Can't get the number of that driver, but unfortunate for him, has to hopefully get refired and continue.
Martin's falling down the order. Might have been them, in fact, in the 44. With 50 seconds to go. You can see the grass. It is somewhat thick here because we were pushing some of the scaffolding. You have to go full-on sprint mode to get yourself across this grass.
You certainly do, and have to keep your foot on the throttle here as we watch on with the two Sheltons. As how about for Veloso getting around Lionel Tominski for second once again.
Able to power on by the one machine. Velosa had to recover 3 seconds, just showcases the ability Velosa has as well, how good that kart is in that battle, to say the least. But coming up to what, maybe 2 to go, maybe 3. These leaders still setting up, going to be 3 to go. Just realized with how large the lead is Reddick.
Yeah, Reddick is just now already started that previous lap here, so he's going to easily have 3 laps to go as we drop back a couple of more positions to Thiago Velosa and Tominski. As Velosa loops it around, Tominski goes through the grass a little bit, and Velosa's now stuck on the basically the cutoff where that drops down from the pavement to the grass, so he's going to need a little help to get looped back around.
Looks like he got the help, but all it takes is one mistake. That's the second spin in that same corner, and that's going to be something for tomorrow that Velosa's going to learn. You have to approach that a little bit differently with how much speed you carry there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be a big help for Tominski to hopefully not make those mistakes to where tomorrow, like we saw with what happened to him yesterday, earlier in the pre-final, making those mistakes get looped around and trying to have a better chance of at least getting second overall and staying up with the other T4 Bambinos.
Yeah, but all of this is while Maverick Reddick already coming up towards the final laps here, if not the final lap. It's been a strong effort for the driver. Of course, his family with connections in baseball, of course, to say the least on the father's side. They've been big in terms of the racing development for Maverick, now building his career up. Top 3 in CKA Grand Nationals last year, on top of being one of the top drivers in the Self in this type of racing. Maverick Reddick, I think, has got a big future. It's going to be the question on how far he gets with it as we see him power his way down the front straightaway here. They will take the white flag.
One more time around for Maverick Reddick, who will lead around the circuit here on our cameras to showcase some amazing driving that this young future superstar has been able to showcase in that CRG. The 75 machine just absolutely setting blistering lap after blistering lap. His fastest lap was a 56.19. His last lap, a 56.53. Only 0.4 off the pace from his personal best here today, and it's an incredible drive, 37 seconds ahead of the two T4 Bambino drivers of Knox and Colt Shelton. But for Maverick Reddick, as he, trouble right there in front of him. He made no collision, but that would have cost him dearly some of the chaos that could have ensued. And for Maverick Reddick, he survives this chaotic Bambino race to be the first ever driver to win a Florida Karting Championship event here at the T4 KartPlex.
And the fireworks go off in celebration too. What a dramatic end, though. Were those the Sheltons that went off? Believe that was. And what's that going to mean for your T4 Bambino?
I don't know. We'll wait and see here, because it shows Luca as coming across the finish line, but he was a lap down. So we have to wait and see what happens with Knox and Colt Shelton. Here they come, because I saw them cross the line when Maverick was the one almost involved in the chaos that happened in front of him. So I think they're okay. But here comes Knox Shelton and Colt Shelton down across the front straightaway. And for Knox Shelton will be the first ever T4 Bambino winner here today. For Maverick and Knox, congratulations. You will receive your O plates during podium celebrations today and go in the history books as the first ever winners of FLKC.
My goodness, it was a wild race. 3 cars on the lead lap, but in the end, Maverick Reddick putting her a clinic. That was very dramatic, to say the very least, with the T4s at the end. Between the family members, that could have gone a very different direction at the end.
Absolutely, but with that, that will conclude the action for the Bambinos today. They get to go home early, if you think about it, and get to study a little bit what they need to try and change to get ready for tomorrow. Next on the docket, after this commercial break, it's the Iame Micro Swifts. Next, here on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Motorsports built.
Karts are rolling now for the Parolin Micro Swift division as we take a look at your starting lineup for today's action. It's going to be Emmett Dalton who will lead us to the green flag, followed by Romeo Ferrante. Grayson Wyatt in third with Caden DeHarmy in fourth position. And then it's going to be Adam Kozarka, followed by Landon Silvers, Nikolai Lopez, Lucas Calvejo, and Alex Thomas, followed by Aria Denenhauer, rounding out your top 10.
Chase Zolman starts at 11 today with Peter Gazowski in the 12th spot, Max Stone and Alexander Young in the top 14, Gavin Leo in 15th, Ethan Martins in 16th position. 17th, the last driver to race earlier was Joaquin Dow. Then Bersevic and Nascimento were amongst the drivers who did not turn laps earlier today. Getting ready to go, double it up as they get their way through a lot of dust.
Here we go as they enter the tram line. I don't know about this one. They seem a little bit unorganized. Do we get the green flag? We're going to find out. They enter the tram line. Survey says no, we do not. Well, yellow flag. We're going to re-rack them and restack them.
It's almost a little quick there as well. Remember, Dalton had a rocket ship earlier today in the micros to be able to run away. Some of the drivers, as they slow up down here, having to make sure they don't make contact here as they rush their way double file.
Take it easy a little bit, gentlemen. We have still quite a bit of things still to go on, and as we get set to try again.
Yeah, you have to give credit to all these competitors here today. You're talking about, again, more than 200 entries for this weekend for these series debuted. A fair bit also walked up to be able to make sure they can race in this event. Looks like a couple of the rows, though, not too organized here. Looks like they'll have to steady themselves out and make sure they count.
Absolutely. Of course, these next two categories both will be for 12 minutes plus 2 laps. Then we go 14 minutes for our juniors and seniors in the KA category and shifters. Back to 12 minutes for the T4 and 206 cadets. Then, once again, we'll wrap it up with juniors in T4 and 206. 206 masters and seniors, and T4 seniors and masters to wrap up the day. Once again, here we go as we try attempt number 2.
Just taking themselves an opportunity to make sure they have everything right. See some of the various different drivers checking on each other and already being told, let's slow down, let's get this start right. Last time they were already really quick in the first place. This time, as the smoke goes flying, they'll try and stay bumper to bumper for a lot longer to make sure they get this launch right for the green.
Absolutely, as here we go into the tram line and a couple of stragglers there towards the back half of the field here in your Micro Swift division. Do we get the green flag? Yes, we do. Green is out, and away we go into turn number 1. And already for Emmett Dalton, he checks out with a great run at the front of the field as there's a gaggle, a couple of karts losing touch and will fall back. That's the 19 of Dow who will drop back.
And immediately fall back for a second consecutive race after looking solid and qualified earlier. Everybody else trying to chase down the 11. Fontaine trying to make sure the gap holds firm as there's a whole conga line of cars all grouped together here, about 5th or 6th on back here.
5th or 6th on back, and they try to find their way and find their footing to settle in for these next 12 minutes to determine how it'll all play out. Being a little patient here will be critical for each one of these drivers as they try to work their way out of the final corner. Dalton, Ferrante, Darhami, Wyatt, Silver, those are some of your ones to watch as they come across the line.
And all of them staying tucked together here with the 21 Galevo. Once those leading this respective big pack that's fallen together here. They've already lost 4 seconds. That's a fair amount of time here. What can they do to close? It's going to require a lot of luck for the, at least for the understatement.
Yeah, they're just going to have to not battle it pretty much and just start focusing on making laps, logging laps, not making any mistakes will be the critical factor. As Lucas Clavejo does make a mistake, which allows Landon Silver to think about trying to get around Lucas for position. Not working out, though, as they try to battle it out for that position here. Coming through the final couple of corners, Silver with help from Kozarka is going to be a big push coming as here comes Denenhauer and Lopez.
All of them trying to shuffle down the straightaway as Silvers tries to hug the inside. Now resets. Something goes flying off one of the cards that looked like almost like a piece of paper or tape. But everybody else able to stay lockstep. Calebo, we've seen pretty solid all throughout the day so far in terms of pace when it comes to their cards. But it's been about being able to hold off these hard charges over the course of this race here today. For Calhevo, it will be, can they try and hold off the Hornets' Nest? Calhevo, longtime racer in the region, looking to stay firmly upright in the midst of this.
And he's doing just what he needs to do as he holds that 4th position. They are currently, right now, as they come across the start-finish line, just over 3.5 seconds behind Caden Darhami. And now, as we say that, Silvers goes around the outside, makes the pass complete, and here comes Kozarka, who is also looking to try to get the spot away from Clavejo.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we talked about the team side of things earlier on when it comes to Velosa. He's one of the Velosa machines. Calhevo is. That's looking to try and develop a bunch of the drivers that raced over at Homestead Miami Speedway's karting track, AMR Motorplex, in the past week or so. Part of that side of things. You're talking about a lot of these drivers crisscrossing the state to make sure they get the best possible seat time.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, here in Florida, besides, of course, in the state of Texas, where a lot of the national stuff is going to, you still have some of the big events happening here in Florida, whether it be CKNA, whether it be Daytona Kart Week that happened back during around the Christmas holiday, and then, of course, you have FLKC, Apex up in Jacksonville as well. So there is so many different things, plus the club racings that happen on all of these tracks that we will be attending throughout the 2026 season.
Yes, and keep in mind, for some of the cases like we're seeing for a couple of these competitors, might be the first time at the national level or at the regional level even to be able to get a chance to prove what they can do, as we touched upon a bit earlier. That's the case for Calhevo, but already getting pressurized. The 77 making some moves.
77 of Adam Kozarka will now move up a couple of positions, and now here comes the 88 of Nikolai Lopez around Clavejo as well to move up into another position. And now with 8 minutes to go pretty much here, it's going to be a matter of how well you can maintain a big slide right there for one of the drivers. That looks like to be the number 4 of Denenhauer, who had a big slide.
Yeah, a little bit of a sketchy move there for Denenhauer, to say the least, but able to hold on despite the bobble. Seemed to be an issue just under the braking section. But now, for Denenhauer to take a chance to try and take a breath, reset as we keep on following along with this 4th on back group.
Yeah, currently led by Silver, and now the gap between themselves and Darhamani as well is 4.5 seconds. So a little bit of working their way through.
Darhamani indeed been able to really build the buffer here in this sequence. But here comes the chance for some passes. Nothing doing though for Silver and company, as right now they stay steady. We talked about the experience for them. We are Nicola Lopez. Once the double duty drivers we talked about earlier on with some of the racing later on in the afternoon. 15 seconds back, also slowly chipping away to join this fight for the top 5.
Yeah, it's been slowly going further and further to where it could be possibly a good battle to watch, but so far, with how much time is left, it needs a little bit of help to work out in their favor. Here's a pass for position between Silvers and Kozarka. Kozarka taking the spot away from Landon Silver.
Silver continues to slip on back all of a sudden for having really good pace last time. Had to wonder, just losing a bit of tempo for the tires, losing a little bit of comfortability here. To now go back to right back about where Silver started here with Lopez ready to dig.
Lopez is really ready to take on that competition here with a big head of steam in his favor, as he knows Silvers is starting to fade a little bit, struggling, and then watch out for Clavejo and Lucas with Denenhauer in help. They're starting to make some tracks closing in on this group of 3.
Denenhauer, we talked about, good driver in terms of experience from over in Jacksonville region, where he has been doing a solid job in these races, even with the bobbles we've seen, to be able to set up well for chances. Look to peek into the inside there. Nothing doing on that initial pass attempt, and Denenhauer forced to try and hold back as they have Wyatt zip by traffic slow.
Yeah, that's one traffic right there. I'm trying to see, that might be Alex Thomas or Peter Kozowski, who they try to make short work of through lap traffic. They now are closing in on him. We'll see how that plays out. We saw how lap traffic caused some issues in this very division for some of our drivers, and it could come into play once again.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a factor for some of the drivers with the bunch up. Right now you're seeing with Grayson Wyatt, though, really trying to power around this traffic quickly. Had the check up from the outside. Now they are all bundled up with said traffic, nearly running each other over. Denenhauer giving a little bit of space to make sure they don't make contact with a teammate.
Yeah, Denenhauer now has to be patient a little bit, wait for that good run down the front straightaway. Works with Clavejo and Grayson Wyatt as they head into the corner. They make short work of the lap traffic, leaving Denenhauer stuck there behind the lap car.
Oh, look at Wyatt, though, on the exit. Nearly got the overlap to stick for the first time today up through turn 4. Looking like a little bit quicker coming off these exits. See right there, a little bobble. Glebo had to save it, opens the door, the 5 takes advantage, now they're drag racing through 9.
Drag race down into the corner, and the number 5 machine of Grayson Wyatt will take over the spot over Clavejo, and now tries to see if he can pull away from this fight, and now sets his sights on the driver of Nikolai Lopez.
Now the interesting for Grayson, keep in mind, was earlier on in this race, it started up as high as the top 3. You got swarmed in the pack. How much of one race can change the trends of things, down to 7. At the very least for the 5, it's about how far can they now get, because right now, Wyatt is right now trying to really dig on Lopez, get back to 6th as fast as possible.
Well, last time by, personal best for Grayson Wyatt, and looking for more, and instead it was just really closing that gap to the inside, makes the pass, trying to get around the outside of Lopez now, and now has to figure out a different avenue as they head into the S's.
Grayson, again, new team for start off the year, has been able to dig hard here. Resets once again. Started up with that outfit a couple weeks ago. Originally ran with the top card side of things with blue and black machines. Now today in the Paralympic colors, has been looking to thrive here in Florida. There's the send to turn 1. Makes it stick by Apex.
Beautiful pass there by Grayson Wyatt, being patient, finding the opening, and that new Paralympic card for him has now a little bit of a bump right there from Nikola as they try to see what they can do. Now for the driver of Grayson Wyatt, a lot of speed there, but has to make up a significant gap, 4.7 to 4.8 seconds to make up with these next 2.5 minutes.
And we know the Paralympics, to talk about that, those types of karts in particular, with those chassis and team members across the country, usually are competitors. They are sponsors, of course, for this division as well. But I will say, it takes a lot of drivers and a lot of ability. The Paralympic machines, usually the ones that control on the youth side. We've seen them do well today. Lopez, though, looking to do well to end things as the 21 still hounding for a spot.
Yeah, Lopez is struggling to try to keep the driver of Lucas Clavejo in position right there behind him as he is trying. Here comes Lucas, look to the inside, can't quite find the opening. Now can he find a way to cross him over for the Vallejos team? And it is definitely a fight here that's going to go down to the wire.
Probably going to go down to the final laps here if Clavejo is able to get a little bit closer here. Just give himself a chance, because this far back here, Taylor, you're asking for a penalty, you're asking for trouble here. Remember, was looking at some of the penalties for the pre-finals. Some drivers, as many as 9, 10 drivers have picked up issues with pushbacks. Do you want to risk a pushback bumper?
I don't want to risk the pushback bumper, but I know I want to try to find my way around the driver when I know I have the pace. That's going to be the critical thing here at this point of the race, because as you saw, once Grayson Wyatt was able to get around Lopez, as now Lopez just concedes to the position, allowing that to happen, and now that will drop Lopez out into 8th.
I think that was almost forced to let him go, because it's either run on the outside in a groove that hasn't really been tested all day, may have not gotten the rubber planted down like the inside groove with the Rhino liner, or you end up doing that. So at this point, Lopez preserving the kart, making sure it survives another day with only a few laps to go.
How about Grayson Wyatt already picked up 0.6 of a second. Now another 0.7 to close in on Landon Silver. And I will say, if he had an extra couple of laps, I think he would have had a shot to close in and get around Silver for position.
Yeah, that would have been definitely an opportunity here, but it's way too far back at this point unless something was to implode. Don't want to give the commentators curse again.
I'm never say you're already on one strike.
Yes, I'm finding a way to roll bowling pins into the alley, so to speak. But Lopez is not done rolling attacks. Here comes the send inside. Wants a spot back and takes it away.
Beautiful drive right there from Lopez to get the spot back from Lucas, and he will continue now as we go a little further up the field. That's Silver, or Kozarka, getting around lap traffic. That's Alex Thomas in the 25 machine, and he's just out for a little Saturday drive in 4th position. As we keep an eye on a couple of things. Yeah, Grayson Wyatt, 1.7 seconds. He made up 1.3 last time by. So I got to say, let's try to keep an eye on the number 5 machine in these next 2 laps.
Yeah, going to be definitely fast, to say the least. Zokar is still maintaining a 3-second buffer, but has digged hard to get to Harmani in terms of trying to get a chance at the podium positions. Last time through, though, the gap increased by 0.2. That's not going to be enough, obviously, to get there with only 2 laps to work with and then some for these drivers.
Yeah, Darhamani is now starting to fall into those clutches right there. As there you saw Adam Kozarka right behind as they work their way through. Wyatt picks up another 0.4 also on Landon Silver. So we have 2 battles to keep an eye on in the 2 laps left to go as we watch Silver trying to be careful. Kozarka closing the gap on Darhamani.
Yes, and right now seems to be to where the 77 is in a decent spot. If they can close half this gap by the time they get up to the final sectors, might have a shot at a bit of a dive. It's up to them with the final time around.
Here they come out of the final corner here to get one more lap. One more time for these drivers to go around. Big run from Kozarka. He now goes around the outside. Darhamani goes to the defensive to block the inside lane. As we see Kozarka cross over, not able to do so. Meanwhile, for 5th, Silvers and Wyatt, they're now separated by less than 1/10 of a second as they close in on the final lap.
Things are getting wild towards the end here with Dalton dominating the efforts, but the podium's still on. Dalton, Joe Reddy takes the checker flag, takes the win by 12 seconds. Bronte holding on to 2nd spot on the podium, but 3rd spot is still up for grabs. Here comes the chance for the outside. 77 looks for the cross. Zokar looks inside, takes away 12, forces the lift from Darhamani. Here comes the podium for the 77. What a last lap attempt to get him to 3rd.
Absolutely incredible drive by Adam Kozarka. Meanwhile, the battle for 5th as they come across the line, it's going to be a drag race. Landon Silver holds on ahead of Grayson Wyatt there on the line.
Some good drives at the very end. A big interval, yes, for the lead. But in the end, it was about who was able to maintain their tires enough to make the last charge for the podium positions. We see that for 3rd spot.
Absolutely, and Emmett Dalton gets the opportunity and the privilege to be the first ever winner in the Iame Micro Swift division. He'll receive the O belt later on here today.
Yeah, that O plate is going to be definitely something to have a lot of smiles about. It's definitely something to be taken serious of here in this series, because you'll have that whole representation until next year.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about it. So we're going to see, we'll learn more information regarding the O plate as we progress further and further through the year, but it is special meaning to be that first ever winner in Micro Swift here at the FLKC. Next up, it's time for the mini drivers after we clean up the track from some stragglers out on the circuit. So we'll take a few moments to go quiet, enjoy the sights and sounds at T4.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new Iame platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart.
Whoa, trouble here in the opening warm-up for the drivers in our Mini Swift category. That's the 128 machine. That is actually our pole sitter, if I'm not mistaken, of Nico Salazar, who spun it there. Tough break for him. He's got to quickly get back up to the front of the field before we take the green.
And they're already speeding their way pretty quickly with Colton Brock and Kimo Amon amongst the top 3. Then Shoecraft, Jack Kotowski, Dutch Westbrook in the top 6. Then Serbkowski will start in 7th, Leonardo Tavares. Then you also have Tomas Pretel and Montalvo that are the scheduled top 10.
And with that, they'll make their way over as we get set for our 3rd race final of the day. Still have quite a bit of racing action left to go. We have our KA Junior and Senior divisions next here after this. And we go back over to Shifter as more contact in our grid. Hopefully that didn't cause too much issues. But for our pole sitter of Salazar, he finally makes his way up to the front before we get started. Couple of drivers pushing his way through. Do we get a clean start? Yes, we do. Green is out, and Salazar leads the charge into 1. Drivers trying to jockey as they almost go 3 wide. Meanwhile, right behind, Bruck is trying to find his way around Salazar. He has some incredible pace we saw in the pre-final. He just ran out of time to chase down Nico Salazar.
Yeah, we'll see what happens this time with Bruck already shuffled down to 3rd, though. Amon already able to get the jump for Bruck. We'll see how the long run plays out. That's the big key. Long run development. Now that he's got track position, it's going to be a little bit of a hurt short run, especially with drivers like Kotowski on the drive back.
You got Jack Kotowski right there in the mix as he takes over the 4th spot as they work their way out of the final couple of corners to complete lap number 1. As Kotowski and Bruck will lead that first group heading down the front straightaway. They also got Cohen Shoecraft as here comes Kotowski to the inside, taking over the 3rd spot.
Done by Kotowski. Remember, he was kicked off the racetrack in the opening going, had to go back to the teams, recovered for a great run to the top 10. Now, in position to be one of your contenders for this race win, if he's able to keep up that similar pace to what happened last time, all of this is well. Some of the others still bundle up, like Tavares right behind, and some of the others look to try and regroup.
As we watch on through the field here, as we see Dutch Westbrook also trying to make some pace here, sitting in 6th position with Tavares and Skrapowski right there also in 8th. Then you have Montalvo, Liam right there in 9th. Good little fight just around the 5th position as Katowski, he's got work to do as Nico Salazar sets blistering lap of the race with a 47.229.
Charlie there still keeping a focus on his shot here, all over the rear end of some of these karts here as they get, but all this is going to be well. We see, can some of the drivers like Katowski be able to latch on to draft, be able to dig, be able to leapfrog ahead of Ahmad, then set things up for Salazar, because Salazar is rated relatively unchallenged early on. If you allow Salazar to get too far out, you cost yourself the chance to really have a chance for this race win.
Yes, you do, but now we see what the pace is going to be from Jack Katowski and Kimo Ahmad, since they now have some separation, a little bit of breathing room. Same thing with Colton Brook. He's able to break away from Westbrook and company as they come across the line. Jack Katowski responds 0.2 of a second faster than Salazar and Kimo Ahmad.
Now, right now, that pace definitely steadying on out again. We talked about Jack's ability to win at the national level already and pick up championships that way. Now, Munsell swarming forward. We see this heart of the field still keeping busy. Talvo still in the top 10. So Talas, I should say. Alonso's in the top 10 for now. Breakdown also in this conversation. All trying to keep within the top third or so of this field.
Yeah, it's really close, battling for position amongst these competitors here as we watch on the position of Brook, Westbrook, and company, as Colton Brook is now working his way through. He's now trying to see if he can take the fight to Jack Katowski as we watch on this battle with Dutch Westbrook. And of course, Charlie right there, Cohen Shoecraft and company. The 117 of Thomas Montalvo in 9th position.
Yeah, we know Dutch Westbrook, already a 4-time national champion, is one of the drivers you expect to do well. Of course, Super Nationals 28 picked up win. Rock Vegas picked up a win. Stars picked up wins in 2025 alone, a part of those championships. 2-time Texas Sprint Series champion as well. You expect Westbrook to be one of your contenders is what I'm trying to say here, Taylor. And today, he's been amongst those having to also scratch a claw just to be able to keep up with similar pace to Katowski in that Bennett.
Yeah, he has really struggled in qualifying. He found his way and fought and clawed in the pre-final event, but now he's just settling in, being a little patient there in that Bennett kart to try and take the fight to the rest of the field, as we have trouble for one driver. That is the 126 machine by the looks of it, out on the track.
We've 136. That would actually be Tosti, who Alessio was actually one of your top drivers for qualifying, remember. That's how big things can spiral for one driver. The 136 had been outside front row to immediately go from there to the back of the field for the final to basically your last cards in the final is absolute treachery.
Well, the good news is he can reset it tomorrow and try again when we come back tomorrow morning. He's got pace. The problem is he's got to keep it clean during these pre-final and final events as they work their way through. Dutch Westbrook, Charlie Skrapowski also now trying to get around the drivers of Tavares and company.
Yeah, right now, in terms of this outlook for some of these packs, it's going to be these little groups you expect over the course of this run. Remember, we've seen things get very wild in the pre-final, the minis. It's gotten a lot more calmer here for the final now that things are truly sorted with some of the fast drivers not doing the greatest in qualifying here, Taylor. What do you think was the coaching session like, or the discussions, to be able to see things go from aggression to pretty tame and people working together here?
Yeah, just probably telling them, hey, it's a longer race for the finals, so you have to take care of your stuff. A lot can go on between now and that checkered flag, so try to find you a dancing partner, work your way up if you can. If not, hold station.
And the thing is, how long do you hold station before you realize I'm in the wrong station? I need to go to the next station 2 towns over.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you got to see how far are you gaining on the competitor ahead of you. Are you losing time? And if you are, you need to find a way to start kicking in those afterburners. If not, getting around the person that's in front of you that you're working with, and then have them follow you and push you around.
It's a lot in terms of discussion. Westbrook did get around Brook, by the way, in the other groupings going on. But with less than 6 minutes to work with, they now try and figure out who do they attack next. How about some cuts once again? The 122 trying to go over the bumper. That sets up Ramos. Wyatt amongst those starting to get the squabbles out in this group, as now they try and find a way to wobble their way up more spots.
Yeah, Leonardo Chavallo, who is right there in the 12th position in that 122 CRG, lined up behind Cohen Shoecraft and company as they work their way through. Chavu is now trying to find his way back up into the chance of a top 10 finish.
Yeah, but we know Chavo started off this race towards the back, +6, Ramos is +11. And it takes a lot to be able to dig through this gap. Chavo now to only a 5, Ramos to a 10 on the gainage here. For this pack, they're going to have to sort themselves out fast because the deficit is growing to more than 2 seconds between them as you see the rest of the big movers.
Now it's the time to try to find who wants to lead this group, who has the pace that can lead them to the promised land, if you think about it, as they work their way through. More drivers jockeying for position. That's Bo Wyatt trying to get around Tomas Pertol, who is right there up ahead of him in 11th.
Pertol, again, setting things up and looking to the inside. Ascend. That will pass on by the orange machine. 2 spots lost, 1 corner, and we have a spin in the corner.
Poor Charlie looped it around by the looks of it, and I think that's going to cost him several positions at least.
Yeah, that's going to be very sad for him because he was running decently in the top 10. Stakes popping on up. We'll see for sure which driver plummets there in that circumstance. But all of this as well, that train for 8th on back is getting a little more hotly contested.
Looking toward the field to see who else we can touch base on here as we watch these drivers negotiate. Jack Katowski has started to close the gap even more so, 1.2 seconds behind Nico Salazar. Kimo Ahmad starting to fall off the pace just a little bit, and just as I say that, Katowski picks up another half a second on Nico Salazar.
Katowski finally getting the wick down, so to speak, as there goes the pass going on in the heart of this pack. See, Pigtail able to get himself back up to the 12th position. Might be a little bit too late. They're battling a little bit too hard here, you could argue. Yes, battling's fun, but if you're the race leader, you're thinking, leading's very fun. I get to lead all the laps.
Yes, you do, but the thing is, you got to worry about those who decide to work together, like you see right there behind Katowski, Ahmad, and Colton Brook, all lined up, ready to go, organized to chase down your race leader.
Yeah, really doing well to be able to try and chip this away. Katowski, though, starting to hit a brick wall. That time through it, like gained up, maybe, in fact, lost 49 1,000ths of a second on his margin. Brook, now it's about the time where we've seen the run really come into play for him before, where he was able to take advantage for 2 spots in the final corners coming up through the final laps. Now you can tell the pace is there off the corners, and he wants to go near contact with Ahmad.
Here they go, contact indeed, and they're trying to fight it out, and that's going to cause some issues because that could allow Nico Salazar to pull away and then lose the gap that they worked so hard to maintain and close up. And with 2 minutes to go, it's now going to be now or never. Who's going to pull the trigger to chase down your leader?
A little bit of a deep set for Ahmad into the braking zone as they continue to work their way on through 3. Bobble back for Brook. Brook ends up going for the push instead, coming out of 4. They work their way to the middle sector. Brook thought about ascend up through 7. Not going to work there. Now hounding the pressure once again as they work their way to the final 90 seconds plus 2 laps here. Brook to the inside. Now looking to try and squeeze him out. Ahmad keeps the line and forces Brook for the crossover.
Yeah, that's going to allow Jack Katowski to pull away and give him some breathing room away from Ahmad and Brook, Westbrook might close in on this fight as they come down the front straightaway. The gap is under half a second between Katowski and Salazar as Brook trying everything he can to hold off Kimo Ahmad. Trouble for Dutch Westbrook. He is off the pace. He has fallen outside of the top 10 and continues to fall down the running order.
Westbrook plummeting all of a sudden. That is going to be a big shuffle for his chances early on in this championship. Now, all of this as well, the leaders are in traffic, and Katowski, believe, is there with the help of some of said traffic as they make their way on through. Katowski looking outside, Salazar hugging the inside through 11.
Oh, this is going to get interesting to see here. Katowski looking to try and take home another win to add to the docket this year, and he is doing everything he can. He looks to the outside, thinks about trying to cross him up, and he does. To the inside, side by side, Salazar gives a little bit of a push right there, and as they enter into the hairpin, here comes Colton Brook.
Brook able to take advantage yet again. Long run, end of the run. Brook able to dig. Now, in this U-Race Mini Swift Machine race, it's about who's going to get the edge with 2 laps to go when they get to the stripe. Right now, Katowski is digging to close, needs another kart length to have a shot.
He's going to have to try, but he's got to worry about the driver of Colton Brook right there, along with Kimo Ahmad. Throw a coin in the air, you'll never know where it lands and who will end up on the top step of the podium. Down the front straightaway, 2 laps to go.
Salazar blocks to the inside, now works middle, outside, Katowski. Katowski tries to set himself up for the dive, through 2, sends it deep, parks the bus through 3. Katowski takes the race lead. Here comes Brook, first side-by-side to stick through turn 4, able to get clear by 5. Now Brook up to second. Now can Brook take the lead? He'll go for it this time, heading up into the turns up to 8 and 9. It's Brook the leader.
You can hear the crowd cheering on the outside as they work their way as Katowski, contact! Both of them go around. That gives Salazar back the race lead with Kimo Ahmad in hot pursuit as they come to the white flag. Nose to tail, they will come through the final couple of corners. Who can survive this race here? We're about to find out as they head down into 1.
Coming up, white flag this time through final top around. Salazar has a bit of a manageable gap, but Ahmad looking to see if he can send it deep. Gets within a half kart length through turn 3, loses that gap back for 4 onward. Ahmad is going to need to be bold. If he wants to win this race, he's going to need to be close to get alongside Salazar late.
If you want to be one of the front runners like you see here today, it's time to make brave and heroic decisions. Can Kimo Ahmad try to do the same thing we saw with our other 2 front runners before contact? Not close enough to try anything just yet, but he's going to make a big run out of the final corner. Big momentum on his side. Kimo Ahmad looking. Salazar goes on the defense. Drag race to the line. Here they come. Give it to Nico Salazar.
Salazar able to hold on by just over a 1/10 of a second. Montalvo, with all the wildness, came back from about 10th spot early on to get a podium, Taylor.
How about that for Thomas Montalvo to take home a podium finish? Great drive for him. As we see for Nico Salazar, the first ever winner for the FLKC Mini Swift. He will get, of course, the O plate at podium celebration.
Yeah, Tavares able to get a top 4, Shoecraft to the top 5. Kelski getting 6, Ramos in 7th, Fellas in 8th, Santana Pretel in the top 10. 112.22 got ahead, by the way, on the second tab over Wyatt. Franco also doing well in the 146. It was an interesting race, and some of your fastest drivers will have a hole to climb out of in this 12-round championship.
Yeah, tough break for them, and they will have some work to do indeed. Next, though, on the docket, it is your KA100 Juniors once we clear the track.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing?
Field now is ready to go racing here. It is time for the Iame KA100 Juniors presented by Inter MS, and the field will whirl around the circuit to get set for some exciting racing action here today.
Yes, Isaac Malgret is going to start over the front. Nico Kotelski alongside. Then Maxwell Mancha and Santiago Orioli are part of your top 4. Maddox Ruiz will start alongside. Vogeli will start in 6th. Then it's Moskolenko will start alongside Kai Park. Flamini and Martinez a part of your top 10. Of note, Buchanan and Savage going to be an interesting row. Those two have had some ups and downs all weekend in one class or another, Taylor.
They certainly have, and it's going to be a tough ask to see if they can find a way to recover from the chaos that they had to ensue during their pre-final and qualifying attempts. So a lot of work, but we'll find out as we come into the tram line to see who will be the first ever winner of the FLKC KA100 Juniors.
They run their way up to the tram lines, looking steady, looking solid. Green, green, green. We're on their way. Malkovic gets clear ahead of the pack. Everybody goes 2 by 2 behind them. The rest of the field trying to sort itself quick through 3 as they try and get the elbows out. Ketelski and company, and one driver hard on the barrier.
One driver goes off into the barrier. That's the 837 machine who had some issues. Loops it around and hard contact to the tire wall.
Samuel Martinez.
Samuel Martinez, tough break for him, and as he will take him out of competition.
So Samuel Martinez, who started off the weekend with some clutch issues, having a top 10 run in both the qualifying and the pre-final, having things steady out. Speaking of steadying out, bit of a ride to the curb has broken up the packs. 3 karts all trying to bump each other in the heart of the field. Maddox Ruiz trying to group together. Moskolenko and Munsell is trying to find a way to go. Everybody getting coiled up here in the heart of the field.
As we work our way through around the circuit, 13 minutes ago, Balkett starting to stretch out that race lead. Macha and Nico Katowski got a work to do as we go a little further back. As these drivers try to find their openings here. I gotta say, looking at this group, the 828 of Dominic really has a good run, but just as I say that, here comes Flaminini down to the inside to take over the spot.
Yeah, Flaminini going to set it up pretty well for these dives, and you have to go at this point when you have such the pack imploding the way it is here in this situation with the gaps. Macha has taken the race lead though, by the way, so Macha making some big moves here. Ketelski, Malkovic, also with a hornet's nest, and Orioli is right in the popcorn seat if things start to bubble a little bit amongst this top group.
Field works their way around the circuit here, and as they do so far, I gotta say, watching Malkin and company as Maxwell Macha showing the pace here. Here comes Nico Katowski to the inside, almost making contact with Isaac Malkwit.
Nearly running into the back of Malkovic indeed, and that's going to cost them a bit of ground here. Macha getting some breathing space as a result. Now, that's the thing, it's about, do you send it? Do you try and push? Ketelski proving both the Ketelskis are quick today. There goes Nico up to second.
Nico moving up to the second position and now has his eyes set on Maxwell Macha. Can he find his way up to the front and try to recover for the TKG Barellards after what happened to his brother Jack Katowski? Just as I say that, here comes Orioli with a big run. He'll get around Malkit for the third position.
Santiago Orioli, we talked about him, had some movements last year when it came to the team side of things. Has looked pretty solid wherever he's ran in his karts so far in his career. But for Orioli, one of the drivers who won the USPKS last year at Mini Swift, looking to really solidify what's a solid run there. This pack behind him, though, having some wideness. 828 goes wide. Moskolenko losing a lot of ground with that shuffle as Flamini still tries to hold on to the top 5.
Top 5 drivers trying everything they can to pull away as Flamini is working his way to make a charge to the front of the field. He's got help from Vogeli right there behind him. His Tony Kart, those two have setting some incredible pace to try and charge up to the front.
Yep, absolutely, especially what we've seen from Vogeli. We talked about some of the tests that they've done here with Leighton as well, his fellow KA senior teammate Lucas Donato, in terms of the endurance side of things. Also, amongst the drivers that have been trying to really solidify a chance to get the sports cars. Look at this battle, though, in the heart of the pack yet again. That's how far Moskolenko has fallen. Right back into a fight yet again with Park, like the pre-final. These two are stuck together.
They certainly are stuck together, and they are doing everything they can to make one last push to make the run up to the front of the field as Matt Scaloli is really having a tough time. Kai Park also making some moves up through the field.
Yeah, Kai Park really hasn't gained spots for the qualifying position, but we know as a competitor is pretty solid here. Kai Park has had to really fight to have a chance in this pack, though. But we still have plenty of time to go. And for Park, the next pack is about your 2 seconds up. He is nearly almost over pushing. You see him miss the line in 1, checks him up by 3.
Checking up a little bit. That's going to cause some issues right here as they work their way around the circuit. Tough racing action amongst the field of drivers as they work their way around.
Yeah, Kai Park at this point is making a little bit more mistakes. That sets him up for the pass, and that's not the greatest spot for him to get past. That put him up for a pass. Sorupko also getting on by, and just like that, Park getting shuffled to the back end of the top 10 with one line, one bad exit. It sets up a whole spiral for the rest of the lap.
It certainly does, and as we watch on this fight for position here with Moselenko and company, it's going to be a matter of time. I see who will come out on top amongst them, who will be the Pied Piper that will take them up through the front of the field.
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of work. 8 seconds you're talking about for the whole cluster. The lead pack has been that much quicker and a bit more confident in working together here. See those leaders, how they sort. Malkuit losing ground, but a bit of squabbling. Kotelski had to block off some runs. Couldn't block off Orioli, though. Another change for second as Macha tries to run.
Macha trying everything to run away, but he's got to worry about Nico Kotelski, who is already hot on his heels and looking for more as he tries to find the opening. Macha also has to worry about Santiago Orioli, who has moved up to second.
Yeah, and we know Orioli's got the pace, but Macha, we talked about some of that experience too. Has been one of the drivers that's appeared at Screws and Supernats, was the winner, in fact, in the Mini Swift this past year in November. So he has the stellar talent there to get the job done. It's also raced, of course, here in Florida, as recently as the Tropicana Field as well in some raw competition. But it's going to require for the rest of the pack a little bit of gamesmanship. You can't just keep fighting the way you've been fighting here for second and hope to gain on the leader forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and you got to be careful with that here because you don't want to overextend those tires here and burning them up really quickly, which will then cause you to drop like a rock. But how about Santiago Orioli? Big time run, almost decided to send it to the inside of Maxwell Macha.
Thought about the move, had an opportunity for the move, too early for the move. We still have 7 minutes to go, and we know if you rush the move, you will leave a lot of time for someone to respond back to you. So it's obviously got to be in the back of Orioli's mind of, okay, I like to lead, but at the same time, what if that pass lets Kotelski go, and you know Kotelski is near dead even with Orioli on pace.
Yeah, Orioli is absolutely dead on and looking for more, but the problem is going to be what can he do if he can run away, because just as we say that, Kotelski responds by setting a blistering lap around the circuit. Here comes also the rest of these drivers of Isaac Malkuit in the hunt.
Yeah, Malkuit going to be just waiting in the wings for something to spark up again, to be able to retake this lead with some of the dominating wins here today for the 870 machine. Just the way how things have trended for Malkuit, you expect him to be on the podium at the very least in each of these races. But we don't write these races on paper. We don't drive on a paper sheet. It's not kindergarten where you draw the race on paper. It's about what you do in the physical reality in 3D space.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be so careful and be patient of where to set up these passes, where to take care of your equipment, where to also just know it's not the time to fight. It's the time to try and work with someone to pull away.
Have all these leaders doing a really good job around this track in terms of the line here so far. Keep in mind, noticing a little bit of dust kick-up has popped up in some circumstances around the circuit, by the way, especially 7 and 8. Some of these drivers, as the race goes on into the later evening here and as these track temps drop, may see some of those adjustments they would have made for if they were expecting things to be a bit earlier in the schedule to really play things differently as we work into the late evening.
Yeah, as we work our way through, it's going to be a late one here as we watch these drivers battle it out. I do hope we do have lights. I'm looking around the track to see if we do.
I've seen light poles. There are light poles here at T4 KartPlex.
There's one light pole right there. So
there's multiple.
There's 2, there's 3. They're right there in the center. Okay, well, you're not in the camera shot, Justin, so we have to make sure and see everything going on around this circuit as we watch the battle here amongst our race leaders.
I mean, it's easier to see around the racetrack than feel around the dark, and you definitely don't want to race in the dark. But I will say, in all seriousness here, with the way things are shaping up, Louise, by the way, as we've looked away from this, did take away the 5th spot here, Taylor. So that battle group has seen a little bit of shuffling with them splintering from what was up to 6 karts down to just 3 grouped up for the top 5.
Yeah, and that group is separated 8.6 seconds. So Ruiz is going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to try and make a charge up to the front.
It's even more splinter than that now, with Vogeli looking to try and find a way to stay in front of Flamini. Keeping a little bit closer, just providing the pressure to see where the mistake can come into play for this battle late in this going of this race. But all this is being said, where it's going to take a lot of preciseness for one of the drivers local to the region and Flamini to get the spot back. The Argentinian driver has had some screws of Supernats experience after all in the KA100 Jr already. Looking at some of the air packs here, by the way, Taylor, as we go. Some small groups have formed up, like for 12, like as well, groups for 16. It's splintered into what you would normally expect to see for a sports car race. Packs of 2 or 3 together at a similar pace.
Yeah, it is, and it's really amazing of how well everyone's kind of behaving. It's the calm before the storm that we're about to see. And just to say that, there you see a little bit of a shoving match going on amongst these groups of drivers right here that we're watching on. That is the 833 machine of Jaden Lewis, who is trying to find his way into the 12th position around Marcos Burgess.
They're really trying to see what can be done here for their chances. Staying checked up and off the track. Big mistake into the sand barrier.
Tough break for the 330 machine and has the work to do, and unfortunately that will cost him multiple positions.
Now that's going to be a slide off the racetrack. That would be Burgess. Yes, indeed, who falls off the circuit. Going to lose the chance to be able to get top half of the field maybe as a result of one mistake.
Yeah, it's a tough break indeed as we go up and watch this battle here amongst these 2 Tony karts. That being the drivers of the 8. Trying to get the number off of that one as they work their way around towards the back half of the course.
Yeah, all lined up at this point. You see the little slides. Some of these drivers really having to work the wheel, having a hard time sticking to the track with, even when you think there's all this grip, and there is all this grip. Some of the drivers just having an issue maintaining the line. We're seeing this in particular with some of the battles like this with Carney trying to hold on to the top 10 of a Park.
Yeah, with Kai Park trying everything he can to get back into the top 10 over Nolan Carney, who has been on a tear, picked up 9 spots already. As trouble for one driver off the track, his day is done as we go back up to Maxwell Matcha with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Comfortable ahead of Nico Katowski as they enter into the yellow zone. Having to worry about that one kart that is just off of turn number 3 as they continue to try to negotiate around here. Katowski a second behind your leader.
Yep, all of them still looking pretty solid here. Macho really has the long run pace yet again, solidifying itself to close out this race. To give him credit here, already this pack splintering for what was bumper to bumper, kart to kart. Near 1 second, covering them to more than 2 second spread. Going to be close on how many laps we get here, though, Taylor. Going to be within a couple seconds.
It is going to be close. It's going to be 3 laps to go for Maxwell Macha, Nico Katowski, and Santiago Orioli as they negotiate through this racetrack here at the T4 KartPlex. And so far, no lap traffic up ahead for Maxwell Macha that would cause any issues just yet. And that's Katowski, Malkiewicz, and Santiago Orioli trying to work their way to close the gap. It might be too little too late for anyone unless someone makes a mistake.
Yes, and right now, I think for Mancha, right now, you can put one hand on the trophy, you can put one step onto the podium, but all it would take is one tire to drop off while you try and step on the stage. And all of a sudden, you're plummeting down in the order. Right now, the gap looking steady. With only a few moments to work with around this track. 3 to go signal was at the flag stand.
3 to go signal indeed, and as they do so, here we go. What can Katowski or Orioli do to try and have a chance of being the first ever winner at the FLKC KA100 Jr category? Maxwell Macha is doing everything he can to be that first-time winner.
Yeah, look at some of the urge battles as we go late here in this one. Give credit to a lot of these competitors with how close things have gotten. For example, you have the 822 trying to go on the dig in the late stages of this fight. That is going to see the charge attempted right now, late by Vogeli, to try and get a chance on Ruiz. Had to dig to have this gap reduced by near 2 seconds to have a chance just to be able to get the top 5.
Absolutely, and here they come down across the front straightaway with those 2 laps. Maddox Ruiz holding strong over Leighton Vogeli, who is putting immense pressure on him, trying to just poke and prod, find the opening he needs to take home the checker or to take home the position.
Yep, right now, a little bit too far back to send, but you have to give huge credits to the close-up in the first place. 2/10 gain alone just to have a chance for a setup for the coming up to the white flag. There's the block by Ruiz. Forced onto the inside, hugs the inside again. White flags up for the leaders. Final time around. Mancha nearly hitting lap traffic. And that's actually going to hold back Orioli and Kotelski and company as they get held up in the heart of the pack. Mancha looks to run away. He'll make his way through the final corners to try and solidify what was a steady drive up from the front. Took the lead early and has not looked back today. Final sector for Mancha. For Maxwell Mancha, the multiple-time winner at the national level, add another win to the statistics, add another series to the win tally. KA100 Jr goes to Mancha.
Incredible drive for Maxwell Mancha to take home the win. Nico Kotelski, Santiago Orioli, your podium finishers, as the rest of the field will make the mad dash to the checkered flag.
Yeah, incredible race. Some drag races across the stripe for good measure also. But in the end, Mancha holds on by 1.1 seconds over Kotelski and Orioli. Now to it, Ruiz, followed by Vogeli. The top 6, Oskarenko in 7th, Bambino, Saberko, and Carney all at the top 10. 24 seconds to spread amongst your top 10, Taylor.
Yeah, incredible drive right here by Nolan Carney. Kai Park, unfortunately, outside looking in at 11. Jalen Lewis, Eric Wichkowski, Elon Dwyer, Dylan Fallon, Eva Malkova, Alexander Savage, Kylan Wolf, Samuel Martinez, and Sebastian Villanova rounding out your top 20. With that, we move on to one of our senior categories after a little bit of cleanup. KA100 Senior and Master next here on Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's...
Here we go, everybody. It's time to get back to racing because the Florida Karting Championship has motors revving and karts rolling. Next up in your order, it is KA100 Sr and KA100 Master. As we get set to see how things shape up, it's Ryan Norberg who looks to fly over Enzo Vincentian. Chase Gasly and Beckham Jasir are part of your top four. Mick Gabriel in the top five. Victor de Alencar will start off in the sixth spot. Stephen Miller, Wyatt Downing, Santiago Fernandez, and James Andreas will start amongst your top 10 starting positions in this one.
It's going to be an exciting one here today indeed. We're happy to have you with us for one of our top classes, the KA100 Seniors and Masters. Ryan Norberg looking to be the first ever winner of the FLKC KA100 Senior Division, and he's going to put on a show, but he's got to go head-to-head with some of the biggest superstars in the state of Florida and in the country. Have they come down into the trams line to get set for racing action? Green flag in the air. We are racing in KA100 Senior.
Good start for Norberg. 3 wide in the battle for fourth position already. Gasly able to jump up. The 4 wide gets itself sorted, all while the rest of the leaders try and fight their way through the sunshine. Right now, Norberg looking to build up the buffer. Vincentian behind by 4 kart lanes. Sent on through. Once again on the set, Vincentian able to get it back from Gasly.
You saw Gasly pointing to Vincentian saying, hey, I am not fighting you right now. We're going to work together because we know Norberg is going to try and run away from the competition if we start battling this early on.
And right now, Norberg looking to set the tone early on, of course, of this race. 14 minutes, remember, to start things off on the clock. Norberg setting times in the 32-33 seconds to start things off. They are blistering quick to begin this run through. All while some of the drivers like the Paralympic machines you see just trying to hold on with a lot of the pressure building. Be with Jasir, with Miller, with Gabriel, all these karts staying lined up in a tow truck.
I think right now is the time for these drivers just to settle in, get themselves ready for the long haul, because they know if Ryan Norberg runs away, it's kind of game over unless the tires start to fall off. You see that from Enzo Vincentian trying to just start to pull away a little bit, but you see Beckham Jasir working with Stephen Miller's trouble. Multiple karts go off the track. One of the Sodi karts stuck in the grass. That was day done for him. Tough break for that competitor.
Right to the middle of the racetrack, a very tough spot where Shetty also lost some ground as a result of some of that squabbling in the heart of the field. We see Shetty contending in one of the other groups later on today. But right now, this lead group staying pretty tight together, short run at least, with Flying Ryan to see how things just shape up here early on with one of the winningest drivers you can have when it comes to the style of racing.
Absolutely. You're talking about a 7-time SCUSA Pro Tour champion and knows how to get around this circuit here, or knows how to get around pretty much any track here in the state of Florida, as well as also across the country, as he and the Norberg Karting Academy team with GFC are really showcasing the speed that GFC has.
Yeah, and showcasing the development he's wanted to put together in terms of his own team here, in terms of building the resume as an owner after being able to win so many times over the years. Again, he is from Orlando, mind you, so this is going to be a home state series for him to be able to race in between those national races. You see some of the drivers still getting pushed in the middle of the field. By the way, that is Anthony Lewis that is getting pushed.
Well, watch out for Enzo Vidmontien, though. He is making some hot laps around this circuit, almost 0.3 of a second faster. And just as I say that, Norberg responds. Beckham Jasir, though, setting the pace. He's trying to get some help, but he is under immense pressure from Chase Gasly, who best man's handles him and pushes him out of the way. 3 wide out of the hairpin as Mick Gabriel picks up a 2-for-1 special.
Talked about the aggressiveness for Gabriel we expect from him. Seen a little bit of aggressiveness come out there as Jasir had pretty much said in terms of when discussing with things with him in that yellow helmet to watch out for one, but 2, that he was going to be someone to watch for excitement. A little bit of excitement in that case cost him a fair bit of ground.
It certainly did, and as they work their way through, Jasir's got to be careful with that and try to find a way to just settle back in and make the run work out in his favor. He's all the way down to 8th position and has quite a bit of work to do. He's got to find his way back around Wyatt Downing and Victor de Alencar.
Yeah, but all of them just trying to figure out just what they can do. Close out Miller, remember, on the recovery from earlier on the National Motorsports machine. We've seen him run at the national level, specifically for Nash. I should clarify myself there. Is one of those drivers who, once he lost the spots, couldn't really make up the ground earlier on in the pre-final, remember. It's kind of feeling the same way a little bit to start off. Miller's kind of hit that plateau where he's able to maintain, but not enough to make passes, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of just stuck in a little bit of an issue as you see Mick Gabriel pointing over to Chase Gasly like, hey, start going. Don't worry about blocking. I'm trying to work with you here. Got to worry about Stephen Miller, though, right behind, because I don't know if he's going to want to play nice here at this stage of the race.
Especially with the way things shape up here, absolutely. But it's still lots of laps, still lots of chances, still lots of opportunities here, especially with Gasly being the cork in the bottle here in the Bennett. Oh, wow, look at this up front. Change up for the lead. Vidmontien has it over Norberg.
He found the pace and he found the opportunity to get around Ryan Norberg. Enzo Vidmontien ducks down, looking to lead his first lap here in the FLKC.
Yeah, but to get this first lap against Norberg here in this final. Now, what do you do if you're Norberg in this case here, Taylor? There's still a lot of time, but it's the question, can Vidmontien run? Or Norberg be able to pace him?
Well, I think right now, so far, Enzo Vidmontien is kind of that rabbit right now. Does he let him try to just run out his stuff and then slowly reel him back in? He's got enough time, because if you start battling too much, Chase Gasly and Mick Gabriel will just become barreling down on you, and that is not something you want to have happen.
Yeah, especially with the way these races could go. All it takes is battle for 2 laps back and forth with some crossover moves, in a sense that hold each other up on the corner exits, and all of a sudden you're talking about a big talking point for the leaders. They are, mind you, already near second quicker as it is, these top 2. It just showcases how talented both of these drivers are. We see it at the national level, and they're showcasing it here against some of their fellow national competitors.
Absolutely, and that's going to cause a lot of issues here, and seeing what we're going to see amongst these drivers in this stage. I mean, you're talking about some of the best in the nation, all here located in this state of Florida, ready to see if they're the best out of the state of Florida drivers.
And right now, that pace will be hard to topple if they continue this up for everybody else here. Again, for personal best this time for Norberg, 41.1. The next Pat Gasly had Stephen Miller also jump on behind as the next car in line instead. They were still another 6, making 8/10 back on the interval with 7 minutes to work with.
That's not a good look there for Chase Gasly. I mean, he was almost in the 45-second bracket. That's how far off the pace. He is definitely causing that cork in the bottle effect that could cost any one of these drivers a chance to move up and chase down your race leader. It's pretty much not going to happen now.
Yeah, and I remember last year when first getting the chance to call Gasly in 2025, he was considered as one of the drivers to keep an eye on. In particular, remember with Stars he popped up a fair bit with. He has some good ability to be able to compete, and he's done pretty well. We've seen him with Nash last year. Right now, this year with Bennett, giving him some good performance, but right now, Gabriel seems ready to try and pounce with some of these moves we're seeing right behind him and try and figure out who's the first to attack the driver from Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, well, it's going to be who's going to be the first one who will send it in there, as here comes one driver, trouble for another who goes off the track. But how about Victor De Alencar and Stephen Miller throwing up the dukes to go at it?
Yeah, able to get himself ahead again. All this while, Jasir, you followed along on the sim side. We know Jasir, known for his ability to save and be able to power his way consistency-wise. He's going to be hungry to make that leapfrog. There it is in the background to jump on up. Now he's immediately gaining the ground of the karts in front.
He's sitting in the 6th position and now just has to find his way around Stephen Miller and company to try to have a shot of a podium here in the closing stages.
Yeah, I was going to say in the case of Jasir, though, I know it's more the virtual side than it is with the reality side, but one of the main traits when he was with Fiercely Forward, Jasir, was his ability to protect the equipment, be able to perform in the late going, and know how to save for tires. And right now, Jasir seems to be getting himself to where he's saved for a few laps, sacrificed a couple spots, cooled down the tires. Now he can go. He's waiting for a chance to go on the outside of the both.
Beautiful run around the outside, and he is going to go 3 wide. Is able to split the difference, take over the spot, and now sits 4th position behind Chase Gassie as they now see here comes Stephen Miller back around, and that is going to help Chase Gassie grinning from ear to ear as he runs away.
Yeah, this is exactly what Gassie wants yet again. More squabbling, more infighting, more focus on who's going to get a top 5 rather than who's going to get on a podium for the inaugural race for this championship. And we're seeing just how difficult it is for a lot of these drivers to cooperate. This is exactly the type of racing we see at the national level where things can be intense, but we know if they keep in the draft, it takes a couple laps, they can close back up easily.
It certainly is, but the thing is they got to be organized. They got to be not wanting to fight each other so much to where they'll lose that time once again. So they got to be careful with how hard they're fighting with 4 minutes to go. Meanwhile, back in the front of the field, Ryan Norberg. Remember, we touched on letting the driver of Enzo Vincent Montiel run away. He's starting to reel him back in. He's out there fishing. He's going to let him run, but just bring him back in a little more. 0.3 of a second is the gap between them two.
Yep, and right now, this whole entire conga line has been intense this entire run. We'll say, at the very least, some of these drivers are going to be pretty happy with the start of the weekend. You have to give credit to Jasir, who still holds on to the top 5. Remember I mentioned he was only in this car. He hasn't raced in a few years. Got the sponsorship lined up to have an opportunity to race here in the first place on top of an F4 for this upcoming year. And for him, it's a chance to be able to see how well you are able to fare out in the kart with a busy national schedule expected coming up, and of course, expecting him to be very busy here in the state of Florida. After all, he is from Miami.
He certainly is, as we watch on here and watch this group of drivers. Stephen Miller has gotten around Beckham Jasir, and he's now starting to break away to hunt down Chase Gassie. Trouble, though, for Ryan Norberg. He had an issue. He's lost over 0.7 of a second. He's now a second, 1.1 seconds behind Enzo Vidmontien.
We'll see. Keep an eye on that as we've seen a change there in terms of positions. Looking at some of the others around the track.
That's why, right there, I think, with the lap traffic, they're negotiating.
Oh, and he's got something going on for sure. He's got the hands out. Norberg checking towards the filter.
There goes the chain.
Yep, that kart's done.
Oh, the frustration. Ryan Norberg out of the race here due to the fact of a chain going off of that 348 GFC.
One of the fastest karts on property to start off the weekend comes to a halt, and Ryan Norberg will have to pull that kart off the circuit with a couple minutes to go, and that increases the intensity for this pack for third because now it's for a podium. Gabriel up to the top 3.
Stephen Miller holds that podium position. Mick Gabriel looking to now find his way to take over the 3rd spot. And those two are going to go at it here as we watch Beckham Jasir. New life breathed into him as he now looks to try and take the fight to these two.
Yeah, Gabriel at this point trying to keep the distance as fast as possible here. Miller, we know, has been in the maintain pace. We talked about this before, but he's got Jasir, who's hungry to pounce. We talked about him trying to keep the equipment ready for this moment. with about 90 seconds to work with on the clock. You're talking maybe 5-ish laps. Jasir looking for the move on Miller to try and set something up. He nearly sent himself to the mailbox.
He certainly did, and he's now got to gather it back up once again as Stephen Miller retakes the 4th position with under 90 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, right now the Williams Esports driver looking to reset, but all of this as well, everybody else tries to figure out, can they have a shot with how things are going on Gabriel. Gabriel's been able to farm out the gap, and they've got a lap cart right up the road. We've seen how big traffic's been all day long. You reach one cart, you potentially could lose 9/10 of a second. Think they're going to reach for the right spot, at least in the case of Gabriel. Maybe not for Miller and Jasir because they're reaching a mid-corner.
They're reaching that corner. Oh, they're going to shove him out of the way. The 406 lap traffic, not something you wanted to see there. That was actually one of your
That's one of your top masters. Yeah, that was La Rosa moved out of the way. Karpitas in that class has held on to a decent buffer, by the way. So La Rosa spiraling down on the interval.
Ooh, that was definitely not good as they try to work their way through possible situation that could happen out of that. 10 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps for Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, that's how busy things have gone. We now have 4 different carts off the racetrack on top of things with the attrition. His clock is down at 0. Vidmontien in control, but it's still not done with Miller and Jasir at the very least for the 4th spot. Jasir looking to nearly rip the number plate off of Miller's cart.
Jasir is hungry. He wants the chance to go up for a podium as he tries to hunt down Mick Gabriel. He's got the pace. He just does not have the time.
Yeah, right now at this point, I think Jasir will have to hope for reaching his goal at the podium for tomorrow because the gap is just separated out. Look at this Hornet's Nest, though. This is not going to be easy to get through because you're talking about some of those leaders and masters in this group. You're also talking about some of the drivers really tiptoeing together at least 5-6 carts in a train that they're working through.
Here we go. Beckham Jasir to the inside, and he will complete the pass. See what Stephen Miller will do. He knows he's going to have to be careful finding his opening as they are now stuck behind lap traffic.
Yeah, this is not going to be a good spot at all right now. That's Trent Warren that's staying in front of them. Warren now gets sent underneath. That gets the separation. Warren now builds a buffer for the other carts in the line, like the Owen car will lose some ground. Jasir continues to dive deep.
Jasir trying every opening he can to get around this lap traffic, and Stephen Wilson is wondering, what are you guys doing? You're preventing me for a chance as they come to take the white flag.
White flag is out, final time around for Vidmontien. Gassiet Lee is held on to second by a good second or so, but right now the battle for the podium, working through the traffic. Gabriel has built a bit of a buffer from it. Jasir just trying to march his way through. Miller Jr. looking for a mistake. Jasir gets held up.
That's going to cause, here comes Stephen Miller. Will he try to send something in these next couple of corners? Jasir finds the opening. Miller follows through, finds the opening to take it, but it's going to be a drag race as Beckham Jasir will race him down into the S's.
Side by side they work. Vidmontien working to the final corners himself. Will come on through, take the checker flag in KA100 Sr. and does so as one of the fastest karts on track. Second, Gassiet Lee. Gabriel does hold on with Jasir getting a top 4 over Miller Jr. Torres Jr. takes it away by a few 1,000ths from the Alvin car.
Absolutely incredible drive right there by all of our competitors. An incredible fight to the finish here in your KA100 Senior category.
Some wild racing, and again, in the midst of all this, the Masters, Karpitas did get the win. He was 18th overall in your running order today. How about that finish, to say the least? That battle pack for second, what turned into second, all back was fierce all day as you see your top 20.
It certainly is, but a tough break for a lot of drivers involved in this one, especially right here. Ryan Norberg out of it due to the fact of the chain coming off the cart. Same thing with Santiago Fernandez out of the race. Wyatt Downing, Evan Hauger and company all did not finish.
That's some disappointing runs for the end for a couple of the competitors, but again, it takes having the cart to be able to survive and also be able to pace yourself to have manage that equipment. If if you want to win here.
Absolutely. We're going to step aside, take a quick break as shifters are about to head out on the track after we clean up the track. We'll be back after these messages.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So if the Smarty can, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash. So you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new Iame platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G.
It is now time to go through the gears as we get set for your Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters division, as Andreas and Scott Presti will lead us to the green flag on the front row. Zoe Sule and Christopher Giron are in row 2. Vincent Stoltz and Morn Van Tak in row 3. Rob Gore and Ryan Coverly in row 4. Corey Matthews and Corey Eberhardt round out your top 10 drivers as they get ready to go into the tram line to set themselves up for one of the most spectacular forms of motor racing, a standing start for your shifter kart. Always incredible. Inches off the ground, where you're basically, if you compare this to any other form of motorsports, it's basically like starting in an F1 car, but you're only a couple of inches off the ground.
It's all about how you manage your launch in the first place to be able to set what will be a difficult run for a lot of these cars here today. Now for the rest of the field, it's can you get smoothly through the gears, as it looks like we already have one problem.
Yep, we got one driver stalling out right there. Can he get it refired before we get the green flag? And we're going to get them to go back around.
Yeah, that looks like some of the drivers having issues getting going. Remember, Stoltz had issues firing off in the opening pre-final. Well, the only pre-final, I should really say. But it's going to be interesting because the end of the race came right with Van Tak and Gore near on top of each other. We talked about Van Tak, about 5 years experience and, of course, a part of VTM Racing. Then you have Gore, who's been the longtime stalwart in racing, who is now amongst those in the club scene looking to battle for that championship. Should be fun to see those two in the Masters side fight for this year's title.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting one here to watch as they will negotiate around the circuit once again. Hopefully, we don't have multiple attempts to try to get started. We can just go when everyone lines back up. We all have left is the T4 and 206 Cadets, T4 and 206 Juniors, LO206 Masters and Seniors and T4 Seniors and Masters left. So we're closing in on the end of day one of the season opener of the FLKC here at T4 KartPlex.
The shade continuing to steady on out as the sun peaks its way down soon. Again, going to be interesting how this will fare for some of those on the setup. Not too much you can really do in the rush, as we've already had another stall.
That looks like to be Sule, who is having some issues right there. And now he's going to get a restart. Oh, he stalled it again.
Well, on the bright side, it's before you take the green flag. So there's that. And
go around again one more time.
What happens after the third time?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, this is where it's time to remember they do follow the USPKS rule book when it comes to this series in terms of those regulations. And remember, that's going to be your basic guideline, is following those supplementals as well over the course of this event to make sure you don't lose anything on that mark. Now, the shifter rules, remember, when it comes to USPKS on the reference, in terms of some of those starts, that exact information for you will say, I think there's a limit to that point. Eventually, you have to worry about how many times you attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're to keep an eye and see how this all plays out amongst our competitors as they make their way around.
And at this point, who do you think is going to get the job done in this race, in your opinion?
Andreas is good one to watch. Scott Presti as well. And then, of course, in the Masters, Morn Van Tok is, South African Jesus, as they say here. So he is definitely going to be the one who's going to dominate in the shifter Masters division.
Well, you say that, but, the Gore family are legends here in Florida as well. We're talking about some of the first ever Super Nats. They were a part of those races as contenders at the national level. And also picked up some of the SCUSA Florida Championship. We're talking in the early history. Him and his dad.
Here we go. Everyone looks to be set. Green flag, and away we go for the first opening laps here in the shifter senior. And already, Scott Presti is putting the pressure on James Endress.
Endress already with a decent launch. Presti immediately looking inside and out in the Croc Promotions machine. Checked up as he tries to stay tucked up behind. They work their way through the middle sector now. All while, by the way, the Masters machines got a great jump. Van Tok and Gore both launched near perfectly to zip by the 426 and set themselves up in a decent position.
Now this question is going to be, how long do you just take care of your equipment, know that you have a long race ahead of you, not push the envelope, and continue pressing forward? James Andreas will set the pace here. Scott Presti stays tucked up behind. Morn Van Tok, well, he's already got the race lead in the Masters division, but he's got Rob Gore right there with him, 7/10 behind as we watch these two do battle.
Now, all of this is while the field studies out, to say the very least. We know with the shifter side of things, it's about the challenge of being able to work with the gears. You see the hand motions as they try and go back and forth with the gears, make sure they maximize the RPMs. And you have to have a good sense of rhythm and have a good balanced setup in particular to have the teeth of the gearing in the perfect spot for that.
Absolutely, and you got to be so careful of where you can set it up here for these drivers as we watch these competitors work their way through. And already, Andress is starting to put the pace down and trying to run away from Scott Presti.
Isn't able to really run away, though. That's the thing when it comes to Andress in this conversation. Seems for the most part, these two are pretty equal, at least in the short run. That seems to be the big thing here today. Remember, it was traffic that was the big hindrance initially between these drivers earlier on today. Andress, champion when it comes to this region before, also was one of the drivers that competed in the Florida Winter Tour over the winter months as well. So all it really takes if you want to be able to win a championship here, well, it takes a lot of steps, Taylor. But, I mean, if you want to get the job done, having expertise to winning championships definitely helps you to be able to win more Florida championships.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a big help for him indeed as he tries to hold off Scott Presti. We do have one driver out of the race. That is Chris Kaiser out, unfortunately, in the shifter Masters division.
Yep, so the 38 off circuit. Oh, wow, we look at some of the drivers in the middle of the field. You have probably, we haven't talked too much about here yet this weekend. You have Corey Matthews, who's seen pretty racy. Matthews actually doing pretty steady, but lost a lot of ground. Matthews really lost a lot of ground with that move.
Yeah, he missed a shift or something right there, because he's now falling into the clutches of Christopher Gyram right there in the 7th spot, that 426 machine, who is part of the shifter senior division. So that's going to be a tough work for him as he tries to find his way back up to the front.
Yeah, right now Matthews just at this point has to put the defense. Gyram going to be the interesting part here, because he's on the podium, it seems right now, by a decent bit for at least the main shifter, the shifter senior, I should say, when it comes to this. But we've already talked about that mechanical issues in the first place that have been a factor. So it's going to be quite simple for him. Just preserve the kart, get the finish, get across the line. You've got a cushion of 11 seconds. Yeah, it'd be helpful to pass by some overall karts so you don't get held up and lose that interval, but don't force it and risk, you know, popping the motor or losing a chain or having a tire fly off the kart, or you end up turning into a rocket ship.
Absolutely, and that's going to be so critical. You have to be patient and be careful. Take care of it, as now to the inside, the 426 of Christopher Gyram takes over the 6th spot. Still holds on, though, into the shifter seniors podium position right now, as he's got a big gap over Zoli Sule, who sits 12th overall, 4th in class.
Yeah, at this point, things look pretty steady for those class groupings, but some of these other packs you have to talk about in terms of the ability. You're talking about some of those with the most experience in terms of driving sets. You're talking, in many cases, years upon years. Van Talk, we talked about that experience level. Someone's time. It's a stoppage, though. That is Caruso.
That is Caruso. Tough break for him out of the race. Right there, pretty much by the scale line, as we keep an eye on how this all will play out. Morn Van Tog against Rob Gore. This is the battle for your shifter Masters race lead, and they're putting on a good fight. It's more of the student and the teacher going at it once again.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And keep in mind, you're talking about, in this case, you have to remember that the Gores, again, legends, as we said, the goal with the championship. You have to think, at this point, you don't want to ruffle the feathers. Your teammates, you have your team boss, if anything, really here, with both of you in RS karts. In fact, talking with Van Talk, he basically had said they basically have all the motors in that Masters class where they go through that pipeline. So all of them are closely knit in terms of that competitive feel on the Masters side.
There's a very tight-knit community here in this Masters category, because they work so well together and they like to go out here and have the fun. As we watch these two battle for the race lead, 8 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. A lot still up for grabs. James Andrus starting to slowly peck away from Scott Presti. Half a second separates those two right now for the moment.
Yeah, they seem pretty steady up at the lead itself in terms of that credit. But all things considered here, still on our boards at least, coming up to 7 minutes to go on the clock as we rumble those race leaders. Andrus just planting down the lines. Presti has just not been able to find a way to get back up in front after originally leading the early going after the qualifying session, part of the pre-final. Since then, this has kind of been the standard distance here and there. Even with the traffic fair out, Presti's just not been able to get there quite yet. They will have some traffic in the closing stages, remember. That might be a factor for the lead.
Yeah, it's kind of just going back and forth. We'll see Presti set a fast lap, then we'll see Andrus set fast lap. It's kind of at the point where it's like, all right, it's now that tug of war back and forth, back and forth. And as they come across the line, how about this? James Andrus sets the fastest lap of the race with a 41.79. That helps him get away significantly by about 0.3 of a second.
Now, right now, not much you can really say other than figure out what you can do in the serve. Go from there. Almost like a tennis analogy, I guess you would say. But see some of the other drivers as they zip through towards the back end of the group here. Orb and Stoltz also amongst those stay pretty close together. Stoltz touched upon some of that experience earlier on today. Was one of the drivers that actually got the chance to go to Spain as part of the Nations Cup in terms of the Tillisons. So it's, of course, a big honor to represent the United States in general for a karting program, to say the very least. It takes a lot of skill just to make it to the national scene.
It really is, and to be out there to represent your country, and not only that, but win for your country in those types of events, a big honor indeed in the racing community. As we go back, Andrus starting to still pull away more. Another 3/10 picked up ahead. It's now a second separating him and Presti. Morn Van Tok and Rob Gore is a little more closer. You're seeing that as Rob Gore is trying to slide that RS kart around to keep up with Morn. So far, not working in his favor, but Morn Van Tok is just helping his driver out, letting him learn a thing or two.
And Renee, at this point, just doing a steady job on the pace, checking on the average right now. Right now in the 42.4s, just about exactly where he was in the fastest lap, has stayed pretty steady around that time for about a couple laps. For the most part, it's kind of bounced around between the 6s and the 7s a majority of the run, though. So overall, you compare that to how things have gone with Rob Gore. Gore has been constantly in the 6s and the 7s with a few fast laps in the 5s. So their constant average pace is near identical, Taylor. It's hard to differentiate when you are basically in the same ballpark. It's almost like having a giant baseball stadium at one street corner, and across the street is another giant baseball stadium, and then you figure out, okay, how do we break away and gain all of the fan base to the stadium when they're right next door to each other and they can pick one or the other?
I mean, it's also, if you think about it, just a little bit of give and take. If you watch these two, I mean, you see one driver just get a little bit of extra, and when you're in that bubble, you want to try to pop it to try to get that boost you need to get around the competitors. Right now, they're in that bubble for the driver of Rob Gore, who's looking to try and just decide when he can break it and find a way around Morn Van Tok.
Yeah, the bubble is a real thing in terms of the pull, absolutely here. It's much harder to be able to get the pull with that, to pop said bubble once you're in the shifters, though. Just has always been a very difficult thing to do because you're so focused on the corner. Right now, in particular, Gore doing a good job on the technical side with the cornering speed. Van Tok in the more mid to high speed corners seems to be able to get a better distance here. So it's 34.
Watching on here through the drivers as they have lap traffic in front of them. That could cause a little bit of situations here as Bagheera is also out of the race as well. And, of course, for drivers of Brian Erb, Corey Eberhardt, and Vincent Stoltz also been put one lap down with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, they have some traffic now to deal with, in fact, in this battle at the very least. The leaders have already dealt with that. They've seen the lead go up to 2.3 seconds. And Talk having to lift a little bit for the traffic. Will this be dealt with pretty swiftly? That's Erb. Now with a squeeze on the leaders. Now shuffles out of the way. Sets them side by side. Gore had a small peak. Now resets. Now they both hug the inside.
This is going to get interesting here between the two of them as Gore tries everything to get back on the throttle to get the run he needs to get into the race lead, but it's not going to work out for him. Here comes a big run out of the final corner. He looks to try to see if he can push him, looks to see if he can go to the inside. Yes, he does. Shows the nose, takes over the race lead.
Gore able to take over the Masters lead all of a sudden here, and it all really sparked with that little bit of traffic. Gore had the fire lit as a result of that chance. Now, can Gore separate out once again? This is about the time, remember. We see the checker flag before in the pre-final. This is about the time Gore turned on, and we've seen why.
Yeah, we are seeing that right now. It's that little extra cushion that helps him now to have a chance to take the fight to Morn Van Tok, and it is working in his favor. No changes up at the front of the field. James Andrus holds a 2.7 lead over Scott Presti.
Yeah, and growing fast with the pace going up by a couple tenths a lap for reference points. But right now, give credit here to this fight for this lead for the Masters. These two team members have been really scrapping hard this entire day, it seems, right from start to finish. Van Tonk originally had the advantage of the short run in the pre-final, adjusted back to balance each other, it seemed, for the final. And now, can Van Tonk get his kart recharged, get his tires to cool down, or is Gore in the right window to pull away with a minute to go?
He's going to try everything he can to pull away, and just as I say that, he does it by setting the fastest lap of the race in his class, and that is going to be a big help to him. Half a second is the gap between himself and Morin Van Tonk, and it's starting to grow just a little bit here as they work their way through the midsection of the circuit.
Yeah, small little gaps growing up, but can there be any chance of a change? By the way, some of the other cards you see right now, the 426 Giram just trying to finish out strong, keeping up for a top 5 overall at the very least. And the Spec Miata machine, or Spec Miata racer, right now just trying to dig after the issues earlier on. The kart seems to have stood out well this time, has been able to survive with no problems with about 3 to go.
And as we watch on here with these final few seconds, plus the additional 2 laps, we pick up the 426 machine out on the track. That is Christopher Gyram, who is going to be sitting currently 3rd in class. So looking to get a good podium for his chances here in shifter. Hopefully, though, tomorrow when he races in the pre-final, doesn't have an issue where he can have maybe a little bit of a closer chance to be up towards the front of the field and take the fight to Presti and Andrus.
Well, he did have the positions initially with the way things sorted out, I think, but I still think for him to really have a chance, it's going to come down to can he find a way to match up to Andrus, because right now, Andrus' long run is stellar. You're talking about half a second of fall the entire race. That requires precision on knowing where you need to be on the tire pressures, how hard you need to be running, how much percent, because it's not just about driving 100% the whole time, Taylor. If you do that, you'll burn up your stuff. Take, for example, the iRacing model, where I end up burning up all the tires like they are kindling. You do that with a kart, you're going to be in trouble spot. Andrus has played things out perfectly for this final lap to secure things.
He certainly has, and he has just tiptoed around the circuit when he needs to and has maintained the gap as he snakes his way through the final couple of corners. James Andrus was expected to be one of the front runners. He's showcasing that very reason why he is going to be one of the top contenders. As trouble for one driver goes through the grass right in front of your leader. He's able to make it through and not make any contact. But for James Andrus, your winner here today in senior shifter, as he will take home the checkered flag here once again.
Dominating drive, especially as of late for Andrus. The gap did go down to 3.3 seconds with the checkup. But for the Masters, will there be any change there? Gore and Van Tonk, we see the separation with how things went late. That gap grew 4 seconds. Gore does get the Masters win over Van Tonk. Van Tonk was able to hold back probably who closed up late for the final stretch.
Incredible run right there for Rob Gore to take home the first ever Master Shifter race. Same thing with James Andrus for winning your senior shifter race. We still have more racing to go. We have next up the T4 Minis and 206 Cadets, followed by our T4 and 206 Juniors, then the senior categories in 206 and T4 competition. Next, here on Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Florida Karting Championship from the T4 KartPlex. Caleb Burris here along with Justin Prince as we now get set for one of our multi-class events, the T4 Minis versus the 206 Cadet. Justin, go ahead and give us the starting lineup.
Cohen Shoecraft starts on the pole for the T4 Minis, followed by Cooper Maccabee. Then it's Grayson Kurtz along with Parker Kurtz in the top 4. Then Charlie Pelski will start in the top 5. Picos, who had some troubles late, will start in 6th. Wellborn should say, in 7th for the T4 Minis. Hank Lai starts things off for the Cadets today, alongside Oliver Adams. They'll be joined by Lucas Calavo, who we see double duty for. Same for Lopez, who starts off 11th overall. You'll also join in the mix Aker and Dow, who are set to drive in this field. They're really taking their time to make their way to the trampolines this time.
Yeah, and a very big gap between both the Cadets and the T4 Mini category, and I'm curious to see how this will all play out. Hopefully they can kind of, it's great that they're separating themselves a little bit to give room when we start this race, but also it's going to be a little interesting to see how quickly the gap will change when we get started with traffic later on in the event.
Yes, and right now looks like the Tillisons are ready to fire things off. Remember, the goal for these karts usually is to have same karts with equal conditions. They have the same gearing ratios. They're off and away through those gears.
Green flag is out, and already 3 wide. A big jump from one of them. As we're making sure, did we get the green flag as we go to the second start. And the 206 Cadets pull off with a big run, but for Cohen Shoecraft, he dropped like a rock as we see the number 133 of Charlie Skripowski, who takes over the race lead here on the opening lap in the T4 category.
Skripowski was able to really get the whole shot done perfectly. And you know how much talent that takes to execute. The problem is already under attack, losing the lead immediately back on the opening lap. Everybody going with some haymakers early on.
Haymakers are given in here in this race on the opening couple of laps as they come across the front straightaway. Here they come to put the first laps on the board. Cohen Shoecraft will lead it, but here comes Skripowski looking to try to get back around for position.
Shoecraft, we know earlier on, was very feisty. Was one of the drivers that actually received some penalties in the other race, though, of note. So it's a chance here today to get a clean run here. To the very least, get a clean slate on the board, be able to finish out, try and get a podium at the very least here for the end of day 1 of the season. As they continue to try and dig, my question will be, well, how will everybody else do? Maccabee, we know, was very quick earlier in the pre-final. Really having to gain up near a second already, though, is hard to do with these cards.
It really is, but the thing is, the draft can be a big equalizer for these competitors in the T4 Minis as we keep an eye also on the 206 Cadets. Hank Lai is currently holding on to the race position over Lucas Calvillo, who is holding on to the position for the time being.
Yeah, right now with 10 minutes to work with coming up on the clock, it's the matter, again, on the game plan of what you plan to do here to have a shot for the win. Right now it's a 4-car breakaway for the most part here as everybody else is good 16 seconds back. That is a fair amount of gap, especially when you consider that's including some of the 206s passing by some of those drivers in the T4s on the charge. Lai is the one in front of Calvillo, who's looking to push.
He's going to push him down the straightaway here to try to get a good run and set him up and see if they can close in on Hank as they have a lot of work to do for the time being. Hank Lai trying to work his way through, and then Clavejo and Oliver Adams really just swapping haymaker after haymaker to see who can lead in your 206 Cadets.
Yeah, that group's going to potentially trade back and forth because the way that package works with the Cadets, get a decent amount of pull like a super speedway. You'll see them on the front straightaway over there compared to the Tillisons working their way through to the far sectors right now. These machines in the T4s, again, we'll have to try and see if you have Kurtz close up. She's been trying to find a way to get to the bumper of Maccabee, but nothing's been doing so far to get to the back of the 150.
Yeah, Maccabee is doing everything that he can, but it is just too... Cooper Maccabee is doing everything she can.
You're talking about Grayson in terms of Maccabee, pardon.
No, I'm talking about Cooper.
we're both getting our signals crossed.
Yes, we are. Let's continue on with the racing on this track here as Charlie Skrapowski will try everything to retake that race lead, but Cohen Shoecraft is putting up an incredible drive as holding on to the race lead. Grayson Kurtz doing everything she can to work with Cooper Maccabee as here comes the pass for the position and move Charlie up to the race lead briefly, as now we'll see some more switching of positions up at the front of the field. Here we go. Let's see who can come out on the top step here. The 133 of Charlie Skrapowski holds on for the time.
Shoecraft trying to reset once again to get to the bumper, gives a little shot through 13. Now stays tucked up. You see him right now. Shoecraft trying to get low, try and set something up. Right back and forth they go for the race lead. Maccabee has built the buffer after we've seen Grayson. She lost a fair amount of ground with whatever had sparked up there with that slow up in that sequence. I believe that might have been with Wilburn officially as a result of part of that checkup sequence.
Yeah, Grayson has to be careful with that because that could have her lose touch with the top three in the draft. As we go back to the 206 Cadets, and Hank Lai has taken over the race lead as one driver off into the dirt. Looks like to be the driver of Oliver Adams, as Savejo is trying everything to keep up with the pace of Hank. And then Joaquin Dow is right there in the 719.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a deep send, to say the very least, in that situation. But give credit for trying, to say the very least. Lai is doing a good job in the back and forth, while Cahevo still tries to sort things out to try and get this lead back yet again. They've continuously gone back and forth like a pendulum swing over the course of this run, to say the least.
Yeah, they certainly have been trading positions for the past several laps, and with 7 minutes to go, I'm curious to see what he can try to recover with this run, as he is closed in to the back bumper of Hank Lai in that U-Race machine, and he's going to put more pressure on for the run.
Trying to provide a little bit more of it once again for one of the drivers we've seen earlier compete in some of the young categories. Now, driver from Bambino earlier looking to pounce. Also is amongst those that really prioritizes the sim racing side of things, you know, with the kart sim, so to speak, to learn the tracks. So that's definitely going to be helpful here in that case. But Adams nearly learned a different line there for a split second through 8. Didn't get it to work, though, for 9.
But he could try that again the next time and see what he needs to do to fix that to make him get back in that position. As we work our way on to the back straightaway, Hank Lai still holding on with Clavejo there now looking to the inside. He's got some help from the draft. He looks to the way. Can he make the pass complete? How about almost going 3 wide if you throw in Oliver Adams into the mix?
Nearly took a look once again. Adams trying to reset. Oh, wow. The race machine looking for a chance to pounce here in the T4 Mini and LO206 Cadets. The 206 Cadets have been definitely putting on a brawl here. The leaders still close for the T4 Minis by under 2/10. Now look for the chance. Again, these drivers have proven if there's an opportunity, they'll go for the pass and give themselves another chance. Here's the look at the T4 leaders, by the way. With the pace things are going, we might see these drivers actually reach the Cadets in the closing minutes of this race, but it's going to be close.
They're currently right now 30 seconds ahead. So it's going to be, like you said, a little bit close. If not, maybe when they come around to take the 2-to-go signal, they might have caught them.
Yeah, you're talking about a difference of about 2 seconds, up to 4 seconds for some of the classmates per lap on the margins here. Shoecraft, though, is again the one with the lead now in this spot of the race with less than 5 minutes to go.
Now the question is going to be, what will Charlie decide to do? Will he be patient and work with Cohen Shoecraft to make sure that they stay ahead as we go back to Clavejo and Hank Lai and Oliver Adams, who's now got Joaquin Dow behind him to work with as they try to make a charge up to your top 2. Big run coming from Oliver Adams as he tries to close in, but with Clavejo and Lai working together, as I say that, Lai looks to the inside to reclaim the race lead.
Oh, they're not done yet. Clavejo kept it inside for 2. Overlap again for 3. A crossover for Lai. Cuts to the inside for 4. Here comes Dow, who is one of the drivers who had some struggles earlier, was at the back of the field with the pre-final. already in the conversation amongst the podium positions.
Close call for action here amongst your top 4 as they all are about to compress back together and put on a great fight to the finish.
Yeah, all of them trying to accordion together at this point. It's going to be difficult for some of the drivers to really get a chance to make the moves late. Dow is under attack again by Adams, who wants the spot. Resets yet again. Now all of them trying to regroup as they get themselves a bit of a buffer, the top 2 do. But for how long does that last?
How about Joaquin Dow setting the fastest lap of the race in his class here by a significant margin, 0.3 of a second compared to your last drivers here as they work their way around the circuit. Keeping an eye, though, on these 4 drivers who will pull off the win in your 206 Cadets. And it's going to be a close one because here we go. Clavejo under pressure once again from Hank Lai, and now it's going to be a close fight as they work their way onto the back half.
They work their way up through 10, 11, 12 as they work their way through that part of the track. Already some signals with the lap traffic, by the way, for the T4 leaders. So there is some warnings coming up with how close those Tillisons are getting to the 206 Cadets. Here comes the lead again. Lai up the inside, down the front straightaway. Gets to the number plate, gets to the front nose, gets himself clear. No side-by-side this time out of the exit. Nothing for Dow to go through yet either, although they both missed the corner behind. 3rd and 4th, both went up high.
They both did, and that is going to cost them the chance to maybe lose some positioning and gaining ground on your top 2 as they work their way through. Watch out for the T4s. There they go out of the first couple of corners. They're making heavy headway towards your race leaders.
Yeah, this is getting pretty hectic in terms of how this fight's playing out here. But right now, it's not done with Adams. Again, a peak this time for 12. Nearly got alongside to keep it there. Initially took a look, forced the reset, but Dow, even with that, huge run to the bumper. Clavejo gets the help. They stay synced together. The teammates go 1-2 now in the class.
Side by side for positioning as the 2 teammates now Charlie Skarpaski will take over the race lead ahead of Cohen Shoecraft as they cross the line with 1.5 minutes to go. Working their way through. It's going to be a close fight to the finish as Clavejo and Hank Lai company try to hold on. Joaquin Dow and Oliver Adams. Really a spectacular show in your 206 Cadets.
And we've been keeping an eye on this because it's been the closest battle of the racetrack with the variables. A cover off this time. Clavejo and Dow don't want to leave any opportunities for a chance there. Now Lai's under attack for the final corner. Adams trying for the first time to 13. Doesn't work. Now the teammates say, we got space. Let's change spots.
Yeah.
Side by side.
It's going to be a tough one here as now we see Cohen Shoecraft retake the race lead ahead of Charlie Skarpaski in that moment in the T4s as we watch this battle amongst your top 4 and 206 Cadets. And look at this run coming here for Joaquin Dow. He's going to have a little bit of breathing room going into this second half of the circuit.
Yeah, this is perfect for Dow. Out was one of the fast drivers earlier on in the weekend. Now is really showcasing why that was the case in the practice sessions. Just didn't lead up to it with the way things looked at the qualifying and the pre-final. But now you're talking about what's going to be likely going to be a few laps to go here, maybe 3 if the count is right in my head. But this is right now a big gap, the biggest gap we've seen in this class. Dow just all of a sudden found another boost of speed. Clavejo fell right back to line.
Justin, look at those 4 karts and then look at the next 2 karts. Do those look like T4 mini karts barreling down on our 206s?
Yes, it is, and those 2 have been going back and forth too. Perfect time for an overlap. This is right when we were expecting it. Shoecraft has the advantage for it, but will they get held back? These leaders are not going to be an easy pass.
No, they're not, and the thing is, if these guys get around each of those drivers, trouble for Shoecraft. He'll go into the dirt, give the race lead back to Charlie Skarpaski.
Skarpaski taking advantage because Shoecraft tried to go to the outside when they didn't realize it. They are still fighting in the midst of this. There goes Skarpaski to cut through some of the traffic. They are right now down to 2 laps to go for the T4s.
This is going to be interesting now because now with them working their way, that's 1 less lap for every single one of our 206 drivers.
Yeah, they're getting themselves broken up here as a result of this. All sorts of calamity working their way through the traffic. Shapansky losing a lot of ground all of a sudden. You see a lot of squabbling because I believe you also have some of the other drivers for the T4 right in front of the 206s causing checkups.
A big checkup right there, and that's going to cause one of the drivers of Hank Lai to fall out of contention for a chance of a podium as they negotiate more of this traffic as one of the slower T4 carts that they have to work their way around.
Yeah, a little bit of chaos once again for the group as we should pretty much see the white flag this time through here. Coming up to the final time around, Pelski has the advantage. It's 1.1 seconds because of traffic management, and that's what wins you races. Now, can they hold on as Wellborn tries to figure out a way to let by these 206s who dive to the inside?
Joaquin Dow holds on to the race lead right here for the moment with Adams and Clavejo battling for second place. And Joaquin Dow with that lap traffic behind, in between, that is going to allow a little bit of breathing room as the rest of the T4s barrel down on it. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Charlie Skropowski looking to take home his first win in the T4 Minis here today in the FLKC. Here he comes on to the final couple of corners as we watch also Joaquin Dow to take home the win in 206 Cadet. Checkered flag for Skropowski.
Puts it together, and same for Dow, who recovers from the back of the field to the front to pick up the win in 206 Cadet. And the funny thing is, Charlie was interested in our setup earlier today. He gets to say hello to that setup for the podium today.
He certainly does. Congratulations to both of our winners in T4 Minis and 206 Cadets. And with that, we're going to turn right around and get set for the juniors who are about to head out onto the track next on Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
It's time for the T4 Juniors and the 206 Juniors as they head out onto the track. Isaac Malquit and Roman Pullen will lead us to the green flag in our T4 categories. And then, of course, in the 206 Junior, it will be Alexander Savage along with Luke Stolek, who will lead us to the green flag in the Junior 206 category. An exciting day of racing. We are about to conclude as the sun begins to set here in the Sunshine State.
Yes, and the weather looks pretty solid still here with the partly cloudy skies above the circuit as we get into the closing stretch here, as we continue to see who gets the advantage. Malquit, remember, earlier today, ran away. Oh, that's the 701. That is Savage again.
Savage with having more problems, and he is not happy about it. He tries to fire off that U-Race 206.
And that might have to get pushed off here because at the very edge of the racetrack, there he goes. And he's going the wrong way of the Kart.
Tough break for the driver of Alexander Savage as they come into the tram line. We're about to go set racing for the next 14 minutes plus 2 laps for our T4 Juniors and 206 Juniors as they head into the start zone. Green flag is out. We are racing once again, and away we go for Isaac Malquit to take home the race lead as they're 3 wide for second.
Almost looked like in the heart of the field, some major checkups and swerve attempts there. It was something going on there, but everybody else is now seeing the leader just take off again. Malquit is just so quick in that machine. I don't know what the setup may be on the balance, but that machine just knows how to run away. Pulling, doing a good job making sure to pull the second group.
Absolutely, is doing an incredible drive as they work their way around the circuit here as Isaac Malquit starts pulling further and further away from Roman Pullen and company. Riley Parks trying everything he can to work their way through, along with Tyler Padgett and Ashton Pearson.
Now, the interesting with Pullen is that they're one of the drivers here that races directly with Tillotson Racing. Keep in mind, finished 4th in the season opener here at this facility last weekend. 5th ever race, by the way, for your driver up at second. So not bad, to say the very least, to be up on the front in race number 5.
No, it's not really not, and it's really a great effort, and it's great to showcase about the T4 Tillotson package because it, like we talk about, this type of racing, it is spec class racing. It's the same chassis, the same engine. All it is you as the driver against however many other Tillotson drivers are in that class against you.
Yeah, we've seen how impressive the drive is for some of the drivers, and it keeps getting to the simple point where might be down to like someone like a Pullen where you're just focused on doing what you're doing and improving little by little, or you try and find a way to get those rapid gains here and be able to get those markers just right. One of the drivers like Parks, for example, immediately try to go for some aggressive moves we've seen to the tram lines initially, see how things go look in the post, but right now that Parks machine looking to dig.
And it's certainly digging here around the circuit as Roman Pullen is trying to gain some ground and hold off the rest of the hard chargers that are barreling down towards him in this stage of the race. Meanwhile, in the 206 Juniors, Lucas Stolakit is currently having a significant lead over Braden Kelpie, who's currently sitting second, then Thaddeus Coker in third to round out your top three in the 206 Juniors.
Yeah, right now those drivers looking pretty solid in terms of the battling, to say the least, as well. But the gap is starting to really grow amongst this group as we see there's the 206s we're talking about. Some of those drivers getting a bit of separation really built up this lap. That includes Dunkel trying to gain 7/10 up of the rest of the group, and then 7:15. Quick all throughout the weekend so far. Definitely one of the drivers to think about and speak about for Sunday as well.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an exciting one to watch amongst them as they get themselves ready to go for tomorrow, because I know for a fact for every single one of our drivers that didn't end up on the podium or who had a chance to, they're going back to the drawing board, what they need to do, review the data to see what they need to do in the chance to have a chance up at the front of the field and be on the top step of the podium tomorrow.
Yeah, and I know for some of the drivers here, building partnerships as well with your respective brands and be able to prove you can race is important. Again, the Homestead Miami-based driver, AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex, is that complex based out of. Also has various sponsorships over the type of in terms of the clothing brands. Some opportunities there to be able to represent things and be able to race well here after being just down in Miami racing a couple days ago. Look at this pack though behind. Things are tied up pretty well in terms of the T4s. Here comes Parks on the set.
Big send right there for Riley Parks to move up into the 4th position and looking for more as they work their way around the circuit. Got a little bit of time to work their way through, but they got to be careful with how much as they come across the line. Ashton Pearson currently 1.3 seconds ahead.
Yeah, Pearson, one of the drivers who talked about the USA representation, spoke with him a bit earlier on yesterday. Had been quite simple and close to the cup in terms of the conversation points. Had mentioned, though, that having the experience here definitely helps to be able to develop as a driver and know how to be able to approach this for a race like this, especially with the representation in Spain previously for them.
I mean, if you look at it, it is the chance for these T4 drivers to have that opportunity to go to Spain and represent the United States or their respective country for some of those who are out of the country coming here to race in Florida. Isaac Malquit puts another fast time on the board. That gap, 3.7 seconds. He is out for a Saturday night drive and looking to continue on with his winning ways. Roman Pullen and Ashton Pearson are starting to get a little closer for comfort. They might have a little battle for second about to start up here momentarily.
Yeah, there is, I think, a chance with how this is going to potentially break down with some of the battles to pop up here. But Parks in particular, not been able to really run away. Paget has just stayed up here in terms of this grouping. It's really down to just the difficulty to break away, it seems, in some of the circumstances we've seen. More so the difficulty with the momentum of being able to gain up on the ground. But at the same time, we touched upon this a fair bit. You allow yourself a lot more chance to be able to carry speed at the corner. So if you can get side by side for a corner, you can absolutely make it stick likely.
Amongst some of these T4 competitors, that is the 288 of Camilla Fortune and Cameron Jones battling for the 6th spot.
Doing a good job right now, Fortune, over the course of this race. Camilla has definitely been able to get some elbows down, but we still have a lot of time to go. How about a wide line to set up for 9? Covers off the inside, and some of these drivers are making those little moves like that. Yeah, it costs you time net, but it also covers you off so you aren't getting passed by 10.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a big-time smart move to make here in around this circuit, as here comes Camilla with a big run. Big draft coming as you see Cameron waving the hand, and here behind you see Dillinger Apple and Max Hudman battling for position. They'll go side by side around here, and more contact amongst the competitors.
Yeah, a little bit of archy-barginess to remember. When it comes to some of these classes, it's been about making sure you don't trigger the pushback in particular, to make sure you don't have that device triggered to where it pumps out that bumper, so to speak, and you end up getting into trouble that way. Looking back at previously to the pre-finals, for example, in the junior race alone, penalty-wise, only one driver picked up one. They were able to stay out of the penalty box. That was Fortune that only picked up a passing under yellow. Everybody else stayed pretty clean. You don't want to be one of those drivers that in any of these classes causes damage to your kart for tomorrow and costs you points. As here comes the Sens behind Park. Jones on Fortune, or rather Fortune on Paget to be able to get a spot.
As we see, Fortune favors the bold here as they work their way around the circuit. And how about this big run by Tyler Paget to get back up into the chances of a top 3 as they try to put the pressure on Ashton Pearson.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to take a lot of effort, I think, to get there. That's the problem, Taylor. At this point, do you have a teleportation device that can get you 2 seconds all of a sudden?
Let me check my pockets. I didn't bring that one with me today, unfortunately. So sorry, guys. You're going to have to come back and try again tomorrow.
I'm not saying it's impossible for those who missed the reference of the joke. I'm just saying it's going to be hard to close up 2 seconds in 6 minutes.
I mean, as long as they work together as we go back up and not do this and switching lap after lap, then yeah, they could maybe make up 2 seconds to try and see what they
Or
can
if they do that.
Or worse, they cause a big traffic jam here at the hairpin, and everyone had to loop it around, but a tough break for the 223 of Tyler Paget, who will now have to find his way to work around and get back up to speed with help from the driver right behind him.
Well, you definitely need the teleportation device if you can grab that at home at this point. I will say that's what can happen when you're over-aggressive in this type of race, and now that it puts the hands into potential opportunities for later on with the biggest contact out of the junior side out of the races here today. All of this as well, by the way, Pearson has reeled in Poland to try and get second.
And with that, that will move a couple of drivers up the running order with Cameron Jones in 4th and Dillinger Apple in 5th. How about Max Hudman moving up into 6th position with all that? Great heads-up driving to get around all that chaos to move up 3 positions.
Yeah, some good charges for a couple of the teams here. +4 for Max Hudman. And yet again, another good drive for Hudman here over the course of the weekend. Remember the 2:37. It's pretty quick in the pre-final. Going to be interesting to watch for here later on as you see just how much the separation's really kicked up. Pearson with issues, as you can see, really slowed down, and he is not happy.
No, he is not, as he will come to a stop right there. Ashton Pearson, looking for a podium, is now out of the race, and that will now move Cameron Jones with Camilla Fortune and Dillinger and Max Hudman. It's a 4-horse race for the final step of the podium.
Yeah, this opens up some opportunities you weren't exactly planning out for if you're able to count what spots you're in the heat of the moment. Right now, Jones just trying to hold on firmly with the tires sliding. Hudman, we just talked about his charges, though. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on him as they look to try and battle it out for the next 4 minutes.
4 minutes and plenty of time for some of these drivers here to whether it be to pass for position, make a mistake, or end up out of the race. It is plenty of different things that could go in any direction around the circuit as we watch on this battle for the final step. Cameron Jones looking to try to hold on for the position. Fortune right there as Apple, Hudman, Parks, and Paget try to find anything they can.
Yeah, and all of them also zipping on by traffic. They get themselves around pretty quickly. One of the Cuckers believe in that situation. But all of them bundled up once again a peak this time. To the inside, doesn't work out this time amongst that fight as they continue to go bumper to bumper with less than 3 minutes to work with here on the clock. Still, Hopper in this battle we're keeping an eye on, sees an elbow behind as that will see Farley jump up a spot.
Farley picks up a great couple of positions right here. Currently has worked his way almost into the top 10, but after starting 9th, he's got quite a bit of work to do to regain at least the position he started.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about this is getting some decent momentum to start off your season, set a benchmark to try to improve upon. Here's a bunch of the battles we're talking about as well in terms of what we're referring to for third on back. That's going to squabble a little fair bit here. Coming to 2 minutes to go. Not going to stay calm with Fortune and Jones and company, looking to really break away a bit for the rest of this pack in this part of the laps.
Snaking their way through the S's here as Riley Parks and company trying everything they can, as there you see Max Hudman up ahead trying to keep up with the pace for a chance of a top 5.
Yeah, there it is right there. Remember, it closed up a fair bit. Now you see the different intervals now. Be an extra second or so to have a chance. Hudman really trying to find a way to poke ahead and get himself around here with that brand new team. So with under about 90 seconds to go now, there's a lot at stake for the battles for the podium. There they go.
And with that, got passed for position around lap traffic, so that's okay. That was getting around Thaddeus Coker for position, possibly. And as they work their way through, nope, actually that was going to be Braden Kelpie they got around for that lap traffic. So it's just settling in. Hudman just trying to find his way to keep up with the pace of Dillinger and Cameron Jones.
Yeah, Stoker in that situation, by the way, to reference in the 206s, has
trouble
controlled
for
things.
one driver.
Oh, that's not good for the 215. That was Hopper who was just holding on for the top 10.
And I see also Camilla Fortune also running down the order. Is she also out of the race as well?
And that was one of your main drivers just now fighting with Jones for the podium. So all of a sudden, a couple different karts having issues. See them all scattered about. Some of them just trying to get out of that thick grass.
Yeah, that St. Augustine grass is not your friend here in the state of Florida for sure when it comes to kart racing. You got to be careful with that because it's just so thick and very difficult to get out of.
Yeah, we've seen it in Jacksonville, which is on the other side of the state. We're seeing it here in the Tampa region. But we're coming up to what is going to be a few laps to go for these drivers. Malkovich, for reference, is up by 12 seconds for the lead, but they are not done scrapping for the podiums. Jones, Appel, Hudman are in the conversation. You see Appel with the all-white, Hudman in the blue and reddish-orange looking to charge behind.
Yeah, we got to see some great action here in the closing stages of the race. A little bit of getting the elbows out as here comes Hudman with a big run on Apple, as well as the driver of Cameron Jones with only 2 laps to go.
And what would you do to try and get a podium position? What are you willing to play with? What are you willing to be daring about? Do you want to risk it all for one spot? Do you want to take the points? There's a lot at stake, but it's all going to really come down to, does Appel go for the send? They already go for the block. Jones went a little bit to the left, went back right. Now the peel to the outside for 2.
He's going to try to cross him over in turn number 3, get a higher arc, try to go to the inside, but unfortunately that did not work. Cameron Jones perfectly sets the kart up to hold position and puts the bumper here to Apple as they work their way through. Hudman in the catbird seat, ready to go if someone makes a mistake. Big send to the inside for the 214, crossover for Cameron Jones.
Now there comes Hudman, looked for the hole, couldn't force it in, sent back up inside instead. Appel has to reset. Now they go right back to what they were doing before in terms of spots. Jones with the upper hand once again in this sprawl out, coming on the final lap.
Down the front straightaway for the final time. It's going to be a push here as they work their way through one more time around. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Isaac Malquit looking to once again claim victory here at the T4 KartPlex as he snakes his way through the final couple of corners. The number 200 machine looking to take the O-plate once again here for the first time in FLKC history. He will win your T4 Junior category.
Puts together a dominating effort on this track. Impressive with this type of racing. But second's not done. Third's not done, should say. Once again, a swap. There goes the 214 up to third. And Jones not going to have enough time to be able to regather this up.
No, he is not. For Dillinger Apple, he will take home a podium finish. Big send coming here from Max Hudman and company, but it will not work. Apple will take home the final step of the podium.
Hudman had to charge a fair amount of time, had closed up an extra 2/10 of the final lap, up 5 positions, but the 214 also went up 5 in the third spot. Out to it and pulling right in front of him. Jones, Hudman right below him. Parks, Cadet is also in there with Farley, Miller, Aron, or amongst your top 10 competitors. How things went, by the way, in the 206s, as mentioned, when it comes to them, it ended up going to Stokel, who ended up controlling that race by 4 seconds.
Great run for Lucas Stokel and Braden Kelpie and Thaddeus Coker to be your podium finishers in the 206 Juniors. 2 more races left. It is the senior categories and master categories of 206 and T4 next here on Kart Chaser.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
We all know that drivers, they learn.
.206 Seniors, 206 Masters on the track now, and let's give you your starting lineup for these drivers. Race 19 of 20. We're almost there to the penultimate race of the afternoon. Before we do it all again tomorrow morning, here is your starting lineup, Justin.
It's going to be Carlo Rossetti, who starts on the front row with Dylan Almeida alongside for the 206 Seniors. Then Summer Whitehead, she'll start alongside Jaden Casas. Casas was very quick earlier on. Then Leonardo Fernandez Palante will start in the 5th position. Fernandez, Bellas, Seymour amongst your top 8. Suzuki will start in 9th. Andre Lugo with the DNS in the previous race was scheduled to start 10th. That leaves 2 drivers in the Masters. That is Jorge Antonio Carpitas and Jesus La Rosa, who will be in those spots as we come up to our penultimate race of the day. It's getting very orange, that sky.
You gotta love a Florida sunset here, especially on the West Coast, just off the Gulf. And we get set for some great racing action. A little bit of slowing down, making sure everyone's lined up, wants to look good. And we will head into the tram lines. Engines start to wind up. Do we get a green flag start? Yes, we do. Rossetti and Almeida battle for the race lead and already beating and banging to see who will lead the charge into turn 3.
Whitehead already getting the elbows out to get the second, and we have karts on top of each other.
How about that? That was the 85 machine of Jacob Trevesky, who is going to have to find a way to continue on, but I hope that didn't damage the chassis too much right there.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens now for them, but that really is seeing the leaders spread out. The top 3 pulled off and away amongst your 206 Seniors as they roll their way to the 3rd sector.
Heading up to the final couple of corners, they will go, and Carlo Rossetti, Dylan Almeida, and Summer Whitehead will lead the charge across the line for the opening lap. And as they do so, here they come. Summer Whitehead up to 2nd with Rossetti, and Jaden up there in 3rd.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting how things go with Casas up there in particular. Talked about them earlier on today in terms of that experience, trying to learn these karts and be able to build on what's a decent resume for them. It's going to take a little bit of digging, though, you have to say, to get up there, especially for a driver that has been very excited about this championship.
Yeah, he has been very excited, Jaden Casas has, as they work their way through the S's. He's got a little bit of pressure coming from Dylan Almeida, but those two are teammates under the Power 4 team, and they're looking forward to trying to chase down Rossetti and Whitehead for a chance to maybe make it a 1-2 finish for the team here at T4. Across the line they'll go. What's the gap between those two? 1.1 seconds.
It's manageable.
It is. It's very manageable positioning. If they keep it clean, they don't battle, and see if the top 2 start battling, that will change the entire outlook.
And it's going to really require some competition amongst your respective packs right now. We know Almeida's got the pace with the short run. He's lost a ton of ground in this short run this time through. Now, it's going to be requiring a lot of pushing, all while the leaders just covering off a little bit. Ricchetti, wouldn't say is fully working with the 377, but is trying to make sure there isn't any gotcha pass moments, if you will. Right there, you'll see where they do work together a bit. If they choose, the answer is, originally thought about it, now the signal is, why not work with me?
Yeah, why not just do it for at least a little bit? Can we wait at least until we have a comfortable gap over the two karts that are chasing us? Would be the smart move to do at the moment. Save it for when it's the final lap or 2 laps to go to really start battling.
Exactly. And right now, it's all about trying to sort out where to go here. And keep in mind, for Summer Whitehead, one of the drivers that has picked up championships in 206 seniors, but at the club level at Homestead Miami Speedway's facility. So there is some experience at least with them. Remember, they bounced around to KA100, returned back to this class with the Coyotes this year.
Absolutely, and with that, Coyotes making a big effort across the nation here recently. They have been on a tear here in the couple of races that they have competed in.
Yeah, they have been, in terms of the national scene, been very difficult to beat when it comes to CKA competition in particular that comes up to mind. But good deal to be able to pick up this card here from Hunter Fox to give it our show to them. I know they're watching along here today, probably cheering on to say, I got that cart to victory lane.
Absolutely, but right now they got to find a way around Carlo Ricchetti to see if they can put that Coyote up to the front of the field. A little bit of the Roadrunner right now, right in front of it, and now as we say that, Summer Whitehead looks to the inside, and the Coyote takes the lead here once again.
Nicely done for the 377. Now, question is, if they keep on sparring out, is this going to help out Casas and Almeida? They had lost a good 1.6 seconds to the back end of the lead group. It looks like at the very least they're willing to stay and work together. The gap did not move Taylor. They made the pass and went side by side and didn't even shed a single tenth of a second, maybe 88 1,000ths. That's about it.
And that's what you want to have happen. Carlo Ricchetti realizing that, didn't want to fight too hard. I mean, he will put up a fight, but if it's going to cost more time, he just decided to let Summer go and continue on trying to maintain the gap.
I'm very curious of what's going to happen, though, in terms of the Masters side, for one, because this is exactly what I was about to say. These two, near identical on terms of lap times, were within 73 1,000ths last time by the stripe. Carpitas and La Rosa seem to be having a good battle out here right now. They've also picked up an error driver from a different class here, and that is going to be Fernandez Palante, who had some struggles earlier on, and now they're getting broken up by that machine for the seniors.
I don't know what Leonardo would be doing right now. I mean, he is not really in contention to really make a charge up towards your race leaders. I mean, he's quite a ways back from the next card, which is over 4 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and remember, it was a 5th place run for Fernandez Palante, who started things off flying with the qualifying session. So I think at this point, it's trying to get back some ground, because remember, for the 344, the thought is, if I can get past these cards, not get held back a little bit, I can get myself some clean air. There is a gap of an hour, about, give or take, 4-6 seconds to the next cart.
About 5 seconds right now, but if they keep battling like that, it's going to change. And as we do so, here is the closers of the drivers of Casa and Almeida as they work their way through, and they have closed that gap significantly, with Almeida setting a blistering lap time of 49.13.
Yeah, they have really found some pace. Almeida with the fastest lap of the race at the very least. It was 1.2 seconds, the gap just about for Casas, though, to get back on this toe, and this is exactly what they need. Remember, once you get in the draft, it's about building up the momentum like a super speedway here, Taylor, and they've got themselves in a spot where they can set things up for the super stretch.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a big run here on the back straight, or the front straightaway here. Here comes the two drivers that are working together, Casa and Almeida, and they set another blistering lap around the circuit. What will Whitehead do? Does she work with them to try to get around Ricchetti, or does she go on the defensive and start white lining it around the circuit?
That's an interesting play, and right now I think based on what we've seen so far, I think Whitehead is focused more so on just maintaining a line, once you hear the pouncing of the motor right behind your rear eardrum, maybe you play that different line, but you risk losing ground. Not too many drivers have white lined it, though, it seems like today.
No, they certainly haven't, which has been a surprising situation. It's been a little more laid back. We've seen some aggressive driving, but not really as far as defensive blocking or white lining around the circuit. But we'll see what happens here in the closing minutes.
Now you see right there, though, a little bit of a lift for Whitehead, letting the momentum carry her forward instead of forcing the set. And that's, again, the type of play where you say, I want to try and be patient. Yes, the momentum can absolutely take her to the lead if she wanted to, set it up turns 1 and 2, and be able to get around possibly. But if they do that, you lose the potential working with Rochetti, and you open up the can of worms for Casas and for Almeida to immediately drive through it.
Yeah, Casas is just ready, and there she goes. She'll pull the trigger, and Whitehead to the front of the field. Casas trying to find a way around Rochetti as well.
I think that was more of a planned position, though, rather than a forced opportunity that you have down the front straightaway. In that case, it's an opportunity you can make the swap, Taylor, without losing the chance of the overlap I've noticed much of the day.
But she had to take that opportunity as well. She could have just stayed in position and worked with the two drivers she was already working with.
Yeah, it's going to be where you almost build that friendship with who you're working with on the racetrack here, but with 5.5 minutes to go, right now, Casas and Almeida are starting to decouple, and now that's a bullet send. Rochetti just decided to throw it up the inside. That did not work. Here comes Casas.
Casas will try to take it. He's got some help there from Almeida as the two will work together and make the charge onto Whitehead in that Coyote. And now Rochetti has a lot of work to do with 5 minutes. Plenty of time still, but has to now be on the front of the field and try to work with the two drivers ahead of him.
He has to be able to sort out something pretty quickly here for this one with under 5 minutes to work with. Casas looking for the charge up. Now cuts onto the rumble strips of 2, off through 3. It took a little bit of the rumble strips to the left side tires. Cost a little bit of momentum as Rochetti going the wrong way around. Lost 0.5 of a second from that initial pass attempt and losing that spot alone.
Summer Whitehead now just trying to set the pace now. Jaden right there on her bumper, trying to just find a way. As Carlo Rochetti is trying now to get back on the charge once again. He picked up that spot around Almeida. And with 4 minutes to go, a lot is still up in the air, but I'm curious to see what can Rochetti do in these closing laps.
Yeah, that's the huge thing. Can you recover back the spots? Can you find your way alongside? And we know Rochetti has already shown the hand of willing to be aggressive in very different spots to catch you off guard. The thing is, will that work to be able to get the pass done? We've already seen one attempt at an awkward position, normally not seen since in turn 6 so much today. That time, we do see it.
He gets by the driver of Jaden and now sets his sights. With that, though, that's allowing a little bit of separation because now they're going to start battling side by side for position. Jaden gets around for second position, and now Dylan Almeida will battle and take the spot away from Rochetti.
And this is exactly what Whitehead needed to be able to separate out. Now they're saying, okay, we've got something going here. After that squabbling, let's get things going. I like you with how you've approached this. Almeida now looking to try and rally things forward. They're going to have to push the rest of the run to have a shot here. If Rochetti goes for an ascent here, though, on Almeida, who lost some ground in Sector 1, that's going to potentially really impede the whole pack's progress.
It really will, and with these three battling, that is allowing Summer Whitehead to pull away by over a second right now, and it's going to continue to grow with this battling that they have amongst themselves. The only thing that's in the favor of second on back is they still have 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they're still, give or take, in terms of how fast the laps are, you're talking about under 50 seconds a lap. Do the math in your head, you're added up to about 1 minute 40, then you get yourself to 2:30. Guess what? That's at least 3 laps. We're talking maybe 5 laps ish or so, give or take a lap in terms of the math. So you do that not while you're in the kart, obviously, because it can lose your focus for these battles here. But if you do that as a strategist against the pit wall, you give your indication of how hard you want your driver to go.
You certainly do, and it's just a matter of trusting the instincts of your driver, knowing when to pull the trigger and may be aggressive, as well as also when to be patient at this point of the race, because you want to be aggressive. You feel that need to get around quickly as possible to chase down your race leader, but if you start battling too hard, then you start to lose more time, so you have to balance it out and be patient to when you know you have the run, make the pass, and keep the position.
Here comes the positions going on for grabs, though. A little bit of a peel down. I think Rossetti elected not to go for the sit mid-attempt there. Bit of a bump, though. Rossetti all over the back end, trying to find a way around for second.
Trying everything, but unfortunately that's going to be more aggression, kicking into overdrive. Look now, Jaden now going to go on the defensive, blocks the inside line, and now Rossetti is all over the back bumper.
Try to white line, and now they go side by side behind. Casas trying to be careful in this, now gets bumped out of the way. Rossetti drives through with Almeida. They continue to fight hard as we come up to the home stretch.
It's going to be a 3-lap dash to the finish by the looks of it. Let's see what the gap is as they come across the line. Summer Whitehead sets a personal best, and for Carlo Rossetti, it is 2.2 seconds as Almeida passes for second.
At this point, the lead is out of your hands here for Summer Whitehead. She is in the prime position to be able to step on the inaugural podium at the top step here in FLKC. For everybody else, though, could go any direction for who gets these spots here. We've seen Rossetti be willing to really scrap it out, just wants to try and get the edge, and now Almeida, bit slow this time, coming through 9.
The only problem is, what will he be able to do? Can he hold off Rossetti, or will Rossetti go on the attack and be very aggressive to take the spot away?
I think I wouldn't be surprised if the send is on into turn 1 right here. Let's find out what the lap count is. The clock is at zeros. It is 2 laps to go. Can't confirm. 2 to go. Rossetti got blocked off by Almeida. Wasn't willing to white line it along the curb.
2.9 seconds is the gap as Rossetti puts the bumper once again to the back of Dylan Almeida. Ready and aggressively wanting that second spot.
Yeah, how is that bumper going to fare out for the end of this one? But here comes the set. Casas scrapes Rossetti's side pod. That gives Almeida some breathing room. Almeida, though, again's been bogged down, coming through 8 off to 9. They rumble through, and more contact, bumping for all 3.
Oh, the gloves are off. It's time for a fight here under the lights as they come out of the final couple of corners to get the white flag. Dylan Almeida ready to take on this fight as he drops back, but here comes Jaden Casa and Carlo Rossetti. Casa to the outside. Will he have anything left? He tries to cross him over. Not going to work as Rossetti shuts the door. Contact between the 2 and the 3.
Casas tries to cross up yet again, who scrubs the rear end of Rossetti in our time. Rossetti builds up a buffer of a kart length of a half, but it's been difficult out of turn 8 for the lead kart to get momentum for whatever reason in this fight. Does that trend continue? Rossetti has Casas get a good exit, lines up the draft. One more major passing chance. Casas with the deep send, slides it on by. Casas jumps up to second. Oh, well, Summer Whitehead will make history. The 377 will come away with a new chassis and a victory to start off the season. Well, the drag race for second will end up seeing Casas hold off Rossetti.
How about that? For a driver who was telling me on Friday that he doesn't know, he was struggling for every single thing, coming home with a second place. Incredible drive for Jaden.
Incredible battle with Rossetti. Almeida does get within 3/10 of it in the end. By the way, Tomas Fernandez got a top 5. Look at that margin by a couple 1,000s in our drag race over Bellas.
A great run indeed. Don't forget Zachary Seymour right there in the hunt as well. And congratulations to Jesus La Rosa, looking possibly, hang on as they come across the line. It will be actually Jorge Carpadias who will take home the win in 206 Masters.
Something obviously happening for La Rosa in the final lap, unfortunately, Taylor. Going to be interesting how that post-race is going to look, but that was dramatic for an ultimate race.
It was. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the day. T4 Seniors and Masters, they're about to head out on the track next, here in a few moments. sun starting to set here once again in the Sunshine State as it brings conclusion towards the day at hand. But we still got one more race as trouble for one of our drivers in the T4 category, the 388 machine, who's struggling to refire. That's Jack O'Keefe, who is struggling to refire his kart. But Justin, go ahead and give us our final starting grid of the day.
It's Chase Biscaglia and Eduardo Duran on the front row. Then it's Miller Jr. and Hager who are in the top 4. Ishmael Duran in 5th position. Alexander Delbon Colon in 6th. Frederick Manning and Tobias Matheson in the top 8. But Andrew Naraki and Tristan Schoen are in the top 10. A lot of these karts still trying to group up together. Gardello, Robbins, Whitney, and Foley amongst the top 14 as it looks like most of them do make it to the tram line. Do they get the green? And it's not going to be it. No, there were still a few karts loose.
Yeah, there was a couple of karts towards the back half of the field that did not make their way in time to line up properly. So we'll re-rack them and restack them and try one more time.
Yeah, the chance for these drivers to reset on the T4 seniors, of course. T4 Series USA, huge when it comes to this. They've actually got an upcoming race for the America's Cup here at this racetrack in the middle of March. So a lot of these drivers you see here today likely are going to be back here in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely, to put on a great show amongst the competitors here, and they get themselves ready to have a chance to represent Team USA for the T4 Nations Cup.
Great opportunity to go to Spain. Of course, the second round of the series, you go all the way to Mexico as well in the month of May. So get ready for some travel on top of those here in the state of Florida. But it looks like we're ready to go. Double it up.
Here we go for the final time of the day. Do we get a clean start? They're doubled up, ready to go. Everyone looks clean and green. Let's go racing once again down into turn number 1. Contact and battling hard amongst each other as they try to find out who will lead us out of the hairpin.
Well, it's Eduardo Duran that will lead them out of the hairpin because he got a much better start to Biscaglia heading up to the start zone. Now he'll look to try and park it in front, all while Biscaglia looks immediately for the lead, goes for the lead, brains Hager with them for second.
Biscaglia will take over the spot there with Hager right there all over the back bumper as here comes Duran with a head of steam, looking to try to poke and prod his way back into second position.
All of them trying to line up and sort out pretty quickly how they want to scrap out. Remember, Biscaglia was able to get a decent advantage in the last race in this type of style of racing. Impressive to say the least. We've already seen some impressive pole ways, but Miller Jr. should say the one in second over Duran. Hager still in the top 4 with Manning in top 5, and look at this.
Chaos happening here at the second shark fin. That's the 322 machine who went off the track along with another kart. We'll get a full rundown right here. That's Kevin Scorpatier and looks like also possibly Jack O'Keefe.
Yeah, we'll get the full names for the second, but it looks like those two tangling up at the very back of the field in the heart of the Hornet's Nest. Have to see how things go in the Masters, too. Remember, Delbon has the advantage over Pinheiro in that group, by the way. You also have Fernando Martins, who's in that respective race, looking to fight it out for that respective podium position.
Chase Biscaglia starting to pull away from Stephen Miller. The gap is half a second. Evan Hagar moving up to third, picking up a spot around Duran and Manning, as Brody Robbins has moved up into the top 10 for the first time today in this event. Meanwhile, in the Masters division, it's Alexander Delbon who holds strong in Masters for the moment.
Yeah, 48.7 was actually the quickest lap of the day last time by, but remember, the USA paint scheme kart really had to fight a lot last race, did it not? Because for whatever reason, that kart just got scrape after scrape picked up with side pod contact in the pre-final. If you are right now in this fight, like Hager is here, you better be willing to get those elbows out. Look how well the aerodynamics seem to be working, though, in this fight to try and get some separation over Duran and Wardo.
That kart just screams freedom as it works its way around the kart, trying to find a way to get a chance up on the podium here. And as it works its way, it's got to hold off the hard charge of course, Ismael Duran and company. As they work their way through that 384 machine, has a work to do, but got plenty of time, 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and he is trying every which way he can to settle in and find the help he needs to chase Stephen Miller down.
Keep in mind, when it comes to Duran, a long-time kart racer, has appeared as far back in Florida karting scenes as 2008 when he was a Micromax driver. Also has experience appearing in RMC Grand Finals competition. So very local to the area. Also was a full-time driver during the Sunshine State Challenge a couple years ago for Kart and Motorsports. So a lot of experience in Florida to be able to battle it out, and has looked pretty solid, to say the very least, all throughout this weekend. Both the Durans have.
Both the Durans have. They've worked well together when they are lined up nose to tail. They don't fight too hard amongst each other, so it's going to be a lot of things to happen. Let's see how they do once they get themselves lined back up.
Yeah, covered off right now at the moment. Manning right now the meat of the sandwich between the Durans, by the way, despite having a little bit of air in between on the distance. So at this point, going to take a little bit of work for Ismail to close up that deficit. Under 9 minutes to work with here. That gap for the lead continues to grow, and Miller, again, one of the drivers who is a headliner who made the appearance here today, has looked pretty stout in all of the races, looking to at least get a podium, a solid podium finish to end off his day.
Absolutely, he's going to try the best that he can to make it work through as they snake their way through the infield section of the course. Stephen Miller, though, under pressure as they come through the infield section. As we'll pick up one of our drivers. There he is, Stephen Miller, right there in amongst the mix. The 311 of Tayson Bowling also putting up a fight inside the top 15.
Yeah, not bad at all for a couple of these compares. Hopper, remember, had issues late in the pre-final, so for them, it's important to be able to dig, recover some of those spots. Here's that train we again mentioned for second, though. Once again, Miller Jr. seems to be slipping back on the interval, at least on the eye test. In the actual reality, it was only about 94 1,000 of a second. It's just those small differences that are really starting to add up here, because think of it this way. 1/10 off a lap is 1 second after 10 laps. You're talking about already 6 laps burned. That's a lot of time that can add up over the course of a run.
It really can. So you have to be so careful with how much you want to give in to this, and be careful of how you place your kart around this circuit to gain the time you need. And you don't want to be doing those small increments right now. Right now you need to be doing a little bit bigger than about a 1/10 or so every other lap. You need to be 2/10.
Well, Biscaglia is doing 2/10. He's doing 3/10, in fact, so at least one driver's hitting
One
that target.
driver's listening to the situation at hand for Chase Biscaglia as he continues to stretch out that race lead by 1.8 seconds at the moment, with Miller trying everything. He's seeing if he can work with Evan Hagar, but Evan's ready to also see if he can go for second as we watch on the battle here with Duran, Manning, and Ismail Duran. So both the Durans right there trying to find their way to keep up with this battle inside the top 5.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this closes out for this fight, because at this point, they're all squared up in a way that will try and close up. Now, what are the drivers going to do in terms of the spar out, I think you were trying to say here, Taylor? I think for a lot of these drivers, it's going to be late. What are you going to be able to send upon? And we've seen a lot of the passing opportunities that drivers thought coming in, for some of those that might not have had the experience coming in, hasn't really solidified. Those with the experience seem to have known exactly how to play things out, and those differences have seen where some of these big battles have turned into haymaker after haymaker or lost time, compared to those who make it efficient, quick, don't lose time.
Yep, that is the case here, and we're seeing that for some of those drivers as we go a little further down the field. This is the 321 machine on the track. That is for 8th between Tristan Truchot and Brody Robbins right now. A little interesting to see a Cosmic sticker on a Tillotson machine, I will say.
I mean, it's one of the drivers who also races in Orlando Kart Center with experience there. Also, that family has had some experience when it comes to Florida Winter Tour as far back as 2021. So they have been in the racing scene for a fair bit of time in this region. Also has raced a fair bit in terms of previous runs of the KartPlex Cup up here. There's the send, in fact, to add to that experience.
Gets around and moves up into the 8th position. Beautiful pass right there by Brody Robbins. with 5 minutes to go. Up ahead, you still have Alexander Delpon and Ismael Duran battling for the 6th position, while Manning and Eduardo still hold on as Chase Buscalia, well, he decided to kick in the afterburner, set the fastest lap of the race.
You know why they're saying fastest lap times, though, of the entire event? It's because this is the coolest the track's probably been the entire weekend. You're talking about temperatures that originally, if you enter the weekend you didn't account for, it was as high as around the 70s. It's currently still 74 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's not that humid for Florida conditions still.
It's a little bit humid, but yeah, it's still consistent. But also, when we did have that nice hot sun earlier today baking on the track, it's going to take a little bit for that track to cool down. So the track temperatures are still, I probably would say, a significant margin.
It's one of those cases where you wish you had the temperature guns out to be able to know exactly on the temperature. But really, remember, it's not just as simple as the entire track's one temperature. As we know with real life, those temperatures vary between what line you're running, even what corner you're in, because in some cases, was feeling out yesterday with the track walk after the practices, you could still feel the heat radiating through the track 30 minutes later.
Yeah, absolutely, and plus also with how the shade is on certain parts of the track with the cloud coverage, that also will affect the temperature of the track at certain points throughout the race here, as we're now still watching on with this battle for position. A little fight inside the top 10 as drivers try to negotiate these final few minutes left for the day. And we'll see who ends up on the top step of the podium. That is the 353 machine by the looks of it on my timing. And we'll see how this all plays out amongst the competitors coming across the start-finish line. 3 minutes to go plus 2 laps.
Yeah, that will be Manning, I believe you're referring to actually in this fight with one of the Durans that were tied up. Matheson doing a good job, by the way, also in this grouping of karts. He packed up Robbins, once those trying to also fight in amongst this pack. And it took me a few moments to get that connection. We have seen Tobias Matheson run a fair bit of the major sim racing events too, trying to get his name out there. And of course, the 14-year-old, one of the drivers we touched upon that has experience at tracks like Richmond Raceway in real life with some quarter midgets.
Yeah, can't go wrong with quarter midget racing out there in the Southeast Division as we watch them negotiate. Matheson trying everything he can to get that position away. They'll go side by side a little further back behind him as they race their way to the start-finish line.
Yeah, Matheson really trying to figure out a way to go. You see signals saying, let's go, let's go. Naraki trying to figure out how to hold them off. Now the outside, once again Matheson as hello lap car, bye-bye lap car.
Yeah, that was getting around one of the Masters drivers. Currently still Alexander Dalbon who holds on to the position there, but Mateus Pinheiro is really putting on a strong effort to get around him as well. It's only about a 1/10 of a second separating those two.
Yeah, right now this is getting pretty fierce again with some of the traffic layout, but with under 2 minutes to go, you may as well give it all you got. Chance to start off the season with some solid points in the bank. You never know what the chance is going to be, and that's why this train, I think, is going to start popping off pretty soon, because Miller Jr. has maintained about the same distance to Hager throughout this run. Stayed 2 car lanes. Nothing is really closed up between the car lanes between them. But Eduardo Duran, one of the drivers who's won here when it comes to the club races here at T4 KartPlex, will probably know when the right time is to strike if he wants to be able to step on the regional podium.
Absolutely. He is going to try to find the way to open the door and get himself in position as we watch Stephen Miller trying to hold on to that second position, but Duran and Hagar really ready to fight it out in these closing minutes. Big push coming from both Hagar and Duran as they close into the back bumper of Stephen Miller.
Couple minutes left to go, down to less than a minute should say now. Nothing changing for them at the moment. By the way, things have shuffled when it comes to the Masters. They are with half a second difference. Pinheiro did take the lead a few moments ago in that respective group, so there is some shuffling with the 455 and 429 that's going on amongst that class we'll keep you updated with.
As we watch on, here comes Hagar with a head of steam, but Duran is also ready to put up a fight. He wants a shot of the final step of the podium here, and he's going to do it here as trying to find the opening. Can't quite make it work. He's got to have a little bit more oomph and get that runoff corner exit.
We'll have to find out what's going to play out here with 3 laps to go on the clock for the day. It's been a busy day for the start of the series. It had a field of more than 200 competitors / entrants, not including the walk-ups, take part in this weekend. And now Miller Jr. has the gap down to 1 kart length behind him. Hager lost ground trying to lift though. Right now, Miller Jr. is able to go a little bit deeper into these corners, and that's what's helping him.
It is helping him significantly to hold on to this second place as they work their way through, heading over towards the S's. This could be a spot where we see Hagar try something here, or Duran, to get around for positioning. Not working out, though, as they try to work out of the final corner to get 2 laps to go.
2 laps to work with here on the day. Now taken by the race leader, Miller Jr. Continues to hold firm on his battle pack at the moment, trying to continue to see what plays out. A little bit of a spar up for 6th and 7th, once again popping up. Trudeau able to get around one of the other Durans, and Ishmael in the closing stretch, but nothing doing in this battle for second.
It's kind of that calm before the storm here. Who's going to be ready to try something in these final laps around the circuit? Hagar just taking his time. He knows he's got to get a run going in order to get around Stephen Miller for position. Chase Buscaglia, you saw right there at the corner of your screen, just being patient and consistent in the final lap coming up.
Yeah, this final lap is going to get, hopefully for some, pretty busy, because right now Hager has been kind of just holding back. White flag is out. Will there be a chance to get alongside, or will they stay stationary?
So far, it's quiet right at the front of the field between these 3 drivers here as they come out of turn number 3. Who is going to make that brave and heroic decision at the final few moments as they head down towards the back half of the course? Chase Buscaglia is out once again, ready to take home the win. But Stephen Miller, a lot of breathing room. Now it's just a matter of Hagar and Duran. Does Duran go and make a big send?
That's the big thing. Duran's too far back here, I think, to really get a true spot at it. But right now, Buscaglia is ready to pop up and celebrate. He dominates the day and gets the T4 senior victory. He'll light the fireworks with Miller Jr. and Hager getting on the podium.
What an incredible day of action. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in to today's coverage of the race. But don't worry, we still have more coverage with podium celebrations happening in a few moments once everyone is cleared from tech. All the, of course, the post-race information has been settled, and no, of course, penalties given out after that. We'll be back after a few words from our amazing partners. Stay tuned for more action of the Florida Karting Championship.
turnout that we've had. I mean, we obviously expected it to be, you know, quite a bit smaller than what it was, right? I've had this conversation like a million times over the last couple of days, and if I think, you know, had we known what we would have known, you know, there would have been certain things that would have been different. It's made the day a little bit longer for everybody, and you know, we need to make some changes on the schedule. I know there's been a few people that have addressed things with me, and there'll be a new schedule that's going to be posted tonight for tomorrow, which is going to improve it for everybody. Okay. So things like the KA seniors and KA masters being together, you know, other things that have been addressed. You know, I don't want people to be finishing the day at this time on Sunday. So, you know, we're gonna make some improvements. There's a lot of improvements that are going to be made over the next couple of days. But you know, just what's this? Louder? You can't? Can you not hear me? Okay. Listen, I'm just going to wrap it up, hand it over to Teresa. We're going to do some trophies, okay? Thank you, everybody, for coming. This has been amazing.
So I have absolutely no idea who won anything because I don't have a list, Ryan. Ah, here we go. Thank you. Okay, so I don't want to give you like a 5-page speech because that's what he's for, is known as the chatterbox of the two of us. And so I'm just going to really keep it short because it's way too late. I'm so sorry. And I am probably going to get every single person's name wrong on here. I don't know what it is about go-karting, but I guess you have to have a really, really stupid, weird name to even participate in the sport. And I can say that because I have probably the worst name out of all of you. So if I mess up anyone's name, I'm really, really sorry. You can grill me for it after, and that's fine. Because I will beat you. I have every letter of the alphabet in my last name, so. Anyway, okay, so let's do this quick. What order are we going in? Kids first. So we're going to start with T4 Bambino. Okay.
Start with Iame Bambino.
All right, fine. Iame. Sorry, guys. Iame Bambino. Sorry, I've never read a podium report before. Okay, here we go. Iame Bambino. In third place we have, oh no, Lionel Timinski. Woo! Here we go. Good job, dude. And in second place we have, oh God, we have Thiago Beloza! Woo! Oh, he's so cute. You be quiet. All right, okay, and the first ever winner of the FLKC Florida Karting Championship is, oh, thank goodness, Maverick Reddick! Thank you, Maverick. Well done, bro. Oh. All right, let's give him some noise, guys. Woo! Hold it high, Maverick. Hold it high, hold it high.
Yeah. Maverick, smile. Maverick.
Oh, wait. And the first ever winner of the Florida O Plate goes to Maverick. There you go, number one, Bubba. Or number O.
Right here.
And just to clarify, this isn't the 0 plate. This is the O plate, okay? Not 0, O, the O plate. You get to use it for the rest of the season. You know what that means? You're going to be known as number one for the rest of FLKC.
Here.
Good job. We're proud of you. Thank you. Okay. You going? You got it? Well done, Baba. Good job.
Yo, excuse me.
Right, okay, next we have T4 Bambino. In third place we have Luca Colangelo. Woo! With a very cool helmet too. Good job. Okay, and in second place we have, that way. In second place we have Colt Shelton. Colt's gone to bed. Okay. Right, and in first place we have Knox Shelton. Okay, it's okay, they're tired. They're getting ready for tomorrow. Good job, my man. We're so proud of you. You did awesome out there. Good job. Okay. Okay, next we have Micro Swift. In third place we have Adam Kazaka. Charlie. Woo! Charlie, you should teach me these things. Good job. Okay, and in second place we have Romeo Ferrante. Good job, bro. And in first place, and the winner of the O-Play, we have the one and only Mr. Emmett Dalton! Good job, Emmett! Good job, boys! Good job! Okay, next we have T4. No, we don't. We have Iame Mini Swift. So we have third place, Thomas Montalvo. Woo, woo, woo! Good job, Thomas. And in second place, we have Kimo Ahmad. With his Kart Republic Lucky Charm right there. Love it. And then in first place, we have Nico Salazar. There you go, champ. Good job, boys.
Fantastic drive, well done.
Okay, next up, T4 Mini, guys. Are you ready? All right, T4 Mini. In third place, we have Cooper Maccabee. I'll know for next time. Tomorrow, right? Good job, bro. Okay. Wait, where am I again? I'm like, where am I? Okay, sorry. In second place, we have Charlie Skripkowski. Well done, boys. And then in first place, we have the one and only very, very handsome Cohen Shoecraft. And he came in a helmet and his suit instead of his Crocs and shorts and tee. Well done, bro.
Oh, nice. Get up there, Coop. Get up there. Get up on P1 with Cohen.
Oh, stop it. Oh. Okay, we're gonna move over to T4 Jr. In third place, we have Camilla Fortune. Woo! That's it. Love to see the female rocking the podium. Good job, girlfriend. It sure is. Can I be you when I grow up? In second place, we have Roman Pollan. Good job, bro. And in first place, we have Isaac Malcu. Good job, bro. Is that a brain roll? Good job, guys.
Let's go.
Okay, next we're going to go to KA100 Jr. In third place, we have Santiago Oriole. Hey. Well done, dude. Proud of you. And in second place, we have Nico Katowski. Woo! Good job, bro. And in the first place, we have Maxwell Macha. That's it, Maxie. And he doesn't know what the O plate is, but you're going to get one anyway. And you better put it on your car. Good job, boys. Woo! Okay, up next we have 206 Jr. In third place we have Hugh Coca. Sorry. Coca. I bet you get Kocha, all of them. Okay, and in second place we have, oh my, guys, moms, come on, you pick the names. I'm kidding, it's beautiful. Thaddeus Kocha! Woo! Are you two related? Okay.
All the way from Mansella.
Oh, yes, love it. Okay, and in first place, oh God, we have Braden Kleppy! Sorry, everyone. Well done, Braden.
Oh, I saw you in
I know. Good job. There you go. Good job, boys. Sorry that I'm embarrassing you. Right, okay, next we have... Okay, we're going to do T... Did we do T... Yeah, we've done T4 Jr. Oh. Okay, so we're going to go Cadet. Let's do 206 Cadet. Okay, 206 Cadet. In third place, we have Hang Lai. Good job, my man. Well done. And in second place, we have Oliver Adams. Oliver. In the blue, love it. And in first place, we have, how did you say that name? Is that Joaquin? Yeah. Okay, Joaquin Doe! Woo-hoo! I dare you to smile. Happy day! Well done, dude. All right, guys, next we're going to do KA Senior. In third place, we have Mick Gabriel. There he is. Love that helmet. And in second place, we have Chase Gassiet Lee. I thought you'd gone to bed as well. And in first place, we have Enzo Vidmontian. Did I say it right? Vidmontian. And he gets to clean his car. Woohoo! Well done, boys. Or gentlemen, should I say. Gentle boys, gentlemen.
What is even a gentle boy?
Good job.
Enzo, why'd you get a bucket?
Okay, and next we're going to do 206 Senior. If I can find it on the sheet.
What does it have? What does it have?
LO206 Senior, sorry.
What does it have?
Sorry, I'm just...
Like maybe cleaning interior?
Where is it?
Clean his car. Maybe clean his car. Yeah, they said clean his car. I saw that bucket. Yeah.
Okay, never mind, we're going to do KA100 Senior. Sorry. No, sorry, no we're not, because we've just done that. We're going to do Shifter Senior. In third place we have Christopher Garham. Woo! Where's your helmet and your suit?
Disqualified.
You're going to wear it tomorrow, right? And in second place we have Scott Presti. And you, where's your helmet and suit? Okay, fine, I get it now. The older you get, the less you put your suit on. Okay. So first place isn't going to get ripped for this, unless he's wearing it. Okay, in first place we have James Andres. James. Well done. Good job, guys. Where's T4?
I bet I'm gonna know someone.
Adam, come on. Let's take a group picture. Let's take a group photo. Come on, we gotta take a photo with our team.
Okay, next we have KA100 Master. In third place we have Jorge. Or is it George? Jorge George. Antonio Caripides. He's gone to bed. Okay, in second place we have Paul Elefante. There we go. He's got his suit and his helmet. Oh no. Oh no. I hope not. Guys. Oh, wait, did you get second?
I don't know. I think I got third.
Hey, Tech.
I definitely just said you got disqualified for tires.
Oh, what?
For using old tires? For real?
Dude, don't do that tomorrow, okay?
So wait, who won?
No, you're on. He's second, right?
No shit.
Oh, sorry. Oh, babes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, stop. You're so cute. Okay. Wait, I haven't even announced you yet. Okay, second place. We have Paul Elefante. Did I say that already? Okay. First, okay. Sorry, boys. You're not hurting my heart. Man, okay, in first place we have... Is it Jesus? Okay, Jesus La Rosa. Well done, boys. Men, sorry, gentlemen. Okay, I have come on.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, next we're going to do Shifter Master. In third place, we have Ryan Corbally. Okay. Is he here? There he is. Who's here? And in second place, we have Monet Van Tack. Yeah, Monet. Thanks for putting your suit on. Okay, and in first place, we have Rob Gore. Good job, boys. We need fireworks for you, man. Well done, guys. Proud of you.
Do I get it back? He's got it for the season now, and you're going to have to wait till next year. Thank you. Well done, guys.
Okay.
I need it for the pictures. It's our last one. I'm sorry. Cheers, Rob. Thank you.
Right, I don't have T4 Master. I don't have him on there.
Oh, yeah.
So, oh yeah, I thought you were going to puke. Sorry guys, Ted, can I have the rest of the results please? People have got to go to bed and go to sleep. Sorry everyone, sorry, I know we're chop. Let's hurry up. Huh? Here's your phone. Guys, if anyone's listening, we don't have all the results. I'm really sorry. Okay, next we have T4 Master in third place. We have... No, third place. Third place.
In third place, it's Fernando Martins.
Fernando Martins! There we go. Well done, Fernando. Sorry, you really have been waiting long, guys. I'm so sorry. Second place, we have... Mateus Pinheiro. And you men are wearing your suits. That's what I like to see. And in first place, we have Alexander Dalbon. Yeah, 3 of you wearing your suits.
Hold this as well. There you go.
Next one.
Thanks, guys. So you can wear that for the rest of the season, and it shows that you won the first M1. You can rock that over. Yeah.
We'll give it to you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to do T4 Senior in third place. Sorry. You need your glasses. Hurry up, Ryan. Okay, third place goes to... In third place, we have Evan Hagar. Good job. Smile. There we go. And in second place, we have Stephen Miller.
Hell yeah, Steven.
And in first place, we have Chase Buscalia. Thank you. I will learn, I promise.
I'm his mama.
Thank you.
Well done. Appreciate it, buddy. Well done. Great drive, boys.
Good job, guys.
Okay, give me the phone.
Okay, finally, we're at last one. Thank you so much, guys, for staying with us till what feels like midnight. We have 206 Master in third place goes to... Okay, so second place. Yeah, second place we have Jesus La Rosa. Here he is again.
What's going on?
Winner.
How are you? Thank you, bud. Thank you.
And in first place, we have Jorge Antonio Carey. Peters, yes! Love it.
We're going to get the mechanics in your ring.
Yeah, get the mechanics in. Come on, have a picture. Well done, boys. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for staying out so late. Go and have an early night. Don't drink too much beer. We're not done? What am I missing? Ryan. Sorry. Please forgive me. Don't blame me. Or you can, but sorry. One more. Saving the best till last. Okay, top three. In third place, we have Thomas Fernandez. Here, gone to bed. Okay. In second place, we have Dylan Almeida. Thank you for waiting so patiently. I appreciate you. Yes. T4.
What happened?
It's here.
Can I give it to my child?
Yes. And in first place we have Summer Whitehead. Oh, yeah, girl. Good job. Love it. Sorry you got to clean your car. Well done, guys. I'm so proud of you all. Thank you so much. Go and have an early night. Don't drink too much, and we'll see you again tomorrow. And we won't be this late, I promise. I promise. Promise. Yes. So.
We're going to give it to you tomorrow. I have them in there.
You can just put the 0. You can have 0.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.